a connection between Locke's theory of property and modern capitalism. It is true that after Locke, liberal democratic ideas became inextricably joined to pro-capitalist and free enterprise economic doctrines. The result was, and still is in this country, that such natural rights as freedom of expression were seen as not distinctly different from the right to make money and acquire property. More than this, it became an article of early liberal faith that capitalism is the only sure guarantee of political liberty. Such was the consequence of Locke's linking property in person with property in possessions. But we shall return to these larger issues of Locke's thought shortly. At this point it is sufficient to recognize that property is the foundation of rights for Locke and consequently the basis of his claim that the terms of the contract call for a constitutionally limited and, for its time, democratic form of government. Yet, property is more than a right for Locke, it is also a source of conflict. And this brings us back to his second interpretation of the state of nature. Recall that Locke had admitted the existence of certain inconveniences in the natural state, namely the violence that at least some would employ against others. It is now clear what the cause of the violence is: property, both in person and in possessions. Without some common authority to make and enforce laws, murder and robbery will be commonplace. Yet, the problem goes much deeper than this. A close analysis of Locke's theory of property indicates that it is not just a criminal class that makes the state of nature inconvenient, but humankind itself. This follows from Locke's argument that the invention of money allows people to circumvent the natural law limitation on the accumulation of property. For the argument implicitly admits that people's desire for property is unlimited and that, as a consequence, the state of nature is indeed a state of war. As Hobbes amply demonstrated in his Leviathan. Where desires are unlimited, the state of nature is inevitably a war of everyone against everyone. Consequently, Locke does admit that to avoid the state of war is one great reason of men's putting themselves into society, and quitting the state of nature. 25. Despite Locke's disagreement with Hobbes's defense of absolutism, then, we note an underlying area of agreement between the two thinkers. Locke's second interpretation of the state of nature is remarkably similar to that of Hobbes. And since the state of nature is in essence a 17th-century term for human nature, it follows that Locke's psychological views must closely parallel those of Hobbes as well. The implications of Locke's second interpretation of the state of nature, in other words, is that the unlimited desire for pleasure and the avoidance of pain is the determining factor in human behavior, not moral reason or the capacity to know and obey natural law, as he had initially argued. In Locke's case, pleasure is closely identified with the accumulation of property, pain, with its absence. But what is only implicit in the second treatise is made explicit in the essay concerning human understanding. Here Locke openly espouses a utilitarian psychology and, most importantly, follows Hobbes in attempting to derive an ethical theory from it. Thus, Locke claims that the cause of every less degree of pain, as well as every greater degree of pleasure, has the nature of good, and vice versa. 26. Does this then mean that Locke's theory of natural law, like that of Hobbes, is actually a rejection of the natural law tradition? Is Lockean natural law simply a utilitarian naturalistic ethics in the guise of a classical ethics? The answer is both yes and no. In one sense no, because Locke attempts to show in an essay concerning human understanding that pleasure and pain accord with the higher moral standard of God's divine law. Locke would argue, for example, that while most human beings do not steal because they fear the pain of divine retribution in the next life, it is nevertheless this fear that makes them conform to that higher moral standard we call natural law. In the long term, however, it became clear that Locke's naturalism was incompatible not only with the classical tradition of natural law but with that of natural right as well. Once it was admitted that moral rules could be founded upon the psychological facts of pleasure and pain, any notion of an ethical standard beyond utility became redundant. Thus, no sooner had Locke's ideas traveled to France than his continental followers began to drop the older ideas of natural law and natural right and replace them with a strict utilitarian standard. They argued that both the rights and the obligations of the individual should be determined on the basis of pleasure and pain alone. They thus made explicit what in the second treatise is only implicit: government must protect property as a right because property produces pleasure, and the powers of government must be limited so that it cannot inflict pain by violating those rights. In effect, Locke's followers erected his liberal democratic political theory upon Hobbes's psychological and ethical insights. In the 19th century, liberal thinkers called utilitarians completed this link between Hobbes and Locke. It is for this reason that many scholars believe Hobbes to be the real, though unwitting, founder of liberalism. But here we confront a seeming contradiction. Hobbes had shown that a utilitarian psychology is incompatible with limited government. He had demonstrated, he thought conclusively, that self-interested pleasure seekers whose desires are unlimited require an absolute power over them lest society disintegrate into a state of war. How, then, could Locke's followers link his political theory to Hobbes's psychological and ethical assumptions? And how could Locke himself, given the Hobbesian implications of his second interpretation of the state of nature, advocate constitutionally limited government? The real genius of liberal thought was to find a way around Hobbes's political objections to constitutionally limited government while retaining his psychology. For Locke and later liberals insisted that there is a fatal flaw in 208. Hobbes's political logic, a flaw summed up in Locke's claim that absolute monarchs are but men greater than 27 as mere mortals. Monarchs are all too likely to violate the natural rights of others unless constrained, a conclusion that logically follows from Hobbes's own psychology. All human beings, monarchs included, are self-centered pleasure seekers who, given sufficient power, will not hesitate to inflict pain upon others if it will maximize their own pleasure. It is for this reason that Locke insists that a state of war can exist as certainly in political society as in the state of nature. Consequently, says Locke, it is wrong to assume that the terms of the contract call for absolute government, since people would not logically consent to a condition that is no better, in fact he believes worse, than the state of nature. Yet, given their utilitarian psychology, Locke and later liberal thinkers could not deny Hobbes's assertion that human beings need political controls over them. If monarchs need to be constrained, so too do the subjects who are themselves only human. Thus, they had to find some way to give government sufficient power to govern lest society disintegrate into a state of war, yet at the same time ensure that it be constitutionally limited so that it could not itself enter a state of war against society. The liberals had to discover ways by which to put real control in the hands of government, yet find some mechanism to control the controllers. And this is precisely what they did. Following a line of reasoning that begins with Locke, they argued that government can at one and the same time be made both effective and limited if it is appropriately structured. Let us look first at the ways in which Locke proposes to limit the power of government. We can then better understand how he gives government sufficient force to perform its tasks. Bear in mind, however, that Locke's analysis became the touchstone of all subsequent liberal thought. Thus, what follows is a theory of governmental structure that, in outline form, is held by liberal thinkers to this day. Most important in terms of limiting the power of government is the democratic principle itself. The legislature is to be periodically elected by the people. It could be no other way, in fact, since legitimate government must be based upon the consent of the governed according to Locke, and direct election of representatives to the legislature makes consent a reality. And since elected representatives depend on popular support for their tenure in office, they have every interest in staying within legal bounds. A further limitation upon the legislative power recommended by Locke is a limiting of the duration of legislative sessions because, he argues, constant frequent meetings of the legislative could not but be burdensome to the people too. 8. In Locke's mind, the less frequent the meetings of the legislature, the fewer the laws passed, and, consequently, the less chance that mischief will be done. Implicit in this analysis is an idea that became the rallying cry of early 19th century liberalism: the less government the better. Moreover, When the legislature is not in session, the representatives revert to ordinary citizens who are then subject to the very laws they have made. It is therefore unlikely, says Locke, that they will make laws that have the effect of violating their own natural rights. Another crucially important structural principle in limiting the power of government is the separation of powers between the executive and the legislature. The logic behind this principle, says Locke, and note here his implicit agreement with Hobbes's view of human nature, is that it may be too great a temptation to human frailty apt to grasp at power for the same persons who have the power of making laws, to have also in their hands the power to execute them. 29. What better way to correct this problem, therefore, than to separate power into distinct departments such that no one person or group of persons is capable of amassing sufficient power to abuse the citizens' rights? Locke, however, does not go so far as to make the separation of powers an absolute condition for limited government. And, in fact, the British parliamentary system upon which he partially modelled his theory was not, nor is it today, based upon the separation of powers. 30. Nevertheless, Locke is one of those thinkers who illuminates the future by expressing ideas that later become doctrines. Such is the case with the separation of powers, for it is an idea that was taken up and further developed by later liberal thinkers, particularly in the United States, where it was formally embodied in the structure of the Constitution. Moreover, implicit in Locke's theory of the separation of powers is a series of ideas that are wholly modem. To begin with, there is the idea that political power is not unlike power in the physical sense, in that it can be separated, combined, or balanced to produce a particular result. Certainly, this is how later thinkers who followed in Locke's footsteps came to conceive of it. For this reason, while Locke's idea of the separation of powers is reminiscent in certain ways of Aristotle's idea of the mixed constitution, in reality it is something quite different. Aristotle had in mind mixing together different political principles such as oligarchy and democracy to produce a just and stable system. Locke has in mind not so much a mixing of different political principles, but a breaking of power into distinct quantities as if constructing a machine. He has in mind a conception of power not unlike that employed by Galileo and Newton in their study of the physical universe. For this reason, some scholars have argued that the American Constitution owes as much to Newton as to Locke. And while we discussed the American separation of powers from the point of view of the mixed constitution in the chapter on Aristotle, in truth Newton's system makes a better analogy here. Second, implicit in Locke's idea of the separation of powers is a very modem idea that while human nature cannot be changed, its effects can be controlled by scientifically structuring government. Thus, rather than speaking of improving people morally as did the classical thinkers, Locke takes as 210 a given that people are incorrigible power seekers and is concerned only with controlling the effects of human nature. In suggesting the separation of powers, he does not mean to alter people's desire for power, he simply means to ensure that they will not be successful in acquiring too much of it. Later thinkers in the Lockean tradition developed this idea of controlling the effects of human nature even further. In a classic work of American political thought, The Federalist Papers, James Madison speaks of separating powers between various branches of government such that ambition be made to counteract ambition. 32. He proposes to separate powers so that the natural inclination of the president to acquire power will be checked by the same inclination on the part of the legislators. In this, Madison goes much further than Locke, but he is following a mode of thinking implicit in the work of his predecessor. To find an equivalent line of reasoning before the modem era, one would have to return to St. Augustine's idea of using people's sinful lust for power to control its effects. Unlike St. Augustine, however, Locke and Madison are modems who do not consider the lust for power as sin, but rather an objective description of human nature. Finally, the theory of the separation of powers is modem insofar as it implicitly accepts conflict as something that is not necessarily destructive of public order, an idea first expressed by Machiavelli. Clearly, if you divide power between executive and legislative branches of government, you create the possibility of conflict between them. By the same token, if you separate church and state or, as Locke advocates, You prevent the state from interfering in religious matters, you create different bodies with different and often conflicting interests. And if you advocate a large degree of individual freedom in the realm of speech and conscience, recall that Locke is one of the great theorists of toleration. Conflicts of political opinion are inevitable. Later liberals carried this emphasis upon conflict to its logical conclusion, advocating diversity and pluralism at all levels, economic, social, and political. Herein lies a key problem of modern liberal democratic theory, however. To the extent that powers are separated and decentralized and institutions and individuals are left free to pursue their own interests, to that same extent governing becomes increasingly difficult. Logically, it would seem that the best way to ensure rational and effective political decisions would be to put absolute power in the hands of one person. This, of course, was Hobbes's solution, for he could not imagine effective government that was not absolute. He sacrificed limited government for political effectiveness. Locke and later liberals, as we have said, claimed to have found within the structure of government a means to make government both limited and effective. Thus the separation of powers and other limiting structures of which Locke speaks are to be counterbalanced by a strong executive. At the same time, of course, Locke believes that in keeping the legislative function distinct from the executive, the powers of the executive will not become so extensive as to destroy limited government. The executive combines two distinct powers for Locke, executive and federative. The executive power has to do with domestic policy, the federative with foreign affairs. We no longer make this distinction, however, since what we call the executive is charged with both domestic and foreign responsibilities, and Locke himself notes that the executive and federative powers are almost always united in the same person. Thus, we shall employ the term executive alone rather than follow Locke's distinction between the two powers. The power of the executive rests upon the fact, says Locke, that it must always exist, because while there is not always need of new laws to be made, always need of execution of the laws that are made. In other words, political leadership is a constant necessity, lawmaking is not. Hence, the powers of the executive will necessarily be quite extensive relative to those of the legislature, which meets for limited periods of time. Thus, in line with the parliamentary tradition with which Locke was familiar, the executive is to have the power to call legislative sessions at times when the Constitution does not specify regular meetings. Moreover, Locke argues, the executive ought to have the power to periodically restructure electoral districts to ensure fair and equitable representation in the legislature. But the truly fundamental power of the executive is prerogative, which, in Locke's words, is the power to act according to discretion, for the public good, without the prescription of the law, and sometimes even against it. 34. This is an enormous power that Locke concedes to political leadership. Not only does he grant the executive the right to make decisions where the law does not explicitly constrain him from doing so, but he is willing to grant the executive the right of breaking the law where circumstances justify it. An example of such a circumstance would be a wartime crisis, and in our own history we have had some notable examples of the president acting against the prescription of law. Coming from the pen of one of the great theorists of limited government, this doctrine of executive prerogative seems, at first glance, incomprehensible. Yet, as a political realist, Locke is quite correct in his emphasis upon a strong executive. This is all the more necessary, paradoxically, in the kind of political system that Locke advocates, where the powers of government are limited by their separation and decentralization, and where social pluralism is condoned. There more than anywhere else strong leadership is required to check the centrifugal forces inherent in such a system. Locke understands very well the need for some kind of centralizing and unifying force in his ideal democratic state. And while he asserts the primacy of the legislature since that body represents the consent of the people, Locke is the first to acknowledge that the legislature cannot provide the kind of political-led heirship required in a modern nation-state. This really is what is behind his argument that the executive must always exist, and that it must have an extensive prerogative. Such, then, is Locke's answer to Hobbes: government can be both lim. and effective if it is structured appropriately. And, as we have noted, herein lies the real genius of liberal thought. It developed and elaborated that structural analysis of government that Locke began and added immeasurably to our knowledge of how effectively to channel political power. For this reason, Locke has had a great influence upon the constitutional structure of all Western liberal democracies. But, as we noted at the beginning of this chapter, nowhere has Locke had greater influence than in this country. The American Revolution was carried out, if only indirectly, in the name of Lockean ideals. The Declaration of Independence, for example, not only speaks the language of natural rights, but implicitly conveys the idea that George III had violated the terms of the social contract. Moreover, Locke's economic and social theories have by now become an American ideology. His emphasis upon the importance of private property, the Protestant work ethic, and individual rights has been profoundly influential in this country. And, of course, the impact of Locke's structural analysis upon American constitutional theory has been enormous. It is precisely because of Locke's influence that American students find it difficult to criticize his political theory. To criticize Locke is to criticize their own most cherished ideals. Yet, it is exactly for this reason that we should make every effort to be critical, for this is the first step toward a critical understanding of our own political ideas. Let us begin our critique of Locke, then, by returning to his theory of governmental structure. We can then go on to some of the deeper issues inherent in his political thought. Perhaps the key problem with Locke's theory of government is that it fails to provide adequate means to control the vast reservoirs of power that exist in his new liberal state. For example, his doctrine of executive prerogative extends enormous powers to the executive, powers that may pose a real threat to limited government. It is Locke's assumption, of course, that the legislature and the people as a whole will effectively resist any illegitimate encroachments of political power by the executive. But such an assumption is not necessarily warranted, at least not from the perspective of this century, which has seen the executive become increasingly dominant in all Western constitutional states. Another source of power that Locke fails to recognize as a potential danger to limited government inheres in the democratic principle itself. Locke assumes that majority rule is the surest guarantee against the abuse of power by either the legislature or the executive. But what Locke does not consider is that the majority may become so dominant and so powerful that minorities will be abused. A legislature that represents a powerful majority, for example, is perfectly capable of passing laws that violate the rights of the minority. In our own history there have been innumerable cases in which racial, ethnic, and intellectual minorities have been tyrannized by democratically elected representative bodies reflecting the will of the majority. There are deeper problems with Locke's political theory that go beyond the strictly governmental, however. These problems are rooted in the economic dimensions of his political thought, that is, in his theory of property. And clearly the most serious problem is that in making property a natural right, Locke puts severe limitations upon the power of government to regulate or control it, for a natural right is one that no government can legitimately deny or alter. Of course, so long as the right to property means simply the right to life and to the necessities of survival, as initially it does for Locke, there is no problem. No serious thinker would want to argue that government has a legitimate power to deny people their lives or their means of subsistence. There is a problem, however, with Locke's argument that the unlimited accumulation of property is also a natural right, or, more precisely, that the invention of money makes it equivalent to a natural right. Such an argument means that government must not only protect property in the limited sense of protecting life and liberty, but that it must not interfere in the competitive and unlimited struggle among individuals to accumulate property in possessions. The result, particularly in this country, has been that various problems of urban industrial society too often go unattended. For example, where the unlimited acquisition of property is protected and even encouraged, the assault upon the natural environment will be severe. As Locke himself shows, the creation of property requires the destruction of something in nature. To build a house, for example, requires cutting down trees, and when home building becomes a venture in the accumulation of more and more capital, the number of trees cut down grows exponentially. Yet, we have found it politically difficult to prevent this destruction of woodlands, since limiting the number of trees cut down means standing in the way of the individual's right to accumulate property. Now extend this dilemma to the whole range of urban and environmental problems. You can see how difficult it is for government to deal with them without violating our most cherished ideals of individual rights. The tendency, particularly in this country, has been to preserve property rights and let the problems go unattended. This is precisely what the neo-Hobbesians now argue cannot continue, and they are at least in part correct. The extensive growth of executive prerogative that Locke did not anticipate is due in large measure to the need for increasingly powerful and centralized leadership to deal with the problems generated by the unregulated exercise of individual property rights. Another problem rooted in Locke's economic philosophy has to do with the issue of social class. Recall Locke's claim that all individuals are equal in their right to accumulate property in possessions, and that so long as they are industrious and rational they have an equal opportunity for economic success. For this reason, Locke perceived no contradiction between 214. People's natural equality and their social inequality. We now know, however, that there is indeed a contradiction. Social scientists have shown, rather conclusively, that the existence of social classes is incompatible with equality of opportunity as Locke and later liberals conceived it. The class system is much more rigid than Locke suggests. Few people are able to climb out of their class position, and this is particularly the case for the lower classes. And the reason is that the very attitudes and skills required to be industrious and rational are class determined. They are, by and large, attitudes and skills that belong to those in the middle class. Hence, it is class position, that is, the amount of property one has in possessions, that most often determines one's economic success. It is not, as Locke believed, the other way around. There is, further, a serious psychological problem that attends this emphasis upon the individual rather than social class, although, in fairness, Locke could hardly have anticipated it, for inasmuch as he puts the burden of economic and social success upon the individual, the lower classes will not only be viewed as irrational and lazy by others, they will view themselves in the same light. Indeed, in a society as Lockean as the United States, many people suffer from a pathological fear of economic failure, not because of any likely possibility of real economic distress, but because their dignity as human beings rests upon the amount of property they possess. Should they fail economically, they would be proven essentially lazy and irrational. Such great American literary works as Miller's Death of a Salesman are real treatments of these psychological dilemmas inherent in our Lockean society. Finally, we note certain political problems connected with Locke's theory of property, in particular the disenfranchisement of the poor. In the 19th century, for example, all Western liberal democracies imposed a property qualification on voting. In this they simply followed the lead of Locke himself, who assumed that the democratic vote would be extended only to men of property, even though this involved the violation of his premise that all humans have property, if only in the limited sense that they can be said to own themselves. In this country, this same premise was violated as well in the case of African Americans who, while formally attaining the right to vote after the Civil War, did not in fact acquire it in many states until the Voting Rights Act of 1965. Later liberals, in any case, soon forgot Locke's full meaning of property and rooted political rights in the ownership of a state rather than in the simple fact of being a member of the human species. This same forgetfulness, it should be added, applied to women who were also disenfranchised until well into the century, and in their case there were specific legal limitations on the right to own and control property. In this, women were even in a worse situation than propertyless males who could at least stake a legal claim to acquire property, however much the real ity of 19th century capitalism made it unlikely they would ever do so. What is particularly interesting in this case is that while women were citizens of a Lockean liberal democracy premised upon the notion of consent, they were excluded from the vote, that is, from full citizenship, on the basis of an explicit patriarchal ideology. Men's control of property justified their control of women and, at the same time, justified excluding women from the voting booth. But it was not simply a misreading of Locke that allowed men to deny women the vote. The fact is that Locke himself accepted their exclusion from the franchise and, despite his rejection of paternal power as a legitimate form of political authority, recall his dispute with Filmer on this very issue, he accepted it as a matter of course in regard to women. This was possible only on the assumption that the patriarchal family is natural, that it existed even in the state of nature, and that as a consequence women never possessed that property in either person or possessions that would have made them equal participants with men in the act of contracting. This would seem to be what Locke does assume, but it is an assumption that raises the most serious difficulties for his whole theory of contract. For example, it posits the existence of a pre-contract social order that legitimizes paternal authority rather than a state of nature comprised of equal and freely consenting individuals. This obviates the whole idea of contract, since a non-contractual theory of political society could be derived from this perspective, as indeed Filmer originally did. It is not surprising, therefore, that feminist theorists have pointed to this and other inconsistencies in Locke, as well as in the other contract theorists who, in different ways, also legitimize patriarchy. As one feminist critic bluntly put it, contract is far from being opposed to patriarchy, contract is the means through which modem patriarchy is constituted. 35. Needless to say, women ultimately challenged patriarchy and their resultant disenfranchisement, but for the most part they did so in Lockean liberal terms. In this they simply followed the logic inherent in the concept of consent and contract, that as free and equal individuals, as they ought to be, they would never consent to patriarchal domination and political disenfranchisement. Today, of course, universal suffrage is the norm in all Western liberal democracies. Yet, this has not resolved all of the problems that the previously disenfranchised groups have faced, and this in part is also connected to Locke's theory of property. The economically deprived, which includes a disproportionate number of women and minorities, have neither the education nor other advantages that make for full political and legal equality. Because of their class position, they do not in reality have the full human rights that Locke at least initially claimed to be those of every human being as human being. 216. But all of these problems, from the structural and political to the economic, reduce themselves to a more fundamental issue, Locke's ambivalence about the state of nature. Clearly, Locke's emphasis upon structurally limiting the exercise of political power is connected to his second, or Hobbesian, interpretation of the state of nature. Why worry about limiting the exercise of power unless, as Hobbes maintained, human beings are insatiable power seekers? And Locke's justification of the unlimited accumulation of property makes sense only if we consider human beings to have by nature an unlimited desire for property, a view connected to Locke's thesis that the state of nature is indeed a state of war. But Locke's initial thesis is that the state of nature is a state of peace, a thesis that would imply a quite different political theory than that we have just been criticizing. How, then, do we interpret Locke's ambivalence? There are at least two possible approaches. The most favorable interpretation is that Locke's theory of the state of nature is ambivalent because human nature itself is ambivalent. We observe most human beings to be both loving and cooperative as well as selfish and competitive, and Locke's differing views of the state of nature may simply be objective and realistic assessments of the way human beings actually behave. Granted, Hobbes's view of the state of nature is logically more consistent, but humans seldom fit logical categories. Locke may be less consistent, but perhaps he is more realistic. The least favorable interpretation of Locke's ambivalence we may call the ideological interpretation. In this context, ideology means a set of social or political ideas that reflect socio-economic or class interests. Some scholars, many of whom are Marxists, argue that Locke's political theory is really a hidden justification of capitalist society and bourgeois rule. 36 They claim that Locke's theory of property rights is not so much a justification of liberal democracy as it is a defense of the unlimited appropriation of property and an emerging capitalist class. From this perspective, then, Locke's real view of the state of nature is the second, or Hobbesian, view, which claims the state of nature to be a state of war. For in order to justify the unlimited appropriation of property, Locke must demonstrate that the human desire for property is itself unlimited. He must demonstrate, that is, that capitalism is justified by the facts of human nature. Here we return to the crucial question of Locke's relationship to Hobbes. If the ideological interpretation of Locke is correct, it is apparent that Locke does agree with Hobbes' view of the species. By the same token, it becomes clear why, at the same time, Locke disagrees with Hobbes' defense of absolutism based, as it is, upon the theory that people lay down all their rights in the act of contracting. Clearly, if all rights are given up, the right of property exists at the whim of the sovereign power. Under these conditions, the right of property and its unlimited accumulation could not be absolutely secured, and the continued existence of the emerging capitalist class could not be guaranteed. By making property a natural right, and by limiting the power of government such that it could not interfere in the exercise of that right, Locke ensured the continued existence of the capitalist class. From this perspective, it is clear that Locke had made the discovery that liberal democracy is the political form most compatible with capitalism, a point of view held by Marxists to this day. Which interpretation of Locke's ambivalence is correct? No definitive answer is possible. As we have seen, scholars disagree among themselves about how to interpret the second treatise, and there are other interpretations besides the two extremes we have given here. What we can note, however, is that Locke's ambivalence puts his justification of constitutionally limited government upon very shaky grounds. For to the extent that he adopts the Hobbesian interpretation of the state of nature, Locke cannot avoid sharing with Hobbes his utilitarian psychology, his rejection of natural law, and his nominalism. And, as we have seen, Hobbes uses these very psychological and epistemological assumptions to destroy the constitutionalists' argument that there are certain objective and universally applicable rights beyond the power of government to deny or alter. Yet, for our purposes, it makes no difference which of the various interpretations of Locke is most accurate. We can safely leave that debate to the scholars. What is of real interest to us is that Locke's ambivalence has had a paradoxical effect upon our own political consciousness, as it has upon liberal thought in general. For on the one hand we expect the community to be organized for social ends, and government to rule for the public good, as if human beings were social and ethical creatures. On the other, we praise and encourage self-interested individualism and demand that government refrain from intervening in the competitive struggle for material possessions and social status, as if human beings were by nature the way Hobbes describes them. In other words, our own political values embody Locke's ambivalent view of human nature as expressed in his differing interpretations of the state of nature. It is clear that Locke's ambivalence plays a real function for us, although a very dangerous one. It allows us to continue to speak of our political order in ethical terms while justifying forms of liberalism that imply something quite different. It allows us to believe, as did the classical thinkers, that ethics and politics are united, while in reality we work upon the presumption that they are not. In other words, Locke's ambivalence comfortably deceives us, for it prevents us from seeing the unpleasant Hobbesian elements in our most cherished political and social values. It prevents us from seeing that mere power and self-interest may be what hold our polity together rather than any genuine authority. But if Locke's ambivalence deceives us, it failed to deceive the last of the great contract theorists. Long before his fellow thinkers had sensed any difficulties with Locke and the new science of politics, Jean-Jacques Rousseau laid bare the fatal flaw in all political thought since Machiavelli. In the 218 process, he called into question the validity of the nation-state itself, whether organized on Hobbesian or Lockean premises. Rousseau. Jean-Jacques Rousseau was the intellectual father of the French Revolution, as well as the last and perhaps greatest of the modem contract theorists. He was in some sense aware of his own importance, for he claimed to have resolved what he believed to be the most fundamental issue of modem political life. In his major political work, The Social Contract, he frames the issue as follows. Man is born free, and yet we see him everywhere in chains. Those who believe themselves masters of others cease not to be even greater slaves than the people they govern. How this happens I am ignorant, but if I were asked what renders it justifiable, I believe it may be in my power to resolve the question. 1. At first glance, this statement seems extravagant. Despite the continued existence of hereditary monarchy, had not the trend since the Renaissance been an expansion of freedom, and had not modem political theorists given increasing attention to the question of liberty? John Locke, for example, had made the language of consent and popular sovereignty common currency among 18th-century intellectuals. Where then lay the problem? How could Rousseau seriously claim that men are everywhere in chains? If these questions rise immediately to the mind of the modem reader of Rousseau, they rose even more dramatically to the minds of his contemporaries. 221. 222. Rares. We at least have come to question some of the more optimistic political assumptions of Locke and his followers. But in the 18th century, no serious intellectual was prepared to deal with the possibility that men were in chains. This was the age of the Enlightenment, a period of time that stretches roughly from Locke to the beginning of the 19th century. It was a time in which supposedly the light of reason fully illuminated human affairs for the first time. And it was this light of reason that Enlightenment thinkers such as Voltaire believed to be the cause of human liberation and the source of human progress. Just as Galileo and Newton had used reason to liberate humanity from superstition, John Locke and his followers had used it to liberate people from false political doctrines such as those propounded by Filmer and other pre-Enlightenment defenders of absolutism. Seen in this context, it is not difficult to imagine how shocking Rousseau's claim appeared to his contemporaries. It was a claim that not only ran counter to their optimism in the progress of liberty, but also challenged their unquestioning faith in reason itself. And such radical thinking is not to be explained in intellectual terms alone. It must be seen in part as an expression of a deeper emotional and temperamental reality. This is particularly the case with Rousseau, for perhaps more than any other thinker we have studied, Rousseau's political philosophy is a direct reflection of the man himself. Just as his political thought was out of joint with the generally accepted assumptions of the times, so too was the man out of joint with the society in which he lived. He was, in fact, an intensely unhappy and neurotic person whose life ended in madness and despair. Rousseau, 1712–1778, was born in Geneva to an artisan family. His mother died of complications arising from his birth, a tragedy that filled Rousseau with a lifelong sense of guilt and in all probability lay behind much of his neurotic behavior and personal unhappiness. As a young man, he was apprenticed in several trades, and in 1728 he set out for a period of travel during which he engaged in an extensive process of self-education. He was not, like Hobbes and Locke, formally trained in the university, nor did he consider himself a philosopher in any formal sense. In 1742 Rousseau set out for Paris where he met the leading cultural, scientific, and philosophical luminaries of Enlightenment France. Among them was Diderot, a leading philosopher, as the major French Enlightenment thinkers were called, and the founder of the Encyclopédie, a multi-volume work that aimed at encompassing all knowledge. Rousseau contributed several articles to the Encyclopédie, the most important of which was the Discourse on Political Economy. This work, along with the first and second discourses, and, most importantly, the Social Contract, constitutes the basic source of Rousseau's social and political thought, although he wrote several other minor political works, such as The Government of Poland. In addition, Rousseau wrote several novels and numerous essays, and he produced 3 autobiographical works, the most important of which is the Confessions. In 1761, the same year that saw the publication of the Social Contract. Rousseau published Émile, perhaps the most famous work on education ever written. Émile marked a disastrous turning point in Rousseau's life, for so shocking was the book to Rousseau's contemporaries that it was publicly burned in Paris and Rousseau was threatened with arrest. Worst of all, both Émile and the Social Contract were confiscated in his beloved Geneva, a city that he frequently referred to as his political ideal. Rousseau had no choice but to flee. He became for the last years of his life a wanderer and an outcast. Many of his former friends abandoned him, the philosophes attacked him, and Rousseau found it increasingly difficult to establish or maintain friendships with anyone. Always a neurotic and unhappy man, he became increasingly so near the end of his life. His last years were marked by psychotic depression and paranoia. Apart from the tragic condition of his birth, the precise reason for Rousseau's personal unhappiness is not known, and normally it would not really be important in itself. We want to know what a theorist said, not why he said it, except insofar as the theorist's motivations and inner conflicts help us to grasp the substance of his argument. Because the connection between this man and his thought is so intimate, Rousseau is such a theorist. His inner and essentially neurotic conflicts have a direct bearing upon his political theory. Point 2 And the essence of Rousseau's problems lay in the inconsistency between his behavior and his beliefs. If ever there was a man who could say in all sincerity, do as I say, not as I do, it was Jean-Jacques Rousseau. In the Confessions, for example, he tells us that he feels for his fellow human more deeply and genuinely than others, yet he could not maintain friendships with anyone, and he thoroughly mistreated his mistress, eventually his wife, of many years. He tells us in Émile that the education of the child requires the total attention of the tutor, yet he sent all of his illegitimate children to a foundling home and never saw them again. He complains of the superficiality and immorality of the theater and other forms of civilized entertainment, yet he was an avid theater-goer, and his novels contain the kind of excessive romanticism and sentimentality that he elsewhere indicts as the degrading influence of civilization. He argues that the intellectual life is the unnatural product of civilization. In the second discourse he goes as far as to say that the man who meditates is a depraved animal. 3 Yet he was a thoroughgoing intellectual and frequented the salons and other intellectual gatherings that he says he so heartily detests. And while he insists that the desire for fame and other forms of ego gratification are civilized perversions, he himself desperately sought fame and recognition. Rousseau was not unaware of his own inconsistencies. Quite the contrary. He was not only aware, he was puzzled, for he was convinced that despite his outwardly bad behavior he was a good man. In contrast to the Confessions of St. Augustine, which aimed at demonstrating their author's essential depravity, Rousseau, addressing his fellow man in the opening pages of his Confessions, exclaims, "Let them groan at my depravities, and blush for my misdeeds. But let each one of them reveal his heart with equal sincerity, and may any man who dares say I was a better man than he." For this inconsistency between Rousseau's outer behavior and his inner life is the key to his political philosophy, for he insists that the inconsistency characterizes all civilized peoples and is to be explained only by the absence of liberty. If men were not everywhere in chains in European society, says Rousseau, they would not behave as they do. For where real political control had been taken from the people, he argues, there is not simply the loss of liberty in the narrow political sense, but loss of inner freedom to express one's innate decency and goodness as well. That people behave as other than the loving and cooperative creatures they naturally are is proof that neither outer political nor inner personal liberty is a reality. But what causes this loss of liberty? Rousseau's claim in the Social Contract that he is ignorant of how men came to be in chains is not entirely valid. In his second discourse on the origin and foundations of inequality among men, a work written some years before the publication of the Social Contract, he attributes the loss of freedom to the inequality produced by the emergence of private property. Primitive people had no property, says Rousseau, and hence each was as equal and as free as everyone else. Civilized people, on the other hand, have developed social classes based upon extreme inequalities of property, and along with social inequality has come a loss of liberty in both the political and the personal sense. Political liberty is destroyed because the propertied classes possess the power to dominate others. But this same inequality of property destroys as well the freedom to express one's innate goodness, Rousseau argues, because it produces competition for economic goods, the struggle for political power, and strivings for honor and status. All these unnatural social desires create conflict rather than cooperation, envy and malice rather than love and affection. Human beings began to calculate their own self-interest rather than thinking first of their fellows, and in the process they became what the sociologist David Reisman has termed other-directed. Rather than being true to themselves, they act in ways calculated to gain praise or to elicit flattery. They do anything to raise themselves above others. Worst of all, says Rousseau, with the emergence of inequality reason itself becomes perverted. Not only do people begin to use their reason to calculate their own advantage at the expense of others, reason becomes merely another source of vanity. Learning and philosophy are acquired, not for their own sakes, but to demonstrate one's intellectual superiority. Most seriously, civilized people use their reason to produce philosophies that actually justify loss of political and personal liberty. This latter point Rousseau first developed in his THIRD discourse on the question, has the restoration of the sciences and arts ended to purify morals, 1750. The question was posed for an essay contest by the Academy of Dijon, a scientific institution comprised of the leading French Enlightenment intellectuals. Rousseau's first discourse won the prize and made him famous, for not only did he dispute the Enlightenment's optimism in the power of reason to liberate humankind, he insisted that reason had contributed to the loss of freedom by blinding men to their actual condition of slavery. In a full-scale assault upon the Enlightenment, Rousseau claimed that the sciences, letters, and arts spread garlands of flowers over the iron chains with which men are burdened, stifle in them the sense of that original liberty for which they seem to have been born, make them love their slavery, and turn them into what is called civilized peoples. 5. Rousseau believes there are certain obvious political conclusions that follow from his analysis of Enlightenment civilization, an analysis, incidentally, that can be applied to our own contemporary society. Clearly, European society and polity must be reconstituted such that political liberty and inner freedom are returned to the people. Indeed, the two must be united, says Rousseau. Political liberty must be made a reality so that people can shape their social order to encourage the expression of that natural goodness that is the essence of inner liberty. It is not sufficient that people individually reform themselves, as St. Augustine proposes, nor is it even a second-best alternative, as Plato suggests. Rousseau's own life had demonstrated to him that human freedom and fulfillment cannot exist apart from a polity that makes them possible. Apart from this, human beings will behave badly despite their innate goodness. Since Rousseau believes that inequality is the source of the problem, one might reason that his reforms will include the elimination of private property. Such is not the case. While he clearly disagrees with Locke that property is the source of rights and liberties, he is in no sense a proto-Marxist, although his critique of private property in the second discourse clearly had a great impact upon Marx. Indeed, much of what Rousseau proposes will at first perplex the reader, for his political theory runs essentially contrary to our normal political assumptions. Indeed, scholars have not themselves been able to determine how best to interpret his political thought, and he has been labelled everything from a liberal to a totalitarian. 6 But if Rousseau's meaning is not always easy to discern, the manner in which he must be interpreted is clear. Rousseau is the last of the great contract theorists. As such, his political thought must be understood within the context of his theory of contract, which is developed most clearly in his major political work, The Social Contract. Yet even in the social contract Rousseau presents difficulties in interpretation, for he need not have employed the idea of the contract at all. Indeed, there are elements of his polity. 226. Cal thought that contradict the notion that political society is the result of an express agreement as opposed to an unthinking historical evolution. But, in certain important respects, the theory of contract corresponded to Rousseau's most fundamental assumptions about the nature of social and political order. Moreover, he understood that a political theorist must speak in a language familiar to his readers if he expects to change their political opinions, and in his day the contract theory had become the dominant mode of political analysis. For these reasons, he chose to employ that theory. What is unique about Rousseau's political analysis is that he combines elements of Hobbes's and Locke's theories of contract in a way that challenges both. This is true as well in his interpretation of the state of nature, which, of course, is the starting point for all contract theorists. In the case of Rousseau, however, the state of nature is treated more as an actual historical condition than it is by his predecessors, although the basic mode of reasoning he employs in thinking about the state of nature and the contract is still entirely that of logical imagination. What Rousseau does unequivocally concede to Hobbes and Locke is that, whether the state of nature is conceived historically or imaginatively, people's natural condition is one of absolute liberty and equality. From this point on, Rousseau selectively accepts, rejects, and modifies Hobbes's and Locke's contractual analysis. To begin with, he agrees with Hobbes that in the state of nature human beings lack any social capacity, but he goes much further than Hobbes. He not only claims that human beings are naturally isolated individuals, he argues that they are utterly amoral, as Weli.7 Hobbes had conceded that humans in the state of nature could, in the abstract, conceive of something like natural law, but according to Rousseau they cannot even imagine it, much less behave according to its dictates as Locke believes. Rousseau's insistence that human beings are naturally amoral, not immoral, and asocial, not antisocial, is based upon an insight that never occurred to either Hobbes or Locke. Language, Rousseau argues, is an invention of civilization. Primitive peoples are without it, they can therefore neither reason nor speak. As such, they are incapable of knowing those moral rules necessary to create a viable community. Like Aristotle, Rousseau insists that without speech politics is impossible, for speech is the necessary precondition for human sociability. Despite his agreement with Hobbes that people are innately asocial individualists, however, Rousseau does not conclude that the state of nature is a state of war. Rather, he agrees with Locke that human beings are essentially decent creatures and that, as a consequence, their natural condition must be one of peace and concord. But, as we have seen, he cannot accept Locke's contention that this peace is the result of people's ability to know and obey natural law. Without language and the capacity to reason, human beings are incapable of knowing moral truths. What then inclines people to peace? Feeling, says Rousseau. Hobbes did not notice, he argues, that savage man tempers the ardor he has for his own well-being by an innate repugnance to see his fellow man suffer. This innate repugnance Rousseau calls pity, the only natural virtue that human beings possess. All other virtues, says Rousseau, are socially created, or conventional. And pity, he continues, is all the more universal and useful to man because it precedes in him the use of all reflection, and so natural that even beasts sometimes give perceptible signs of it. 9. Simply put, Rousseau believes the state of nature is a state of peace because people are naturally good in the sense that they have a natural empathy for their fellow creatures. Bear in mind, however, that this is not in the strictest sense moral goodness, since morality requires the ability to speak and reason. This natural goodness is easily confirmed, says Rousseau, because we see it in ourselves as well as in others. No normal person wants to see others suffer, and there are many examples of people risking their lives to prevent others from being hurt. Even the beasts, as he says, give perceptible signs of pity or compassion, and he gives as an example the tendency of a horse to avoid trampling underfoot another living creature. It follows from this analysis that pity or compassion is the foundation of all human virtue and goodness for Rousseau, since it is a universal and pre-rational tendency to be concerned about our fellow beings. This natural concern, however, is not interpreted by Rousseau as an indication of a natural sociability. Without this, other virtues would either not exist or would be literally more than hollow rules of behavior. Indeed, this is precisely Rousseau's complaint about Enlightenment civilization: it had lost its capacity to feel and, as such, its purported virtues were little more than vanities. Worse, he believes that Enlightenment virtues are actually destructive of human goodness. It is clear that Rousseau's description of the state of nature is not simply a metaphor for human nature, as it is for Hobbes and Locke. It is a thoroughgoing critique of contemporary civilization, for it vividly illustrates that civilization has had the effect of repressing human goodness. And it is apparent, therefore, that for Rousseau the fundamental flaw in both Hobbes's and Locke's conceptions of the state of nature is that they had read into it civilized man and civilized conditions. In Rousseau's words, they spoke about savage man and they described civil man. Locke, for example, speaks of natural man's ability to know natural law when the capacity to reason, says Rousseau, is clearly a civilized trait. Worse, Locke and the other Enlightenment thinkers impose a form of reasoning on people in the state of nature that is already perverted by a diseased social order. The kind of social and political structure that Locke assumes people would rationally consent to is one that only a civilized mind would find agreeable. 228. But Hobbes made the more fundamental mistake in reading the real conditions of the state of nature. Locke merely imposes the civilized capacity to reason upon natural man, Hobbes imposes the passions produced by civilization. The desire for power after power that he ascribes to human nature is in fact a product of civilization, says Rousseau. Moreover, he argues, the state of war that Hobbes claims is the consequence of the struggle for power is first observed in nascent society, not in the state of nature. In short, Hobbes did not look deeply enough into his own heart. He did not recognize his own underlying goodness. Precisely because he was a civilized man, he assumed that his desires and passions were innate in human nature rather than the unnatural byproduct of social inequality. Given Rousseau's argument that both Hobbes and Locke failed to grasp the real essence of human nature, we can expect his view of the contractual act to differ considerably from those of his predecessors. Yet the reason why human beings contract out of the state of nature Rousseau does not make entirely clear. He simply tells us that the contract is made at that point where the strength of each individual is insufficient to overcome the resistance of the obstacles to his preservation. 11. But what are these obstacles? Clearly they cannot be those discussed by Hobbes or Locke, the war of everyone against everyone, or, what comes to the same thing, the insecurity of property. Such views are contrary to Rousseau's theory that the state of nature is peaceful and that humans have a natural regard for one another. The obstacles Rousseau seems to have in mind are purely physical in nature, for in his essay on the origin of languages he tells us that human associations are due largely to accidents of nature, 12 such as floods, earthquakes, and the like. People unite to help protect themselves from natural catastrophes. Yet, in Rousseau's case, it is more relevant to ask what benefits accrue from contracting than what impels human beings to enter political society. And here Rousseau is both clear and explicit. The passing from the state of nature to the civil state produces in man a very remarkable change, by substituting justice for instinct in his conduct, and giving to his actions a moral character which they lacked before. 13. It is clear that for Rousseau the act of contracting has an effect far surpassing anything imagined by either Hobbes or Locke. For these thinkers, human beings remain the same before and after the act of contracting. The contract simply makes them more secure than they had been in the state of nature. For Rousseau, on the other hand, the act of contracting transforms what are little more than dumb animals into human beings by substituting justice for instinct. Upon entering society, people learn to relate to one another on the basis of moral rules rather than mere feeling. As such, they become truly free for the first time. In Rousseau's words, the contract creates moral liberty, which alone renders a man master of himself. 14. Rousseau is in no sense, therefore, a primitivist. He does not prefer the noble savage to civilized humanity as many have mistakenly believed. Quite the contrary in fact. The superiority of civilized people, at least their potential superiority, is clear. They alone have risen above mere animal existence to become moral beings who are capable of making moral choices. In Aristotle's words, they have become capable of reasoned action and thereby free. Thus it is clear that Rousseau's critique of Enlightenment people is not that they are civilized as such, but that the form of their civilization is perverse. And his claim in the first discourse that the arts and sciences have corrupted and enslaved them is not to be interpreted as an attack upon reason in and of itself, but upon a perverted form of reason. It also bears repeating here that Rousseau's contract is, at bottom, an imaginative construct. It is not to be taken literally. Unless this is kept in mind, what Rousseau says about the contractual act makes little sense. Certainly no mere agreement to enter into society can create language or turn people into reasoning creatures. To be perfectly precise, human beings could not contract at all without the ability to reason or speak. It is probably for this reason that Rousseau sometimes treats the state of nature as a historical condition in which human beings evolve over time sufficiently to allow them to acquire those social and linguistic skills necessary to contract out of the state of nature. If we take what Rousseau says metaphorically, however, we find that he is agreeing with some of the profoundest insights of modern social science. For what Rousseau means to say in his theory of the contractual act is that language and reason are acquired in society. Consequently, all of our moral rules are social products, they are conventional rather than natural. Moreover, what we are ethically and in fact in every other way is largely the result of socialization. Beyond our natural capacity for pity, there is no innate human nature. Human nature is itself a social product. What Rousseau really wants to do in his analysis of the contract, therefore, is to demonstrate that people can be genuinely free and happy only when human nature has been socially structured such that reason is made moral. Reason must become ethically based, it must be made to be something other than mere calculation of one's self-interest. But how is this to be accomplished? Rousseau has in fact already given us the answer: reason must be united with feeling, with people's natural and pre-rational tendency to have compassion for their fellow beings. And such a unification requires a society in which gross inequalities are not allowed to debase people and make them self-interested and rapacious rather than public-interested and loving. Ideally conceived, this is the kind of society that the contract is supposed to create according to Rousseau. 230. It is at this point, however, that Rousseau confronts what he considers to be the major theoretical problem inherent in the contractual theory of society. He has agreed with the other contract theorists that people must contract out of the state of nature because of the obstacles to their preservation. Yet, it is apparent that the terms of the contract specify that they must give up their natural liberty and agree to live by society's rules. There is no other possible reading of the contract that makes any logical sense, says Rousseau. How, then, is the liberty of the individual to be made compatible with the necessity of social order? The problem is summarized by Rousseau in the following way. Where shall we find a form of association which will defend and protect with the whole common force the person and the property of each associate, and by which every person, while uniting himself with all, shall obey only himself and remain as free as before? 15. Hobbes's response to this dilemma was to conclude that people have no rights in society but those granted by government, a conclusion that Rousseau cannot accept since the enhancement of liberty, both political and personal, is the whole intent of the contract. Without liberty, people could not exercise that moral autonomy that it is the purpose of the contract to create in the first place. Yet, Rousseau cannot accept Locke's solution of limiting the exercise of sovereign power over the community either. Like Hobbes, he conceives of people in the state of nature as essentially isolated individuals. He absolutely rejects Locke's thesis that they possess a natural social capacity. Thus, unless the sovereign power is absolute in all spheres, as Hobbes claims it must be, Rousseau concedes that society would disintegrate into an individualistic state of nature. Rousseau's greatest claim to fame as a political thinker is that his analysis of the contract resolves this apparent contradiction between the liberty of the individual and the requirements of social order. He had found a way to create a sovereign power as absolute as Hobbes's, yet which, at the same time, allows individuals to maintain their liberty in an even more absolute sense than Locke would have it. 16. Before we consider precisely how Rousseau accomplishes this, it is worth noting the enormous importance of what he proposes to do. Rousseau claims to have resolved a paradox that not only confounded the great contract theorists but has lain at the heart of Western political thought from the beginning. One might even say that this contradiction between individual liberty and the imperatives of social order has been the defining issue in Western normative theory since Socrates. Indeed, Socrates founded Western political thought around this very issue when he refused to sacrifice his liberty to teach, yet died in order to affirm the necessity of law. The Socratic solution Rousseau does not find acceptable. Death may be an appropriate means to overcome the contradiction for the philosopher, but not for the average person. In practical terms, a political rather than a philosophical solution is required. The state must be so constructed that both liberty and social control are possible. And the political principles that must be employed to accomplish this task can only be determined by a radically new interpretation of the contract, Rousseau argues. To begin with, says Rousseau, the act of contracting must, as Hobbes maintained, involve the total alienation of each associate and all his rights. L7 Anything short of this would not work. But, he continues, this alienation of rights is from the individual to the whole community, not simply to one man or assembly of men who, as Hobbes held, are not a party to the contract. In other words, each individual must contract with all others to turn over their natural rights to every other individual. In this way, says Rousseau, the locus of sovereignty remains within the whole community of which each individual is a part. It follows, therefore, that while all are subject to the sovereign power of the community, at the same time all share a portion of that power in their capacity as citizens. If, for example, the state is composed of 10,000 citizens, then, says Rousseau, each has a 10,000th part of the sovereign authority, though he is entirely subjected to it. L8 What this analysis points to in political terms, Rousseau argues, is that the legislative power must belong to the entire community of citizens, and each citizen must have an equal voice in the legislative process. This is the only way in which the individual can be made subject to the sovereign authority of the community yet retain a legitimate share of that authority. And that this reading of the contract is correct, Rousseau insists, is proven by the political results that follow. Recall that the purpose of the contract is to create a form of association in which every person, while uniting himself with all, shall obey only himself and remain as free as before. This, says Rousseau, is precisely what occurs when the legislative authority is given to the whole community. Each is united with all to form a sovereign authority, yet in obeying the law the individual obeys rules he himself has had a share in making. Sovereignty and liberty, social order and freedom, are thus rendered compatible. More than this, the one becomes the necessary condition for the other. It should not be thought that Rousseau is simply propounding Locke's doctrine of popular sovereignty in a new guise. He is most surely a theorist of popular sovereignty, and he therefore agrees with Locke that government is merely a trust or, in his words, merely a law, by which he means that it is created by a legislative act of the sovereign community. L9 But Rousseau's theory of popular sovereignty is not only different from Locke's, it is in fact a thoroughgoing critique of the whole tradition of Lockean liberal democracy. For while Locke recognizes the principle of popular sovereignty in theory, he rejects it in practice, says Rousseau. In point of fact, he argues, Locke's Con. 232. Tract does not give the legislative power to the people, but to a representative legislature. As such, sovereignty belongs to the elected representatives, or more precisely to a majority of representatives, rather than to the community as a whole. Thus, Locke actually puts sovereignty in the hands of a very small minority, thereby denying to the people that political liberty that a correct reading of the contract shows they rightfully ought to possess. One might contend that liberty is in fact no more assured in Rousseau's ideal state than in Locke's, since the community may pass laws to which particular members will object. Each, after all, has only a small part of the sovereign authority, only one vote among many. And there is no more guarantee that the citizen will agree with laws passed by the whole community than with laws passed by a representative legislature. It would seem, therefore, that in obeying the law citizens in Rousseau's state do not necessarily obey themselves. This argument, while seeming unassailable on the surface, really misses the point, says Rousseau. Admittedly, some members of the community may object to a particular law, but this does not mean that they will not willingly and freely obey it. If society and polity are appropriately organized, the dissenters will recognize that the laws were made for their own good and will freely grant their obedience. And if the citizen should refuse to obey the general will, he shall be compelled to it by the whole body, 20 says Rousseau, and he concludes in what is arguably the most controversial statement ever made in Western political theory, this only forces him to be free. 21 The obvious objection to this line of reasoning is that to be forced to be free is a contradiction in terms. Rousseau anticipated the objection. Indeed, the social contract is, in a sense, an extended answer to it. For unless Rousseau can demonstrate that in his ideal polity there is no contradiction between force and freedom, as there is, he would argue, in Hobbes's or Locke's state, he will have failed to accomplish his major theoretical objective. He will have failed to demonstrate that there is no incompatibility between absolute sovereignty and absolute liberty, for there will obviously be times, although Rousseau believes they will be infrequent, in which the subject must be forced to obey the law. The key to Rousseau's answer is to be found in his statement that those who shall be forced to be free are those who refuse to obey the general will. The concept of the general will is Rousseau's major contribution to Western political thought, and any comprehension of his political theory requires a thorough grasp of it. Actually, we have already gone a long way toward explaining the concept without explicitly using the term, so we should be able to grasp the idea of the general will fairly readily. The general will is Rousseau's term for the sovereign power. When the community as a whole meets in legislative assembly, says Rousseau, it expresses in law the will or moral sense of the general or whole community. By moral, of course, Rousseau means that which is in the public interest, from Rousseau 233. Socrates on, the public interest has always been defined as the essence of justice or political morality. And what makes the general will a moral will is precisely its generality. Since members of the community must legislate for the whole, general, community including themselves, they have every personal interest in making law in the public interest. Remember that the creation of the general will requires the alienation of the rights of each to all others. Consequently, says Rousseau, the condition of every person is alike, and being so, it would not be to the interest of anyone to render that condition offensive to others. 22. By the simple expedient of putting the sovereign legislative power in the whole community, in other words, it becomes the self-interest of each to promote the public interest of all. On the opening page of the social contract, Rousseau says that he shall endeavor to unite what right permits with what interest prescribes, that justice and utility may not be separated. 23. This merging of justice, or the public interest, and utility, or self-interest, is the essence of the general will and may be said to be the key organizational principle of Rousseau's ideal state. For when self-interest, as Hobbes believes, is opposed to the public interest, sheer power must be exercised to maintain social order and real liberty is thereby destroyed. When self-interest is identical to the public interest, on the other hand, as is the case, says Rousseau, when each citizen has a share of the sovereign legislative power, the need to exercise power is dramatically decreased and liberty is maintained. Under most circumstances people will willingly obey laws that they themselves have made and that they believe reflect a genuine public good. More than this, the recognition that one's self-interest lies in the public interest, a recognition that can occur only when each has a share in the sovereign legislative power, generates over time a larger love of one's fellow citizens, says Rousseau. To grasp that one's self-interest is the public interest is to recognize that self-love can only be expressed by love of country. Thus, in connecting justice and utility, the general will gives political expression to people's natural virtue of compassion, of concern for others. In this way, reason is united with feeling, and political decisions thereby become moral decisions. In real life, of course, it is not quite this simple, as Rousseau is well aware. There will always exist the danger that the citizen legislators will fail to see that it is in their self-interest to vote the public interest. They may come to support laws that reflect their own narrow or short-term self-interest, what Rousseau calls their private will, rather than those that reflect the public interest or general will. Indeed, the danger is that the community will disintegrate into nothing more than a collection of private or corporate wills. Reason and feeling will become disjoined and people will begin to act as amoral and self-regarding individuals. For this reason, as we shall see, Rousseau advocates a complete restructuring of society and polity to prevent the emergence of any type of particular will in the community, but making each 234 citizen a member of the legislative body is the first and absolutely necessary condition for the existence of the general will. Without this, the general will could not possibly be expressed, since it would clearly not be in the self-interest of each to be concerned with the public interest of all. Justice and utility, in short, could not be united. For now, it is sufficient to recognize that so long as the general will is not alienated to a legislative assembly and is not allowed to disintegrate into a collection of particular wills, it remains by definition general, hence moral. 24 As such, Rousseau concludes, the general will is always right, that is, always right in the moral sense of reflecting the public good. It may happen, of course, that the sovereign community will misjudge the real public interest, but this Rousseau considers a technical problem that can in large measure be resolved by effectively structuring society and state. But it cannot happen that the general will, so long as it remains general, would ever consciously pervert the public good. The people are never corrupted, says Rousseau, but they are often deceived, and only then do they seem to will what is bad. 25 It is now clear why the citizen can be forced to be free in Rousseau's ideal state. Inasmuch as the general will is always morally right, refusal to obey the law would clearly be wrong. And since the whole purpose of the contract is to give human beings that moral liberty which alone renders a man master of himself, it cannot logically be maintained that to do moral wrong, that is, to disobey the general will, is an act of moral liberty. By definition, moral liberty is always conformity to the general will. Hence, were some inclined to disobey the general will, their freedom could be maintained only by being compelled to obey. Real liberty is always obedience to the law because the law reflects a genuine moral will. Rousseau's analysis is perfectly logical once it is recognized that he holds a positive theory of liberty. 26 The idea of positive liberty is that freedom cannot be discussed apart from some moral end. To be free means to be free for something. In Socratic terms, for example, real freedom means seeking that which enhances virtue and order within us. In much the same way, Rousseau believes that genuine liberty comprises only those actions that enhance us as moral beings. Hence, conformity to the general will, even if coerced, is clearly an expression of liberty since the general will is always moral. The contrary view of liberty, the negative theory, supposes that liberty means simply the absence of external restraints. There is in this no moral dimension at all. People are free so long as there is nothing to prevent them from doing what they want to do. One is not free for something, only from something. This is the view propounded by Hobbes and, less bluntly, by Locke. For this reason, the notion of positive liberty seems to us to be a contradiction in terms. We have been influenced so greatly by Lockean liberalism that we automatically assume people ought to have liberty to do anything not specifically circumscribed by law. The idea that freedom involves certain Moral constraints is simply alien to our mode of political thinking. And the logical extension of this idea in Rousseau's claim that the state can force its members to be free seems to us not only erroneous but, in application, totalitarian. Yet, there is nothing illogical or even necessarily totalitarian about the positive theory of liberty, even when carried to the extreme of forcing people to be free. As we have seen, the positive theory rests upon political assumptions that are perfectly coherent even if we do not share in those assumptions. And, as we shall see, the totalitarian implications of the theory are mitigated by the kind of polity Rousseau advocates. But the best way to come to terms with Rousseau's theory of positive liberty is to apply it to a real situation. In application, it will be seen to make as much practical as theoretical sense. For the sake of argument, let us take an extreme case. Let us suppose that certain citizens in Rousseau's ideal state have become addicted to drugs. We may safely assume that the community is opposed to the abuse of drugs and has expressed itself as such in the law. Now, given the nature of drug addiction, those addicted will surely attempt to break the law if left to their own devices. In the process, they will become increasingly enslaved to their addiction and will likely rob from others in order to continue supporting their habit. Clearly, the behavior of our hypothetical citizens is unethical since it is a violation of the general will. It reflects their short-term self-interest rather than the public interest or moral will of the whole community. Moreover, as members of the sovereign community, our citizens almost surely voted for the prohibition of drugs knowing that their use would be as damaging to themselves as to the community. Thus, when the community forces them to give up the use of drugs, it really forces them to do that which they themselves desire to do because, as ethical beings, they desire to do that which is right for themselves and others. The community merely forces them to be free. And if our citizens have become so corrupted that they no longer care what is right or wrong, this only indicates that they have become utterly enslaved to their addiction. Eliminate the enslavement, even if by force, and you set them free. Of course, the prohibition against drug abuse exists in all modern liberal states. But the prohibition is simply that, a prohibition. The act of obeying the law carries with it no positive notion of free moral choice, only the negative idea that breaking the law will meet with punishment. Certainly the idea that those who break the law will be forced to be free is unthinkable from the liberal perspective. Either you are free or you are not, and the scope of law determines how much or how little freedom you have. It is, in fact, this negative conception of liberty that lies behind the liberals' theory of the negative state. In order to enlarge individual liberty, there was no choice but to severely delimit the scope of state power. If, as Hobbes maintains, liberty is nothing other than the absence of law, then the rights end. 236. Liberties of the individual could be ensured only by reducing the scope of law. This was to be done both by limiting the number and extent of laws, the less government the better, and by erecting more fundamental laws or constitutions that would set parameters around the kinds of laws that could be made. A case in point is the First Amendment to the American Constitution, which states that Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion, or abridging the freedom of speech, or of the press, and so on. Rousseau would certainly not accept such constitutional limitations in his ideal state. He expects religion, speech, and press to be carefully regulated and controlled for reasons that should by now be obvious. Clearly, Rousseau's conception of liberty requires that the citizens of his republic be trained in moral virtue. They must learn to think first of the public interest rather than their narrow self-interest, or, more precisely, they must learn to recognize that the public interest is their self-interest. In other words, the state must play the role of moral educator. Rousseau is an advocate of the positive state, that is, of the state actively involving itself in regulating the community, as a necessary corollary to his theory of positive liberty, just as on the opposite side the liberals supported the negative state as the corollary to their theory of negative liberty. As products of the liberal tradition, it is difficult for us to imagine preserving individual liberty and preventing the abuse of state power from any other than this negative point of view. Rousseau thus remains essentially hostile to our most basic political assumptions. But it is important to recognize that Rousseau's defense of the positive state and positive liberty is not only logically coherent but that it embodies much practical political sense as well. For Rousseau is quite correct in his insistence that a political community cannot be simply a collection of self-interested individuals who have no concern for the larger public good. Without some sense of the general will, no society could exist, for it would quickly disintegrate into Hobbes' war of everyone against everyone. Indeed, it is with Hobbes in mind that we can now see the real value of Rousseau's general will. It is in essence a moral concept that illuminates what he believes to be the fundamental flaw in all modern states organized on Hobbesian or Lockean premises. They lack any genuine ethical basis and, as such, the citizens have no inner reason or self-imposed duty to obey the law. Law then becomes in Hobbes's words command, that is, a civilized form of force or coercion. Thus, obedience to law ceases to be an act of freedom and genuine liberty is destroyed. The concept of the general will indicates that it is the liberal state that is based upon force and coercion, not Rousseau's ideal polity where if force is employed it actually enhances freedom. This brings us to Rousseau's principles of political organization, for it should be apparent at this juncture that his political ideals require a unique political structure. And quite clearly the basic organizational principle is that the state must be constructed so as to maintain and promote the general will. Unless this principle can be realized in practice, the state will rest upon sheer power, the laws will be little more than coercion, and real liberty will be destroyed. And while Rousseau discusses a number of ways to preserve the general will, two considerations are of particular importance: the state must be relatively small, and the underlying social order must be essentially egalitarian. The most important and obvious reason for a small state is that it allows the people to gather into a sovereign lawmaking assembly. Smallness is thus the necessary precondition for the existence of the general will. In extremely large states it becomes necessary to elect representatives, which, as we have seen, subverts the general will. Moreover, the larger the state the smaller the proportion of sovereign power that each individual possesses. This is why, Rousseau insists, that liberty is diminished by the enlargement of the state. 27. Moreover, a small state contributes to an intense sense of community, and this encourages citizens to care for one another. It thus evokes within them that natural virtue of other-regardingness that undergirds the general will. Rousseau would agree with Aristotle that a primary function of political life is to engender friendship, and that without friendship and concern for each other people would be incapable of giving expression to the general will. Finally, a small state contributes to a simplicity of manners that prevents the people from being misled about what constitutes the real public interest. This is so, says Rousseau, because men of integrity and simplicity are difficult to deceive because of their very simplicity. Lures and refined pretexts do not impose upon them, and they have not even cunning enough to be dupes. 28. For this reason, a small state discourages those political subterfuges on the part of special interests that might deceive the people as to what constitutes the real general will. It is precisely sophisticated people who are most easily deceived by the appeals of special interests, and large complex states tend to produce sophisticated people. Hence, Rousseau concludes in one of the more famous passages in the Social Contract. When we see, among the happiest people in the world, groups of peasants directing affairs of state under an oak, and always acting wisely, can we help but despise the refinements of those nations which render themselves illustrious and miserable by so much art and mystery? 29. Equality is even more essential to the maintenance of the general will than smallness and simplicity, for liberty cannot subsist without it. 30, says Rousseau. The reasons behind his claim we have already examined in our discussion of his second discourse. Inequality means that some will be dominated by others and that, as a consequence, the people will lose that moral. 238. Autonomy, that is the essence of liberty and the very foundation of the general will. But, Rousseau hastens to add, equality must not be understood to mean that power and riches should be equally divided between all, but that power should never be so strong as to be capable of acts of violence, or exercised but in virtue of the exercise or station, and under direction of the laws, and that in regard to riches, no citizen should be sufficiently opulent to be able to purchase another, and none so poor as to be forced to sell himself. This supposes on the side of the great, moderation in wealth and position, and, on the side of the lower classes, moderation in avarice and greed. 3i. Clearly, Rousseau is no fanatical egalitarian, nor does he condemn the existence of private property as one might suppose from a reading of the Seconds on Discourse. It is not necessary that everyone be absolutely equal to everyone else, it is sufficient that no one group be so rich or so powerful that it can dominate others. Relative, rather than absolute, equality is Rousseau's goal. To this end, he argues in his Political Economy, it is government's function to prevent extreme inequalities by removing the means of accumulating too much wealth. 32 And rather than raising taxes to accomplish its ends, says Rousseau, government should strive to limit needs. He is convinced that increases in taxation are a mark of social disintegration. They imply that unnecessary social needs are increasing, and along with them that complexity and social inequality that subverts the general will. And for Rousseau, the first principle of political economy is precisely the maintenance of the general will, not the unlimited accumulation of wealth. Note here the dramatic difference between Rousseau's economic views and those of Locke and modern economists. Like the classical thinkers, Rousseau takes as a given that economic considerations, no less than political ones, are in essence moral concerns. Economic decisions have as their object the preservation of a larger public good. Thus, Locke's notion of the unlimited right to accumulate property is alien to Rousseau, as is the contemporary idea that economic health resides in an ever-expanding gross national product. Both ideas conceive economics to be an end in itself rather than part of a larger ethical whole. And both ideas have become the theoretical underpinnings of the modern industrial state, with all those complexities and inequalities that Rousseau insists destroy the public good. For this reason, Rousseau's insistence that the economy must exist within certain ethical constraints carries with it an ideal of a small, simple, and essentially agrarian state. Apart from this, there are several political or quasi-political institutions that Rousseau recommends as further supports to the general will. Interestingly, he follows Machiavelli's lead and returns to the experience of the Roman Republic. Like Machiavelli, Rousseau believes the Romans to have been the most political of all peoples and to have devised the most excellent of political institutions. Their example, therefore, he believes to be of great value to the theorist. We need not discuss all of the institutions that Rousseau recommends except to note their Roman origins, as a review of the chapter on Cicero will make clear. Two of them, the dictatorship and the tribuneship, have to do with certain technical constitutional considerations that need not concern us here. And Rousseau's analysis of the Roman comitia, or assembly, shows how his ideal sovereign assembly is to function, a matter we will discuss shortly. Two institutions, however, deserve special mention because they illuminate Rousseau's more fundamental political ideas. The first of these is the censorship, an institution, says Rousseau, established to preserve morality by preventing the opinions of men from being corrupted. 33. For Rousseau, opinion is really the most fundamental law of the state. It is the law written within the human heart, without which civil laws can have no meaning. As such, morality is subverted and the state ceases to express the general will if opinion is allowed to become corrupted, if, for example, people come to believe their individual interest is superior to the collective interest. The censorship is thus crucial to the maintenance of the public good. We, of course, are rather shocked by the notion of censorship, since freedom of opinion is one of our most cherished values. But it bears repeating that Rousseau holds a positive view of liberty and a positive theory of the state. To his mind, it is precisely the object of the state to engage in moral education so that the liberty of the subject will conform to the general will. Absolute freedom of opinion can no more exist in his ideal state than can an absolute right to the unlimited accumulation of property. This same logic lies behind Rousseau's argument for the institution of civil religion. Clearly, religious opinions, as with any opinions that have social or political import, must be fixed in Rousseau's ideal state. Hence, he argues, there must be a purely civil profession of faith on the part of the citizens, the articles of which are to be determined by the sovereign. And while he is willing to tolerate other religions so long as they do not contradict the tenets of the civil faith, the most important of which is the sanctity of the social contract, it is clear that Rousseau prefers the civil religion to others. Rousseau's preference is again reminiscent of Machiavelli. Like Machiavelli, he criticizes Christianity and other such universalistic religions, what he calls the religion of man, because their otherworldly orientation directs people's attention away from the political community and makes them concerned only with the purely internal cult of the supreme God. 34. Civil religion, or the religion of the citizen, on the other hand, is an intimate part of the state and thus makes religious and political values compatible. 35 Where Christianity teaches otherworldliness and humility, civil religion glorifies the state and teaches those political virtues that contribute to its survival. If we now take these various institutions as a whole and recall 240 Rousseau's basic principles of smallness and equality, it becomes apparent that the whole social infrastructure of his ideal polity is such as to direct the citizen's attention almost totally toward the state. Love of country is the inevitable result, and this is precisely what Rousseau intended, for the prime political virtue, indeed the absolutely necessary virtue, he argues, is patriotism. For patriotism, says Rousseau, combines the force of egoism with all the beauty of virtue. 36. We come full circle back to Rousseau's starting point. Recall his basic principle of political organization: justice and utility, moral rightness and self-interest, must be united. Rousseau has already shown that in making each citizen a part of the sovereign body it does become the self-interest of each to be concerned with the public interest of all. But patriotism absolutely ensures this unity, says Rousseau, because it is the very embodiment of justice, virtue, and utility, egoism. Patriots are those who cannot distinguish between their own interests and those of their country. Patriotism thus unites self-love with love of others. As such, it evokes people's natural goodness and makes them concerned above all else with the public good. For this reason, patriotism is the very foundation of the general will. It is at this juncture that we must analyze the structural and organizational principles of the two most crucial political institutions in Rousseau's ideal state, the sovereign and the government. The sovereign, of course, is the more important of the two. We shall, therefore, discuss it first. But it must be kept in mind that what makes the sovereign work, what makes it give expression to the general will, is the patriotism of the citizenry. And patriotism, in turn, is the result of those organizational principles and political structures we have just discussed. Rousseau's sovereign, of course, is the legislative assembly of all citizens constituted to give expression to the general will. To this end, there are certain obvious rules that apply. The citizens must meet in legislative assembly periodically, and they must be able to assemble during crises or emergencies. Rousseau does not provide us with any precise schedule, but he does state a general rule: the more powerful the government, the more frequently the general will must meet. The logic behind this rule will become evident shortly. For now, it is sufficient to note that government has a tendency to usurp the prerogatives of the lawmaking body. As the power of government increases, the danger of usurpation also increases, thus necessitating more frequent meetings of the assembly to guard against the increased danger. Now the task of the legislative assembly is not burdensome, nor is it complicated, says Rousseau, because a small egalitarian state requires but very few laws. 37. If this were not the case, as it usually is not in large and complex industrial states, the general will could not be expressed, since the legislative task would be beyond the average person. In fact, Rousseau argues, the sole object of the legislative assembly is the maintenance of the social treaty. 38. Consequently, it is primarily laws of constitutional stature, what Rousseau terms political or fundamental laws that concern the assembly. As for subordinate civil or criminal laws of a more complex and detailed nature, government may promulgate the requisite rules. Rousseau is insistent, however, that only those decisions made by the legislative assembly are, properly speaking, laws, since they alone embody the moral sense or general will of the whole community. There are, however, two decisions that Rousseau argues the legislature must always make at the beginning of its deliberations. The first deals with the fundamental constitutional issue of whether or not the existing form of government should continue. The second deals with the less fundamental, but still crucially important issue of whether or not the existing administration should remain. The latter, of course, is routinely dealt with in all liberal democratic states in election years. This, however, is the only issue generally dealt with by the people as a whole, since real decision-making rests with the elected deputies once the election is over. It is for this reason, says Rousseau, that the people of England are free only during the election of members of Parliament, for as soon as a new one is elected, they are again in chains and are nothing. 39. Now, despite the fact that the general will is absolute, it neither will, nor can, exceed the bounds of general conventions, for says Rousseau. That is, while the general will is sovereign, the legislative assembly cannot pass laws that contravene the generally accepted values held by the society, the most important of which, he concedes, is the right of property. Indeed, it is precisely because Rousseau considers property to be the most sacred of conventions that he does not advocate its total elimination in the name of equality. And while it may seem a contradiction that the sovereign is absolute yet limited by the conventions of society, Rousseau in fact is stating a truism. Since the general will is the moral will of the whole community, it can neither legislate that which is contrary to its will, nor could it possibly enforce such laws even if it did pass them. But if it is an obvious fact that the general will is constrained by general conventions, it is a fact premised upon the structure of Rousseau's sovereign. Where the sovereign power resides in Hobbes's man or assembly of men, or in Locke's chamber of deputies, there the very real danger does exist that the sovereign power will exceed the bounds of general conventions. For, if Rousseau's analysis is correct, wherever ultimate power resides in a minority of the community, there the possibility always exists that the minority will act independently of the wishes of the community as a whole. How, then, is the sovereign assembly to actually make laws that express the general will? Quite simply, says Rousseau, by voting until a simple majority is reached. 4. Like Locke, Rousseau insists that only the social contract that creates political society need be decided by unanimous consent, all subsequent decisions require only a majority. The objection will almost surely be raised here that a majority is not the whole community. Yet, there is no inconsistency in Rousseau's argument. To begin with, Rousseau roots his majority in the whole community rather than 242. In a minority of legislators, as does Locke. Hence, Rousseau's majority is much more likely to reflect the real interests of the community. But, more important, Rousseau nowhere suggests that the majority is identical to the general will. It is perfectly possible, although if the state is appropriately structured, Rousseau believes improbable, that the majority will merely reflect the self-interest or individual wills of the larger number of citizens. Yet this is equally true of the will of all, says Rousseau. A unanimous decision may reflect nothing more than the self-interest or private will of each voting citizen. For this reason, he argues, there is often a great difference between the will of all and the general will. The latter regards only the common interest, the former regards private interest, and is indeed but a sum of private wills, but remove from these same wills the pluses and minuses that cancel each other, and then the general will remains as the sum of the differences. 42. In other words, the general will cannot be determined simply by counting votes. Even if the votes are unanimous, this does not in and of itself guarantee a moral decision, that is, a decision in the public interest as opposed to one reflecting a collection of individual self-interests. The entire assembly, for example, may refuse to increase taxes it knows to be in the public interest simply because each member's selfish interest in paying lower taxes predominates. Thus, the general will is expressed only when the votes, whatever their number, reflect the general or public interest of the whole community, a condition that Rousseau describes rather mechanically when he speaks of subtracting from each other the pluses and minuses of self-interest. All that can be said about the number of votes, and this is all Rousseau does say, is that the larger the majority the greater the probability that it is an expression of the general will. And the only general rule of number that Rousseau provides is that the more important the issue at stake the larger the majority should be, and the more immediately serious the issue a crisis situation for example the smaller it need be. The point is that majority rule is perfectly legitimate for Rousseau so long as it is understood that a majority decision is not necessarily a moral decision. Rousseau is thus a good corrective to the popular notion that a major ity decision is necessarily a correct one. Where the state has only negative functions, and liberty is simply the absence of restraints, it cannot be expected that majority decisions will be more than the sum of self-interests, Rousseau would argue. Within the liberal democratic framework proposed by Locke, he insists, a majority will rarely assert the public interest because it is largely incapable of expressing the general will. This, and not majority rule as such, is the problem. Such, then, are the basic organizational principles of Rousseau's sovereign assembly. But the issue of government still remains: what is the appropriate relationship of the government to the sovereign, and what is the best form of government in maintaining this relationship? Put simply, what form of government is most compatible with the maintenance of the general will? There are 2 points that must be made before we get to these specific issues. First, Rousseau makes a great point of distinguishing government and sovereignty, a distinction that he believes some thinkers, Hobbes rather obviously, have confounded. For Rousseau, government refers to the executive power in the state, not the legislative or lawmaking power that belongs to the sovereign assembly alone. And, technically speaking, government does in fact refer to the executive. We have a tendency in this country to subsume under government the executive, legislative, and judicial functions. But in European parliamentary systems the term government is reserved for the executive power. Second, Rousseau insists that the existence of government in no way violates the basic principle of sovereignty, that the general will is inalienable because, as he argues, the power may well be transmitted but not the WI 1143. In other words, the essence of the general will is precisely its will or moral capacity. This it cannot alienate without ceasing to be a general will. In political terms, the legislative function of the whole community cannot be transmitted to any other body such as Locke's Assembly of Representatives. But power or the ability to enforce the laws can and must be transmitted, says Rousseau, since it would be undesirable, not to mention impossible in most cases, for the people as a whole to enforce the laws. The exercise of power, in other words, properly belongs to government. This is not to suggest that government does not pose a potential threat to the sovereignty of the general will. Quite the contrary, this is precisely the danger according to Rousseau. Just as the private will continually acts against the general will, so the government makes an unremitted effort against the sovereign 44 until the social contract is broken. And he continues, this innate and inevitable vice tends, from the birth of the body politic, to destroy it, as old age and death do in the human frame 45. In other words, while government is necessary, it inevitably subverts the general will. This is so because the government is itself a particular will, what Rousseau calls a group will, that stands as a constant threat to the general will. But unlike the private will of the individual, or the corporate will of an interest group, the group will of government has real power behind it. Hence, of all the particular wills in the community, government is the most dangerous because it is most capable of asserting its prerogatives against the public interest. Surely Rousseau presents us with a troublesome paradox. Government is necessary, yet it is the prime cause of social disintegration. But this is the same paradox that Plato raises in the Republic, the ideal state must inevitably decline because the principle of decay is built into all human affairs. And, like Plato, Rousseau argues that the best that can be done is to forestall. 244. The inevitable for as long as possible. This is to be done, he says, by fixing the exact point where the force and the will of government can be combined in the manner most advantageous to the state. 46. That is, the point must be found where the power of government and its own group will are so balanced that government will act as an agent of the general will rather than as its master. The founder of a state, says Rousseau, must strike this appropriate balance point. 47. And the general rule is this: the larger the number of magistrates or officials in government, the weaker its group will and the less able it is to abuse its power. Conversely, the smaller the number of officials, the stronger its group will and the more powerful it will be. Thus, the most powerful government is monarchy because the group will is identical to the private will of the monarch. The weakest is direct democracy because the group will is confounded with the general will of the whole community. A moment's thought will reveal the logic behind Rousseau's reasoning. As the size of government increases, the more force employ on its own members, the less there remain to expend on the whole people. 48. Simply stated, the larger the government, the more difficult it is to get internal agreement upon policy or to execute decisions once they have been made, hence the more energy that must be expended to accomplish these objectives and the less available to expend on the citizenry. The smaller the government, the easier these tasks become. Clearly, where one person rules, there can be neither dissension over policy nor over execution so long as the monarch is secure upon the throne. The monarch is thus free to employ all his power upon the citizenry. What, then, is the best form of government? Although Rousseau does have a clear preference, the answer in the final analysis depends upon how strong the government needs to be under existing circumstances. Rousseau's basic rule of thumb is that the larger the state, the stronger government must be, the smaller the state, the less so. Hence, larger states require smaller governments. Since small governments are most powerful, smaller states are more compatible with larger governments. Once again, the logic behind Rousseau's analysis is obvious. As the state increases in size, so too does inequality, complexity, and the emergence of special interests, all those social ills that subvert the general will. And, as Rousseau has already demonstrated, where the general will is weak or non-existent, force or power becomes the basis of political control. Hence, large states require powerful governments. They are thus most compatible with monarchy, which, for reasons we have just discussed, is the form of government most likely to subvert the general will. This, among other reasons, is why Rousseau dislikes large states and monarchical governments. On the other side, an extremely small state does not require a powerful government because it is easy to govern and less likely to develop those diverse private interests that threaten the general will. Hence, an extremely small state is most compatible with direct democracy, a very weak form of government precisely because it is so large. Yet, says Rousseau, democracy is not the ideal form of government either. In the first place, it confounds the legislative and executive powers since the citizen is both legislator and executor of the laws. This poses a threat both to the purity of the general will and to the appropriate functioning of government. Second, it is not, he insists, in the natural order of things that the greater number should govern, and the smaller number be governed. 49. And it is rare to find a state small enough and a people sufficiently simple to make democracy a very practical possibility in any case, he argues. Rousseau's ideal is elective aristocracy, a form of government most compatible with middle-sized states. Here is a government neither too large to be effective nor too small to be overly powerful. Moreover, it is comprised of the best elements in society leading the rest. Hereditary aristocracy, on the other hand, Rousseau dislikes as much as monarchy since the heredity principle makes popular control of government more difficult. And while he does not explicitly say so, it is clear that he also dislikes it because it does not ensure rule by the excellent. 50 Most students are perplexed to discover that the father of the French Revolution is a defender of aristocracy. But it must be remembered that it is an aristocratic government that Rousseau prefers, not an aristocratic state. The sovereign general will belongs to the whole people, and it is expressed within the legislative assembly by a democratic vote. Thus, Rousseau's ideal state remains thoroughly democratic despite its aristocratic form of government. A final type of government Rousseau discusses is the Aristotelian mixed form. And while in theory Rousseau prefers a simple rather than a mixed government because it is simple, 5.1 in truth he admits that all governments are in some sense mixed. Moreover, he argues, there are times when a proper balance between the various constitutional elements of the state requires consciously mixing different forms of government to produce a desirable result. Indeed, Rousseau agrees with Montesquieu, an important 18th-century political thinker, that liberty not being a fruit that every climate will produce, it is not within the abilities of all peoples. 52. A country's geography, natural resources, historical circumstances, and other such factors determine to a great extent what form of government is possible, and it is the task of the wise political leader to produce the best government possible under existing circumstances. As a general and by now obvious rule, however, Rousseau notes that monarchy is suited to none but opulent nations, aristocracy to those states which are moderately rich and extensive, and democracy to such states as are both small and poor. 53. We can now see that much in Rousseau's analysis of government is reminiscent of Aristotle. Like Aristotle, Rousseau's ideal is aristocracy and 246. Again, like Aristotle, Rousseau recognizes that creating the best possible state depends upon a host of circumstances that the wise statesman must take into account. For both thinkers, the object is to approach the ideal within the framework of what is possible. The social contract essentially establishes Rousseau's ideal. In this sense it is similar to Plato's Republic. Rousseau's other political works deal with the best possible state that can be established under existing circumstances. In the government of Poland, for example, Rousseau suggests employing the federal principle to create a condition of smallness and simplicity within a larger nation-state that otherwise would be much too extensive to allow for the expression of the general will. Such, then, is the political philosophy of Jean-Jacques Rousseau. But there is more to this philosophy than is immediately apparent. As we have seen, Rousseau wanted a theory that would expose the fallacies of Enlightenment civilization and the inadequacy of modern political values. As such, he was not simply interested in constructing a logically coherent political theory, he wanted to construct a theory that, when taken as a whole, would stand in direct opposition to the political ideals of the modern world, ideals that he believed actually destroy human freedom. This is precisely what Rousseau's political philosophy accomplishes, for it is a thoroughgoing reaffirmation of classical ideals. We have seen this in Rousseau's distinction between the best and the best possible states. He is following the classical mode of political analysis, which distinguishes between the ideal and the real. We have seen this same connection to classical thought in the other striking similarities between Rousseau and the classical thinkers. But it is Rousseau's concept of the general will that most clearly and directly connects his philosophy to the classical tradition, for the general will affirms on a new basis the classical ideal of the small state or polis engaged in moral education and the Aristotelian concept of citizenship as direct involvement in political affairs. More than this, the general will is a reaffirmation of the classical belief in the unity of ethics and politics. Without this assumed unity, Rousseau's distinction between the best and best possible state would make no sense, nor would any of his other political ideals. And, most important, without it Rousseau would have been unable to affirm what he believed to be the prime political virtue of classical political thought, namely, its emphasis upon authority, or to demonstrate the corresponding defect of modern political analysis, its focus upon power. Rousseau understood very well the philosophical genesis of the modern emphasis upon power. The naturalistic view of the universe had in Hobbes, and even in Locke, led to a strictly mechanistic and utilitarian vision of humankind that replaced the classical language of ethical virtue with the language of pleasure and pain. The general consequence of this was that political scientists came to assume that power alone is sufficient to control human beings. This is seen most clearly in Hobbes, of course, but this emphasis upon power begins as far back as Machiavelli and has continued as a general trend down to our own day. Even Locke and the later liberals took power to be the essence of politics and were concerned, not with eliminating it, but only with controlling its effects. But Rousseau also understood what few of his contemporaries could: it was precisely the exercise of power and all that goes with it that transforms people into practicing utilitarians. It is not because human beings are pleasure-pain machines that power becomes necessary. It is power that transforms what are otherwise compassionate creatures into self-interested pleasure seekers. Modern political theorists had mistaken the effect for the cause. Viewed from this perspective, Rousseau's emphasis upon authority involves much more than that strictly political critique of power relationships that we have discussed in previous chapters. It is not merely the fact that power is an insufficient basis to hold the state together that troubles Rousseau. Machiavelli admitted this much, and even showed the advantage of authority, or at least the appearance of authority. Rousseau is also concerned with the effect power relationships have upon individual human beings. Clearly, where individuals are coerced to obey the law in a situation where there exists no general will or conception of the public good, they lose their moral autonomy. Once this happens, they cease to act as free agents and become calculating and self-interested individuals lacking any genuine concern for their fellow creatures. Vanity and egotism become rampant as people attempt to gratify their desires at the expense of others. Psychologically, human beings become increasingly alienated from their own natural goodness. They lose their inner freedom to be as they truly are as surely as they lose their political freedom to determine their collective destiny. Authority, then, is not only more politically effective than power for Rousseau, it is the necessary precondition for human integrity and happiness. This is what the classical thinkers understood, and this is why Rousseau returns to classical ideals. Yet, paradoxically, the genuine importance of Rousseau as a political thinker lay precisely in the fact of his modernity. His ideal polity may have had a classical form, but his underlying theoretical assumptions were thoroughly modern. It is for this reason that Rousseau could not be easily dismissed by his contemporaries. He used their own underlying assumptions to challenge their explicit political beliefs. For example, Rousseau adopts the modem position that the state is contractual or conventional in origin. This sharply distinguishes him from the classical thinkers who believed the state to be natural. But Rousseau also distinguishes himself from the classical thinkers when he speaks of the moral basis of the state, for the general will is a product of the contract. Hence, the general will itself is purely conventional, it is an expression of subjective. 248. Even arbitrary values held by a particular community of human beings. It is not an expression of objective universal standards such as form or natural law. We have already noted that the natural law tradition was in a state of disintegration from the 17th century on. This disintegration reflected a deeper set of epistemological changes in which modern thinkers began to reject the notion of the existence of any kind of universal ethical standard. Rousseau clearly reflects these changes, so much so that he goes further than many of his contemporaries in his rejection of the natural law tradition. 54. All moral values, at least those expressed in the political domain, are conventional for Rousseau. They are human-made values that reflect attitudes and opinions of a particular culture. For the same reason, Rousseau rejects the concept of natural right. He does not accept the Lockean notion that rights are rooted in a universal standard that applies to all peoples at all times. As with any other set of ethical values, rights are conventional expressions of a particular culture. Rousseau denies, for example, that property is a natural right. It is, he argues, a strictly conventional right granted by society. And while he considers the right of property to be the most sacred of conventions because it is recognized as such in most societies, it nevertheless remains a convention. It remains a right granted by society and not, as Locke would have it, a right that all societies must recognize as a matter of course. And it certainly is not true that people have a natural right to the unlimited accumulation of property. As we have seen, Rousseau expects the community to set definite limitations upon the amount of property any citizen may possess. In sum, Rousseau believes the laws and rights that pertain in any given society are socially determined. In this he agrees with the basic insights of modern social science, which argue that ethical values are not a reflection of the Word of God or of other such standards external to society. But unlike modern social science, and in contradistinction to the Hobbesian behavioralist school of political thought, Rousseau does not employ these insights to deny the reality or validity of ethical values. Rather, he attempts to reaffirm them on a new basis. Hence, the unity of ethics and politics that characterizes Rousseau's political thought is classical in form but modern in substance. His concept of the general will, in other words, is a thoroughly modern idea in the guise of a classical ideal. Here we may begin our critical analysis of Rousseau's political theory, for while the concept of the general will is Rousseau's rightful claim to fame, it is also the source of the most important theoretical criticisms that have been leveled against his political thought. There is, however, a frequently made criticism of a more practical nature with which we should first dispense, namely, that Rousseau's ideal polity would not work given the size and complexity of the modern nation-state. Some scholars have gone so far as to argue that Rousseau's political theory is irrelevant because his ideal state is a throwback to the Greek polis, a form of polity that simply does not fit modern political conditions. This criticism largely misses the point. As we have seen, Rousseau follows the classical distinction between the ideal political order and the real, and the purpose of the ideal is to establish a standard by which to judge existing states. The point, then, is not the practicality of Rousseau's ideal, although, as he himself suggests, even in practical terms it might be possible to modify the modern state in the direction of his ideal. The point is that Rousseau's ideal polity may well have been intended to demonstrate the inadequacies of the nation-state 55 and, whether intended or not, the social contract makes quite clear what those inadequacies are. In its largeness and impersonality the nation-state fails to develop the conditions for the existence of the general will. As a consequence, authority is replaced by power and human beings are thereby debased. Read in this way, Rousseau's critique of the nation-state is the political side of his intellectual assault upon Enlightenment civilization and modern values. What we can say with some assurance about the practical applications of Rousseau's ideals is that given the nation-state as it now exists, they would likely prove disastrous. In a large modern state with its bureaucratic impersonality on the one hand and its lack of any deep sense of community on the other, any attempt to evoke more than a very limited expression of the general will would likely have totalitarian implications. It is one thing to attempt moral unanimity to the point of forcing men to be free in a small state with an intense sense of community. It is quite another in a large state that encompasses many diverse interests. In such a situation unanimity is well nigh impossible, and any attempt to create it will necessarily involve forms of almost total political control over a recalcitrant citizenry. For this reason, most of us find Locke preferable to Rousseau. On the other hand, those Lockeans who insist that Rousseau's political ideal is totalitarian forget that he had in mind a radically different form of polity than the nation-state. Beyond these considerations, criticisms of the practical viability of Rousseau's political schemes do not take us very far. The more important criticisms are those that challenge the validity of the general will at a theoretical level. And perhaps the most fundamental theoretical criticism we might make is that the general will is too ambiguous as an ethical ideal. This is because it is an ideal that lacks any real substance or content. We know that the general will is derived by a majority vote of the sovereign community. We do not know, however, whether a vote really gives expression to it. Even complete unanimity is no guarantee that the general will has been found. Thus, the moral underpinnings of Rousseau's ideal state are not very clearly defined. There are two fairly evident reasons for this. The general will is, as we have seen, an expression of a particular community at a particular point in time. The general will, in other words, is socially relative. As such, it cannot 250 be given a definite content. Paradoxically, Rousseau's attempt to affirm the importance of ethical standards upon a modem basis leads, as it does in most modem thought, to ethical relativism. And second, the general will is ultimately a subjective standard. It is incapable, therefore, of being fully expressed in logically coherent terms. Remember that the general will is rooted in what Rousseau believes to be our natural capacity for compassion. It is thus based, in the final analysis, upon feeling rather than reason. And feeling, however real or intense it may be, is a purely subjective experience. Yet, we should temper this criticism by crediting Rousseau with having recognized that the ethical underpinnings of the state cannot be based upon reason alone. Quite apart from the validity of such strictly rational systems as natural law, they reflect only one aspect of people's ethical capacity. We feel as well as reason, and our moral sense surely includes both. We do not, for example, refrain from hurting others on rational terms alone, but because we feel for our fellow creatures. This really is what Rousseau wished to emphasize when he claimed that we all have the natural virtue of pity or compassion. And his claim was based upon what he rightly perceived to be a disregard for the emotional dimension of human experience by modern science and Enlightenment philosophies. The complaint one hears today about the impersonality and coldness of modern technological society echoes a concern first expressed by Rousseau. On the other hand, Rousseau perhaps is too pessimistic about the power of reason to establish the ethical basis of the state and too optimistic about feeling and emotion. Feeling, as we have noted, can produce only a subjective, hence ambiguous, ethical standard. The great advantage of such rational standards as form or natural law, conversely, is that they are explicit, logical, and therefore unambiguous. As such, rational standards are capable of producing a knowable body of rules that apply universally. It was this optimism in the power of reason alone to shape the human community for beneficial ends that lay behind the emergence of Western political thought. With Rousseau this optimism is shattered. It must be kept in mind, of course, that theories of form or natural law may be philosophically invalid. Rousseau thought so, as do most modern social scientists. Hobbes may be quite correct when he says there is no knowable summum bonum, or greatest good. But, in and of itself, feeling does not adequately replace rational ethical systems, and Rousseau does not seem fully sensitive to this fact. Moreover, the emphasis upon feeling and subjective experience carries with it the danger of encouraging irrationalism. As a matter of fact, this is precisely what occurred in certain strains of 19th-century Romantic thought that were heavily influenced by Rousseau. Those same strains of thought contributed to the development of various fanatical ideologies later in the century. When all is said and done, however, Rousseau has the mark of a truly great political thinker. Our criticisms take us to the very heart of his political. Rousseau 251. Theory and raise the perennial political issues. It does not really matter whether or not we agree fully with Rousseau. What matters is that his political analysis raises all the important political issues and makes us think about them from fresh perspectives. Most important, Rousseau alerts us to the contradictions inherent in Western political thought, contradictions that he alone had the insight to recognize were reflected in his own personality and the personalities of all European peoples. Ethics versus politics, sovereignty versus freedom, the individual versus the state, and classical ideals versus modern ideas, all are encompassed in Rousseau's political thought. And while we may or may not agree that he overcomes these contradictions, we cannot deny that in his attempt to do so Rousseau raises the key issues in the long tradition of Western political thought and makes us think about them anew. Modern political theory, the rejection of the classical tradition. In our concluding remarks in Part I, we noted that the unity of ethics and politics was the defining characteristic of classical and medieval political thought. We also noted that modern political thought is characterized by a breakdown of that unity, and for reasons that should now be clear. Beginning with Machiavelli, there emerge new metaphysical and epistemological assumptions that call into question the reality of ethical absolutes, and new six scions of the human condition that raise serious doubts about the moral and social basis of human behavior. In political theory, the obvious consequence of this separation of ethics and politics has been an emphasis upon power as the organizational basis of the state. But, as we have seen, the concern with power is based upon a more fundamental political fact, the emergence of the modern nation-state. The nation-state is premised upon the consolidation and centralization of power, more so than would have been even imaginable in the medieval world, and political theory inevitably gave paramount importance to this fact. The modern concept of sovereignty, to take the most obvious example, would have been inconceivable without the reality of the nation-state. The role of the nation-state in the formation of modern political thought points out, once again, that directly or indirectly political theories are reflections of a given form of polity. Classical political thought took for granted the unity of ethics and politics precisely because the small and socially unified polis was by its very nature a moral community. Thus, the political condition of the city-state inevitably led theorists to think in terms of community and moral responsibility. And Aristotle could claim that the essence of politics is friendship because his polity gave credence to his claim. Hobbes's insistence that the essence of politics is power reflected an entirely different set of polit. 252. Equal circumstances. He was not speaking against the background of a small unitary community but against that of a large and impersonal political structure that, precisely because of its largeness and impersonality, was incapable of acting as a moral community. He was dealing with a condition in which the unity of ethics and politics in the classical sense had, in political fact, disintegrated. Initially, modern political theorists perceived no problem inherent in the rejection of the classical tradition. To their minds, the modern state need not be based upon ethical absolutes because nationalism, self-interest, or the effective implementation of power were believed to be sufficient to maintain social and political unity. They believed, in other words, that they had found social and political surrogates for ethical absolutes. But with Rousseau this belief is challenged, for he not only reaffirms the ethical basis of political order, he shows that in ignoring the ethical dimension the modern state may actually damage the human personality. Rousseau's challenge essentially lays the foundation of contemporary political thought. On the one hand, his criticism foreshadows the contemporary concern with the centralization of power and bureaucratic impersonality that typifies the modern state. On the other hand, Rousseau's critique has led to an equal concern with the psychological consequences of the new political order. In this century in particular, increasing numbers of political thinkers speak of modern people as creatures lost and unhappy within the very civilized order they have created. They pursue a line of reasoning first articulated by Rousseau. But this pessimistic side of contemporary political thought carried with it, at least until this century, a fundamentally optimistic point of view. If Rousseau had shown that modern society was debasing humankind, he also demonstrated the innate goodness of the human personality. For subsequent radical thinkers this was a uniquely important insight, for it meant that with the revolutionary overthrow of those conditions that suppress humanity's natural goodness, the good society would emerge almost automatically. In point of fact, the 19th century was an age of rampant optimism, despite the warnings of some of the more sober thinkers. It was not just radical thinkers in the tradition of Rousseau who felt that the good society was at hand. Almost all thinkers saw the future in terms of unlimited human possibilities. Following the French Revolution, doctrines of unlimited progress and the perfectibility of the species abounded, for the majority of thinkers shared with Rousseau a fundamental belief in the ability of human beings to better themselves by altering their society, however much they may have disagreed with him in other matters. These new doctrines came to be called ideologies. In Part 3 we will be examining in detail three of the most intellectually important of them: liberalism, conservatism, and Marxian socialism. And we will conclude with an analysis of modem nationalism, for nationalism has ceased to be merely that ardent form of patriotism preached by a Machiavelli or a Rousseau. Nationalism has itself become an ideology, indeed the most influential ideology of our time, so influential that the other major ideologies must now be understood within the context of national ideals. Contemporary political theory. The philosophers have only interpreted the world in various ways, the point, however, is to change it. Karl Marx, Theses on Feuerbach. 11. Conservatism. We have seen that modem political thought traces its origins back to Machiavelli and the Renaissance. But modem political ideas remained essentially ideas in most of Europe until the fateful year of 1789. Then, in the Great French Revolution, the old order or ancien régime was finally swept away, not only in France, but in much of Western Europe. Ideas that had been expounded only by small groups of Enlightenment intellectuals were finally put into practice. The French Revolution, like its earlier American counterpart, was carried out under the banner of liberal ideas. The notion that human beings are inherently equal, that they possess certain natural rights that no government may legitimately violate, and that democracy is the only valid form of government were the ideas upon which the FRNCH revolution was based. But unlike the American Revolt, the French Revolution led to some very illiberal consequences, a fact that lies behind the development of the counter-liberal philosophy of conservatism. To understand that philosophy we need briefly to reconstruct the events of the French Revolution. In 1789, the King of France was compelled to convene a session of the French legislature, the States General, which had not met since 1614. Its failure to meet was a clear reflection of the triumph of absolute monarchy in France and, indeed, it would not have been called into session at all had France not been on the verge of bankruptcy. The States General was comprised of three different legally recognized classes called estates: the nobility, the clergy, and the people at large, represented by the bourgeoisie or middle class. Each estate formed one chamber of the States General, but not all chambers were equal in representation or power. The nobility and clergy were dominant and, not without reason, they supported the existing order of things. The nobility enjoyed a host of privileges not granted to the rest of society, and the Catholic Church was the officially recognized state religion. Only the third estate, the new emerging commercial class, was fundamentally dissatisfied with the status quo. What had begun merely as an attempt to secure new revenues rapidly turned into a revolutionary upheaval of the whole society. Through adroit political maneuvering, the Third Estate increased its representation and unified all three chambers into a new legislative body called the National Assembly. Under the control of the Third Estate, the new National Assembly passed into law the Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen, which sounded the death knell of the old regime one and, in theory at least, replaced it with a society based upon liberal values. Equality before the law, equality of taxation, and an equal right to obtain political office were assured, as were the liberal ideals of the right to property, freedom of expression, and so on. In order to implement these new liberal reforms, the Third Estate attempted to restructure the whole social and political order of France. The aristocracy was eliminated as a privileged and legally recognized class. The power of the church was broken, and its vast property holdings were confiscated. The whole political structure, from local to national government, was fundamentally altered. Most important, the power of the monarch was severely circumscribed, and that of the legislative body was vastly increased. So radical were these measures of the newly constituted National Assembly, and so contrary to the traditions and interests of the ancien régime, that the revolutionary Third Estate became increasingly isolated from major segments of French society. Moreover, other European powers, frightened by the specter of the revolution and the possibility that it might spread to their countries, united militarily against France. Faced with increasing domestic and international hostility, the more militant members of the Third Estate, the Jacobins, formed an oligarchical faction to rule the country. Under their rule the monarch was beheaded, as were a number of other enemies of the Revolution, and what has come to be known as the Reign of Terror engulfed France. Although the tyranny of the Jacobins was eventually eliminated and their leader, Robespierre, guillotined, the revolution failed to return to its original ideals. Unable to settle upon a final and workable constitutional arrangement or to resolve its political problems, France ultimately fell under the dictatorship of Napoleon Bonaparte. Napoleon came to power initially as the savior of the Revolution, but he quickly became an absolute dictator and eventually, emperor. Under Napoleon, French armies swept abroad, destroying once and forll the ancien regime of old Europe and, despite the dictatorial means employed, introducing liberal reforms in the newly conquered territories. Without Napoleon, ironically, liberal democratic Europe as we understand it would not exist. Nevertheless, old Europe did not willingly accede to the new order of things. With Napoleon's defeat in 1815, a period of reaction set in. The nations that had defeated Napoleon formed the Holy Alliance, a concert of European powers dedicated to monarchical rule and the illiberal ideals of the old order. But the Holy Alliance was unable in the long run to stop the tide of liberal democracy. What the French Revolution and Napoleon had accomplished could not be undone. It is at this point that the key thinker of this chapter emerges as an important political philosopher, for the political reaction of the Holy Alliance was mirrored by a theoretical reaction against the French Revolution and the tenets of liberalism. This reaction came to be called conservatism, and its first and most important exponent was a British parliamentarian of Irish extraction named Edmund Burke, 1729-1797. In a classic of polemical political theory entitled Reflections on the Revolution in France, published in 1790 while the enthusiasm for the revolution was still high, Burke utterly rejected the revolution and its ideals. The Reflections became the Bible of the Holy Alliance and of all those who rejected the liberal philosophy. It remains the Bible of conservatism to this day. Yet, Burke had no intention of creating a political doctrine. He was by inclination and occupation a practicing politician, not a political philosopher. It was the events of the French Revolution that compelled him to write the Reflections. Indeed, all of his conservative writings were produced in response to particular events or issues. For this reason, the student of Burke must search through his parliamentary speeches, letters, and occasional pieces in order to reconstruct the basic outlines of his conservative philosophy. We may begin our analysis of that philosophy by noting that it is the very opposite of what the popular idea of conservatism would lead one to believe. To begin with, Burke spent his parliamentary career defending what he thought to be the genuine principles of the Whig faction in Parliament. Paradoxically, the Whigs had been established to uphold the principles of the Glorious Revolution of 1688, which embodied many of the liberal principles espoused by John Locke. Moreover, Burke was known as a great reformer. Perhaps his most notable effort in this regard was his attempt to reform British rule in India. It must be kept in mind that Great Britain was at this time a major imperial power and did not always treat its colonies benevolently. In India, British rule was particularly harsh, and no more so than under the governorship of a man named Warren H. Hastings. Because of H. Hastings' violation of what Burke took to be elementary human rights, he attempted to have the man impeached. What particularly infuriated Burke was H. Hastings' assertion that the Indians were slaves, subhumans, and that he could therefore do as he pleased with them. In his impeachment speech to Parliament, Burke asserted against Hastings a principle that any Lockean or modern day liberal would commend. Says Burke, the laws of morality are the same everywhere, and there is no action of oppression in England that is not an act of oppression in Europe, Asia, Africa, and all over the world too. This same attitude about the universality of moral law led Burke to defend the Irish Catholics from what he believed to be unjust British laws directed against them. And, again like Locke, he defended the right of non-stablishment Protestant dissenters to exercise the IR beliefs as they saw fit. Indeed, Burke went even further than Locke, for he stated that he would give full civil protection and a power of teaching in schools, as well as temples, to JEWS, Mohammedans, and even pagans 3. But Burke is best known for his defense of the American colonies. Taking an apparently Lockean position, actually a pragmatic position, he agreed with the colonists that Parliament had no right to tax them without their consent. And when America declared its independence, he counseled his countrymen ag instinging in awaragainst the colonies. He was convinced that such awar could lead only to the suppression of liberty in Amer icawith the inevitable devaluing of liberty at home. For this reason, Burke supported Amer and independence and advocated peace with the revolutionary colonies. The inevitable question is how can a Whig, a reformer, and a friend of the American cause possibly be the father of modern conservatism? But in fact the question is misplaced, for it is based upon the popular view of conservatism rather than upon what we will call the philosophical conservatism of Edmund Burke. The popular view equates conservatism with anti-liberal and anti-reform va Louis. But Burkean or philosophical conservatism is neither entire form ist nor isit even illiberal. Burke's argument with the liberal cause lay not so much with its explicit ideals, many of which he accepted and even cherished, as with the way in which those ideals were philosophically derived and, most importantly, politically applied. The best way to grasp Burke's philosophical disagreement with liberalism is to deal with it in the context of his attack upon the French Revolution, for what Burke understood better than why of his contemporaries was the liberalism of the French Revolution was radically different from the liberalism of the American Revolution or of the Glorious Revolution of 1688. Whereas most viewed 1789 as simply the logical sequel to 1776 and 1688, Burke saw an unbridgeable echism. For unlike their predecessors, Burke argued, THEFRNCH revolutionar IESWERE at TEMPTNG to impose strictly ration a la priori standards of natural RIGHT without ny consideration for THEREAL nature of society and the real needs of human beings. The consequences of THIS folly, Burke predict while db to produce ceave real iberalsociety indeed, so cety monaget to survive eatll. We shall ret earn to Burke's direp ions at a later point. We want first to understand his argument against the doctrine of naturalrights as interpreted by the French Revolutionaries. In essence itis juites simple. Rights, Burke argues, are inherently social rather than individual because human beings are by nature social creatures. They are not, as the enlightenment contract the ists would have individualists who leave the state of nature and enter society for purposes of securing the natural rights. Indeed, says Burke, it is a myth to suppose that human beings could even exist as mere individuals outside of society, and a danger to rational political thought to base a doctrine of rights upon such a suppository ition 5 in point of fact, he insists, the state of civilsociety, isa state of nature 6. Society ispeople's natural state, and any doctrine of rights, says Burke, mu.st prem is ed upon this fact. What then makes any right leg iti made for Burke, and indeed any pole iti cal insti tud ion, is that itis reckon is ed as such by the society at large. Such sociali reckon is ed rights and institutions Burke calls prescriptive because they are given or prescribe ed by society. And, of course, what makes any right or institution prescribe ptiveis trad ition? If a society has, over hi store iclt evolved rights and polit icl pract ices that are reckon is ed as leg iti made, then they are usually so, Burke argues, no matter how much they may seem to contrad ict the log ic of natural rights. For given people sin nate sociablity, no right or pract ice can be reckoned ed as leg iti made unless socially condoned. Thus, speak ing of his own pole iticl system, Burke states that r const ituti on isa prescript ive const itution, itisa const itution whose so le author itys that it has xis ted time out of mind 7. Now thisis not to suggest that Burke is unylling to concede that their xist, in the abstract, certa in on iv ersel rights. Recall that his indictment of war and hastings appealed to just such rights. It issimpply that Burke recognized that rights do not exist a priori or abstractly, but concretely in society. 8. As such, Burke argues, so-called natural rights, as they actually exist in society, undergo such a variety of refract ions and reflect ions, that it becomes absurd to talk of them as if they can't inuit in the simplicity of the ir or iginld direct ion. 9. That all people, for example, have a natural right to life isphil asaph kali true, Burke would concede, as he would agree in the abstract that all have a natural right to property. But he would also insist that to assert these truths is to state the obvious on the one hand and to wholly miss the point on the other. The point is not whether people have a right to life and property, but how these rights actually exist in society. In fact they have undergone all kinds of social refract ions and reflect ions. They have been utterly modified by society and no longer exist in the ir theoret icli pure form. No one, for example, has an absolute right to property under every condition, nor for that matter even to life. It is therefore absurd, says Burke, to speak of any right, even the most basic, as an abstract natural right that belongs to every individualinities pure state of nature form. But to Burke's mindits more than just absurd, itis downright ght pol iti. 264 Contemporary Political Theory. CALLYDANGEROUS, FORINPR op or tion as natural rights AREMETA physicali trui, HEIN cysts, THARMORALLYNP olitically FALSE. 10 THMOREPRE cis LYA right CANBST at ed INABSOLUD phil OS opheek FORM, THEMOREP olitic ally and MORALLYD structive it WLBEWHEN put INTOP olitic ALPRAC tis. WHY? BECAUSETHEMORE abstract CTLY true EARIGHT is, THEMORE it CANBST at ed INTHES implicity of its origin NALDIRICDION, THE firth RMOVED it is FROMHOW it AC2L exists PRESCRIP tiv LY. He NCE, any at TEMPTTOAP ply an abstray CT right TOSOCI at ECAN only DESTROITHAT right as it AC2LI exists. And THEMORE abstray CTLY true ETHE as SERTED right THEMORE destructive it must be. We might FOR example, CONC LU DEWITHTHEFR inch REVOLUTI onary ESTHATLL human BINGSOUGHTTOENJOY the SAME writes Beck OSETHEYARELLCREATEDEQUAL. But PREC is ELI TOTHE ext NTTHATOUR fill OS op high of EQUA lighty is true Burke would argue, OURTHE ori of rights must be Politic ali FALSE. FORWHILE it is true EINTHEBRODST fill OS op HKL sense THAT human bay NGSARECRE ed EQUAL. It DOES no TFOLLOIN politic ALTERMSTHATTHEY should ENJOY EQUAL rights. The rights PEOPLE in JOINSOCIETY, their real exist ENGPRES cryptive rights, ARE no TEQUAL, NEVERHAVE bin, and never WLB. If, THN, 1 at TEMPTSTO I'm POSEANEQUA lighty of rights by political MEANS, THE exist ENG rights, WHHARE no T distri but ed EQUALLY, WLB destro YED. ANDSINCE rights CAN exist only PRE scriptive LY, THERE salt must be THELOSS of all rights and INDE ed THEDE struction of LLTHESOCIAL or DERs and institutions THAT give ETHOSE rights are reality. As we SHLLSEE, Burke ESAWWITHLMOSTUNCANNYFORESI that the FR inch revolution would produce just THESE consequences. For this reason, his reflections on the revolution in France and EXT and DED polemique AGAINSTWH at Burke believed to be the absurd Eurus attempt on the PART of THEFR inch REVOLUTI honoris TOAP ply INPR actic the DO NE of natural rights. INTHENAME of THATDO NE the revoluti honoris WE re destroy ING the prescriptive rights of the ARist OC raci, the clergy, and as a consequence he argue the rights of the PEOPLE as a WHOL. Burke HADMA to the important discovery THATTHEPR simply of natural right, WHN carried in their pure form into political practice contradict THEPR principles of prescriptive right. But here NT in his discovery was an insight of even deeper significa NCE, and inside THATHAS its origins INARIS tuttle and THAT now constitutes the very core of serious cons RVATISM. Burke understood that THEP politic ALDOMAIN is destroyed WHNever it is made to CON form TO per LYABSTR act philosophical principles. Pure reason and DAB solute rationality have no place in polit ICS, Burke argues, for society simply does no TCON form to philosophical abstractions, and IT cannot ever do so without destroying IT self. There are two other crucially important reasons why Burke rejects the application of pure philosophy to the political realm. In the first place, he argues, prescriptionis accompany EDWITH another ground of authority in the constitution of the human mind, presumption. It is a presumption in favor of any settled scheme of government AGAINSTANYU, one TRIED project, that a nation. Conservatism 265. has long existed and flo nourished under it? 2 sup or tfor tradition al instituti on s and values, in THIRD-WORLDISM, is inherent in human nature. It is part of the very structure of the human mind. It thus allows that any attempt to apply the doctrine of natural rights or any her abstract philosophical system is manifestly contrary to the facts of human nature and, as such, unworkable. In the SEC on D place, says Burke, to respect the prescriptive structure of SOCD is to exercise the highest form of political rationality, a political rationality higher than that of any individual no matter how philosophically profound he or she may be. Burke calls this higher rationality prejudice, and he explains its meaning in the following famous quotation on from the Reflections. Instead of casting away all our old prejudices, we cherish them. We cherish them because they are prejudices, and the longer they have lasted, and the more generally they have prevailed, the more we cherish them. We are afraid to put men to live and trade each on his own private stock of reason, because we suspect that the stock in each man is small, and that the individuals would do better to avail themselves of the general bank and capital of nations, and of ages. Many of our men of speculation, instead of exploding general prejudices, employ their sagacity to discover the latent wisdom which prevails in them. If they find what they seek, and they seldom fail, they think it more wise to continue the prejudice, with the reason involved, than to cast away the coat of prejudice, and to leave nothing but the naked reason. 12. Inherent in the concept of prejudice is a philosophy of political reason, reminiscent of Aristotle and Cicero, that states that social and political knowledge is essentially historical rather than individual, that it is the result of the ideas and practices of many generations. It is a philosophy in sh or t, that conceives hist or yt rational. It is the ref or eto hist or y, and not pure philosophy, that we must if wewantoknowh it is really politically appr operate, wh either wer speaking of rights, forms of government, or any her political matter. Contrast this with the Enlightenment philosophies that had seen political reason as entirely an affair of the individual mind and had underposedet to the arration aliti of the historical evolution of institutions. The or y of Connell tact, for example, was frequently employed to demonstrate the irrationality of existing political institutions by arguing that rational beings would never have consented or contracted for them. The contract the or was essentially a historical, it denied the past and took into consideration only wh it was rationally agreeably to the individual in the present. In rejecting this liberal individualistic vw of political reason, it is important to keep in mind that Burke is in no sense defending irrationality. This is crucial, for the popular vw is that conservatism is an unthinking defense of tradition simply because it is tradition. The opposite is the case. Answer. Vietism is a defense of tr at iti on bcaus it is presumed to be hist or iclirational, mori rationalth in any political scheme propo said by an individual thinker. Burke's critique of liberalism to this po int hasinvolvedc onceps that revolvearound his kun der ling as sumpti on that human beings arein her entlysocialcre at yours and dth at their rights politica institutions, and indeed their very mode of teamki ngare determined by the socdinwh they live. At botom, This VW presumes the CL as sic AL or GANICCONC eption of SOCI et THAT SOCD itself is no TUN like Olivi NG or GANISMTOWH human BINGSAREIN timately C onected. It C on sieves of SOCD as a mutu ally interdipnde NT set of institutions and TRADIONS TH at ENCOMP as the individual and THATAREC onected TOEACHOT her in much the same way as ARE the VARIUS or GANS of Olivi NG body. And JUST as any alter et ion in one or GN of the body must CAUCHNGs INLL the rest. By Anna log y the same results OC cur WHEN alter et IONSAREMA de in the SOCIAL body. CHNGs IN1 PART of SOCD alter the WHOLE, and IN ways THAT celled OMCANB anticip et ed, Burke argues. It was this th at the liber al sfa ild mosttoc omperhendi, Burke believed. Their inability to understand the importation of presumption, prescription, and prejudice was due to their inability to grasp the real or ganic nature of SOCD for these terms are bulletin t differenti expressions of this same basic SOCIAL fact. In the liberals mind, SOCD was not the ngmoritation ac olection of pr operti, and POWER ng individuals, hence not the ngmoritation theme ch anical some of its various individual parts. For this reason, EARLY liberal teamkers have rightly bencalled social atomists. Indeed their theory of CONTR act, FROMWH the doctrine of natural rights was derived, TOOKFORGR anti-THAT the individual is PRI or TO and higher TH and SOCD. It is no wonder, Burke argues, TH at they old no T perceive THE pernicious effects of their politic al fil os op high. In eliminating the UN equal prescriptive rights of THEARist OCRACY, FORXMPLE, they THAT they WE simply affect the NG a definite and limit number BR of individuals. They old no TC, give n their et omistic vision of SOCD, THAT the AR is Socrates was as OCIAL ins TIDONIN TERT WIN ed WITHLL THOSEOT her institutions and TR at ITIONs of French SOCD THATARE the SOLE basis FOR the exis T ins of rights, prescription, THE legitimation of gouvernement, presumption, and D the RATIONAL ordering of SOCD, prejudice. They old not omprehendi, therefore th at their fil os op high of abstract equal rights, once applied in practice, muse tin evita bly de troy the whole social order. HOWTHENDOES Burke PR post TH at the Rev OLUTI Onery leadership of FR and CE ought to COND UCT IT self. This is, INFACT, THE real issue for Burke, not THE philosophical inadequacies of liberal THOUGHT as such. Burke essence were cons TITUTESTHELAST key element of modern conservative THOUGHT and D may be briefly some marist as follows, for re as ons th at should no W be clear, politic lle ad ersca no tapproch their task as academic mic phil os offers. Pure philoso phy and d metaphysics do no tblong in the domain of politic al decision making. Rat her, Burke argues, the leaders muse to derive their political principles from society itself, which means that they must rely upon history and prejudice as the source of their political knowledge. This, the true art of statesmanship, Burke calls prudence. The following quotation illustrates his meaning. Pure metaphysical abstraction does not belong. Matters. The lines of morality are not like the ideal lines of mathematics. They are broad and deep as well as long. They admit of exceptions, they demand modifications. These exceptions and modifications are not made by the process of logic, but by the rules of prudence. Prudence is not only the first in rank of the virtues political and moral, but she is the director, the regulator, the standard of them all. Metaphysics cannot live without definition, but prudence is cautious how she defines. 13. We confront an issue that we have thus far held in abeyance. The statesman's art lies in the exercise of prudence, that is, in the reliance upon the reason of pre-judice in the process of lawmaking. But pre-judice is not always reasonable. In this country, for example, prejudice has led to the presumption that certain prescriptive rights enjoyed by whites, and denied to African Americans, ought to be maintained. Few people today would want to defend such a point of view. Certainly Burke would not. He had shown in his defense of the American cause that it is not possible to deny basic human rights to one group without threatening the rights of all. For this reason alone, he would never suggest that prudence is always and in every case a slavish respect for pre-judice. What he does argue is that it is the task of statesmanship to maintain prejudice where it is rational, and to alter it where, as in the case of racial prejudice, it is clearly irrational. In Burke's words, a true politician always considers how he shall make the most of the existing materials of his country. A disposition to preserve, and an ability to improve, taken together, would be my standard of a statesman. 1. For the real question for the conservative statesman, then, is not, how shall I maintain the status quo under all circumstances? But, given the existing materials of my country, when and how shall I improve? To begin with, says Burke, improvement should be made only when there is a specific and concrete grievance, and the grievance must be such that resolving it will make for a greater good, or a lesser evil, than ignoring it. As to how the statesman should improve, the answer is more problematical, but Burke does provide a basic rule of thumb by way of a distinction between change and reform. Change, he argues, alters the substance of the objects themselves, and gets rid of all their essential good as well as of all the accidental evil annexed to them. Change is novelty. Reform is not change in the substance or in the primary modification of the object, but a direct application of a remedy to the grievance complained of. Point 15. Although his language is opaque, Burke is actually studying a very simple idea. Cha-nge is that WH attempts to eliminate grieva nces by altering the whole structure of society. As such, it actually causes more harm than good because most of the institutions of society are more ratio naltha and the scheme of any individual politica n. Reform, and the other hand, attempt to eliminate grieva nces without altering the basic structure of society. In this way the good is maintained while the evil is eliminated. Clearly, Burke's conservative statesman is to improve existing conditions through reform and noti, as did the French Revolution rise, through wholesale cha-nge. Burke provides no absolute, clear-cut rules of reform. As should by no be apparent, he is opposed to absolute rules in politics. It was the assertion of just such absolute rules and the part of the French Revolution rise that Burke objected to. Nevertheless, there are certain guidelines that may be gleaned from his writings that may be said to constitute the basic legislative philosophy of conservatism. First, says Burke, to follow no t to force, the publicinclinaton to give a direction to the general of the community, is the true end of legislature. 16 in other words, make law ws that reflect changes in society, rather than cha-nge society by maki ng law ws. This is the true art of reform, for it corresponds perfectly to the rule of prudence. The legislator should follow the general sense of the community rather than force the public inclinaton because the community embodies a hierarchy of wisdom than does the individual. Seco Burke argues, reforms should be early and temperate, because it is the interest of government that reformation should be early, it is the interest of the people that it should be temperate. It is their interest, because a temperate reform is permanent, and because it has a principle of growth. Whenever we improve, it is right to leave room for further improvement. It is right to consider, to look about us, to examine the effect of what we have done. Clearly reforms must come early, other wise grieva nceswlintense feu until wholesale cha-nge, even revolutio becomes inevitable. Burke wishes to avoid this at all costs, for reasons that should no be clear. But reforms must be temperate as well because temperate reforms are permanent. This is so because they have a principle of growth, they leave room for improvement. They allow the legislator to examine their effects, to modify where necessary and to make improvements over time. Radical cha-ngeo and the other ha-nd, has no any of these characteristics. For this reason, Burke insists radical cha-nge is rarely permanent. No sooner is it made than it is do ne as people come to realize its defects. Phi nally, in maki ng reforms the statesma nmust represent the wholnatona and no t just the co-ns tit uen si th at elected high m. This is so, says Burke, precisely because society is an organic whole, and not simply a collection of individuals as the liberals would have it. Politicians who neglect the whole for their own particular constituency, like doctors who treat only a part of the body with no concern for its impact on the whole organism, will produce a deformity. Conversely, voters who elect representatives simply because they cater to their own narrow interests fail to understand what their real political duty is. They ought to be electing people who have the skill, the courage, and the integrity to look to a larger public good. There is a deeper issue involved here, for if it is possible for the representative to represent the whole nation, there is no inherent reason why voting districts should be equal or, for that matter, why everyone should have the right to vote. People, in Burke's words, are virtually represented in any case. It was this logic that led him to resist an attempt to reform representation in Parliament, which, at the time, was unrepresentative of the voting population. To the American mind, influenced as it has been by the liberal doctrine, the Burkean theory of virtual representation, the term has now passed into general usage, is a heretical idea. How, the American will ask, can one be represented without the vote, or without a vote equal to everyone else's? The answer is that one cannot, given the liberal assumption that society is simply a collection of self-interested individuals. Clearly, in this view, only by giving each person an equal vote can the interests of each be protected. But Burke does not share the liberal perspective. To his mind, society is an organic whole and, as such, can be and should be represented as a whole. Such then, is the political philosophy of Edmund Burke, a philosophy that has remained the touchstone for all subsequent conservative thought. It is a philosophy that was consciously developed in opposition to revolutionary liberalism. And it has remained the major alternative, not only to liberalism, but to all political theories that call for the revolutionary transformation of society in the name of abstract principles. Yet we confront here an apparent contradiction that has been with us from the opening pages of this chapter. Burke is a Whig who attacks the very liberal principles that the Whigs, following Locke, had defended: natural rights, individualism, and the contractual theory of the state. The contractation, however, did not exist for Burke, because in his mind Locke was associated with the glorious revolution of 1688, a revolution that he understood as a reaffirmation of traditional British values. 18 Thus, for Burke and most other Whig politicians, Locke's doctrine of natural rights, and indeed the whole of his political theory, was not seen as a rejection of the idea of prescription. Locke had shown, for example, that property is the source of rights, and the Whigs took this to mean, as did Locke himself, that the propertied classes have a natural right to rule. But this natural right corresponded precisely to their prescriptive right, that is, to a right that had always been extended time out of mind to the propertied classes. Moreover, Burke was not so much opposed to Locke's political theory as to the extremes to which the French revolutionaries took it. Part of their problem, Burke was convinced, was that they had read, or rather misread, Rousseau. They had come to believe Rousseau's claim that man is born free, yet everywhere in chains, and had proceeded in the name of natural rights to remove them. 19 They failed to recognize that those chains are the bonds of society, and that what was needed was reform, not the radical destruction of the whole basis of social authority. At the deepest level, this was Burke's most fundamental criticism of the French revolutionaries and the key reason for his distinction between the revolution of 1789 and those of 1688 and 1776. In their eagerness to change the whole social structure of the Ancien Regime, the French revolutionaries were destroying the sole basis of authority, namely, the prescriptive and traditional structures that had existed time out of mind. And the consequences of this, Burke insists, must be the increasing use of force or raw power in French society and, along with it, the end to liberal ideals of justice and equality for all. Burke, as it turned out, was correct. He was more than correct, he was prophetic, for he saw in almost intimate detail the form this new power would take. It will be a military dictatorship, said Burke, under the leadership of one all-powerful leader who shall draw the eyes of all men upon himself. Your master, the master of your king, the master of your assembly, the master of your whole republic too. The man Burke describes is none other than Napoleon. Burke's apparently uncanny foresight was, in fact, based upon hard-headed political analysis. He recognized that the destruction of prescriptive rights and institutions would inevitably cause people to turn to an all-powerful leader. Without any traditional or presumptive basis of authority, people would have no other option. Moreover, Burke understood that these institutions, classes, groups, religious orders, and so on check the central power because each of them possesses its own authority. Each resists encroachments upon its prescriptive rights, something no lone individual is capable of doing. As such, says Burke, each composes a strong barrier against the excesses of despotism. 21 Thus, with the inevitable breakdown of social distinctions that must follow the destruction of prescriptive institutions, the centralization of power must become equally inevitable, Burke insists. Burke also recognized that the various associations that make up society not only resist encroachments upon their prerogatives, but they act as well as a buffer between the central power and individual citizens. When, therefore, these associations are eliminated, individuals stand utterly alone. They become a multitude of faceless entities, in Burke's terms a homogeneous mass. In such a mass society individuals are not only powerless, they lose along with their group identification the ability even to imagine other alternatives to existing reality. Given such a society of isolated, lonely, and moralized human beings, the central power finds nothing in the way of implementing the most extreme despotism. Unwittingly, of course, the creation of mass society is precisely what the revolutionaries aimed at, since their doctrine of natural rights was inherently opposed to social distinctions. Burke recognized, however, as did Karl Marx later in the 19th century, that the revolutionaries' doctrine of the rights of man was not at all opposed to the advancement of bourgeois property rights and bourgeois values. But what the revolutionaries did not comprehend, says Burke, is that the possibility of tyranny is vastly increased with the elimination of social distinctions. They wrongly presumed that their assault upon prescriptive rights and institutions was the necessary condition for the elimination of tyranny rather than the essential condition for its existence. Burke's analysis of the destruction of authority following the French Revolution was profoundly important in the development of later political thought, both conservative and liberal. For Burke was not only the first to note the emergence of mass society, he was the first to see the link between it and the centralization of power. This latter point was particularly important to 19th-century liberals, for they came to see the danger inherent in their individualistic philosophy. The more they emphasized individual rights, the more they cut the individual loose from the constraints of other social groups. Thus, their emphasis on rights encouraged the development of mass society and the specter of a centralized tyranny that could only make a mockery of those rights. 19th-century liberals found themselves caught in a paradox that Burke was the first to grasp and to which, as we shall see, they devoted much theoretical work attempting to resolve. For now it is sufficient to grasp Burke's distinction between the French Revolution and the earlier English and American revolts. The French Revolution aimed at the elimination of prescriptive rights rather than their reform, the destruction of the psychological and sociological basis of authority, and thus the erection of an all-powerful military tyranny. It was this that led Burke to distinguish sharply the French Revolution from those of 1688 and 1776, despite certain common liberal ideals. Many of his fellow Whigs, seeing only the common ideals, failed to grasp these very real differences. It was not until much later, when the revolution had worked itself out to its tyrannical conclusion, that the importance of Burke's position became clear. Until then, many idealists saw Burke as a traitor to the Whig position and to the liberal cause. In the final analysis, of course, Burke's political theory really was not compatible with that of Locke and the Whig faction. Under a different set of circumstances, he would himself have recognized that his objection to the revolutionaries did not lie simply in their taking the theory of natural right to socially destructive extremes. His objection would have been that their whole form of political reasoning is false. And indeed, this fundamental difference. 272 Contemporary political theory between liberalism and conservatism was eventually recognized by Burke's followers. His political philosophy ultimately became the heritage of the Tory or conservative movement in England rather than of the Whig or Liberal Party. But it bears repeating that while this philosophy is anti-liberal, it is not in content illiberal. Clearly, it is Cicero and, most notably Aristotle, not Locke, that Burke most closely resembles as a political thinker. Like Aristotle, he wishes to derive political philosophy from the existing feelings and opinions of the citizenry, not from philosophical abstractions. Again, like Aristotle, Burke conceives of humankind as innately social and of the social order as an organic structure of traditions and institutions. Moreover, he thinks of state and society in the same teleological terms as did Aristotle. In Burke's words, the state is a moral essence, it is a repository of values and institutions that have evolved over generations and that represent historically given rational ethical ideals. Point 22. It is for this reason that Burke praises prejudice, much as Aristotle and Cicero praised the experience of the ages. And Burke's ideal of the statesman as one who employs prudence, who draws upon the sense of the community and works with existing materials in the act of legislating, conforms precisely to Aristotle's and Cicero's idea of the political actor. Point 23. How, in conclusion, shall we judge the political philosophy of conservatism? As a theoretical response to liberalism, its importance is clear. To this day, Burkean conservatism constitutes one of the most important criticisms of liberal ideas. But even more important, it constitutes a critique of all modern revolutionary ideologies. We can see in retrospect that his critique of liberalism is a critique of ideological thinking as such, for Burke grasped that liberalism, or at least revolutionary liberalism, involved more than just a set of political ideals. He understood that it involved an entirely novel, and he believed an extremely dangerous, form of political thought and action that we now recognize as characteristically ideological. To appreciate this broader critique of ideology, we need to define and explain its meaning. The term is derived from the works of a group of French thinkers of the revolutionary period who wished to employ the insights of Enlightenment science to develop an understanding of social and political affairs. They were called ideologues, and their new science was termed ideology. Through a series of historical events, which included the conservative reaction against Enlightenment philosophy, the term took on a quite different meaning. This meaning Burke first articulated in his criticism of revolutionary liberalism, a meaning we now recognize as common to various systems of modern thought that in every other substantive way are quite distinct. Unfortunately, ideology is one of those words used in the social sciences that seems to be almost inherently plastic. The term continued to undergo a series of definitional transformations, one of the most important of which we shall examine in the chapter on Marx. Nevertheless, there are two basic characteristics of ideologies that Burke first noted in his critique of the liberal doctrine and that have been generally accepted as the key elements of ideological systems of thought. First, Burke grasped in that critique the worldview character of ideological thinking. A worldview is an encompassing intellectual system based upon social and political principles that are believed to be universally valid. Liberalism, as Burke noted, possessed just these characteristics. The rights of man constituted for liberal thinkers universally valid principles upon which they erected an embracing theoretical system. Having determined that all men possess certain inalienable rights, liberal thinkers deduced a philosophy that attempted to account for the totality of social and political phenomena. In a different way, as we now recognize, Marxism asserts these same universalistic principles and attempts to evolve an embracing theoretical system from them, as does fascism and nationalism in yet other ways. Burke saw very early the flaws inherent in this mode of political thinking. In place of a realistic assessment of what is politically possible, ideologies are invariably utopian and fanatical, invariably because the complexity of human societies is forgotten whenever we apply without careful reservations universal abstractions to real human beings. Only carelessly applied abstraction could produce the unrealistic notion that would be once governments were compelled to respect natural rights. And only such a notion could produce a fanatical belief in the utter rightness of the liberal doctrine and the assumption that those who opposed it were evil. The assertion of abstract universal principle does not in and of itself, of course, constitute a basis for utopianism or fanaticism, nor does the comprehensiveness of political vision. In its own way, classical and medieval thought possessed a universal and comprehensive perspective, yet was neither fanatical nor utopian, at least not utopian in the modern sense. Indeed, not even ideologies initially possessed these undesirable characteristics. Liberalism, for example, is in many ways a sophisticated theory of politics. As we have seen, it remains one of the best analyses of power and of how to constitutionally channel it that is available to us. And Marxism in its original formulation is anything but utopian or fanatical. It is, in fact, a profoundly sophisticated social science. The problem is that whatever original sophistication these systems of thought may have initially possessed, they eventually took on these undesirable ideological characteristics because, and this brings us to the second key element of modern ideologies, they became the theoretical basis of mass revolutionary movements. They became radical impetuses to mass accession, as Burke early recognized in the case of liberalism, and not simply theories about the nature of politics. And whenever political ideas become the source of revolutionary mass action, they are inevitably reduced to utopian political slogans that encourage fanaticism rather than sober thought. Radical ideas premised upon abstract principles cannot be made popular without appealing to people's unsophisticated and often emotional VW of the world. Herein lies the essence and danger of ideological thinking for Burke, the combining of philosophical abstraction with revolutionary passion. So ch a combination, he recognized, transforms other wise harmless and often useful abstract ionsin to those utopian and fanatical political principles that are characteristic of modem ideologies. Moreover, he grasped the underlying sociological basis of this phenomenon. Almost every modem government, says Burke, has become in its spirit almost democratic. 2.4 This Burke attributes to the emergence of the modem press, WHHIS able to disseminate political ideas to large masses of people. He recognizes, ite correctly, that modem means of communication have democratized ideas without WHH ideologies old have remained the province of a small group of intellectuals. Modem communications, Burke argues, have for the first time in history made it possibly for the intellectuals to communicate the polit ideals to the masses of people. Had ideologies remained simply the ideals of an intellectual class, Burke would not have been so violently opposed to them. They would, after all, have remained no more than ideas. But once democratized, once put in the hands of the mass of the people, Burke believed that civilization itself is threatened, for his experience with revolutionary liberalism had demonstrated that ideologies are used to overturn the very basis of society, not simply to alter the existing political structure. As Burke notes about the French Revolution, it is not a revolution in government. It is not the victory of party over party. It is a destruction and decomposition of the whole society. 2.5 Burke's statement contains a crucially important insight into the nature of modem revolutions based, as they are, upon ideological worldviews. They are assent social in nature, not primarily or only political. What the revolutionary liberals ended was not simply the elimination of monarchy, a particular form of government, but the complete reorganization of social classes, the church, the economic system, and so on. The Marxist movement, WHICHWAS to emerge in the 19th century, met at no less. Todd IWE take for granted the social character of modem revolutionary movements, but Burke was the first to see the true nature and to grasp the intimate connection between social revolution and the popularization of ideology worldviews. It is because of this connection that we speak of the period from the French Revolution to the present time as both the age of ideology and the age of revolution. Burke possessed the insight to see the seeds of this new age in the ideas and actions of the French Revolution. It is not without reason, then, that his opposition to the revolution was so militant. He was not simply fijing a localize problem but a set of ideas that had the capacity to overturn the basic values of Eastern civilization itself. Says Burke, wer at war with a principle, and an example. Which there is no shut ing out by fortresses, or exclude ing by territoria limits. 2.6 The war has continued down to the present day. Indeed, we no longer even think of war as limited engagements for the purpose of conquer ing territory, any more than we think of revolutions as limited political engagements. We have come to view wars as assent ideological. They are ostensibly fought to preserve the world for democracy, communism, fascism, or nationalism. The whole globe has become a political battleground and WHICH wars are fought in the name of abstract IONS and WHICH no less than the total transformat of the human condition. Burke saw all THIS at a time when most of HIS peers viewed the French Revolution as not ing more than the log IC al culm in at ION of the events of 1688 and 1776. At the same time, Burke must be CRITICIZ ed, for there was much he did not see. He vastly underrated the abuses of the ancien regime in France. As the famous liberal poem Icist Thomas Paines idea about the reflections, Burke pities the plumage, but forgets the dyngbird. 27 he aprec iates the aristocrat icglit tur of the old order, but fa ils to see the underly ingsocialdis integrity ion. As a consequence, he is unable to grasp that mere reform would have been insufficient, that revolution would have come sooner or later in any case. Moreover, although Burke understood that ideologue is depend for the existence on modern mass commune ic at ions, he did not fully grasp the impli cat ions of hisinsight. Modern mass commune ic at ions are simply one part of that whole process of mass ivesocial change engendered by the industrial revolution. For this reason, ITIS generally recognize that modern ideologue are the intellectual reflections of industrial society. THIS Burke did not fully grasp. Indeed, he was a supporter of the economics of emergency ing cap itlism, ideas that were not only a crook ial component of industrial progress but that did much to shatter the bell if in those trad itional values that Burke wi shed to ma in ta in. 28 in fa irns, he probably could not have foreseen the full implic at ions of the emergency ing industrial society. But in fa iling to foresee this larger dimens ion of social change, Burke attributed much importance to ideas and political events as the basic cause of revolutionary change and upheaval, and much too little to the underly sociological and economic factors involved. Apart from Burke's inability to see the full dimens of the com ing age, there are several other criticisms we make of Kant's rvatism as a political philosophy. Wemight ask, for example, whether or not conservatism really fits the conditions of the modern nation state. It would seem not. 29 Conservatism isakin to Aristotelian or Ciceronian ideals, ideals that can be realized only where the polity is sufficiently small for a genuine sense of community to exist. Clearly the nation state does not, and probably cannot, fit these conditions, as Rousseau had indicated. And in Burke's day the problem was compounded by the fact that England held an empire so vast. Thatlifny community of interest was possible. Is why, despite his attempt to reform relati on swith the ies, Burke could muster little support for his pro posals. Another criticism has to do with Burke eskens pt of st at esmans hip. He provide precious few ground rule for the st at esm and to folo, ot here th and that it is necessary to employ prudence in the act of legisl etting. Indeed, Burke has a very incompl at politicalphilos offi. He has no explicitmetaphysical and dep istemolog icalsystm, no abstract theory of the st at e, no distinct ion between ideal and real st at es, and no theory of form s of go vernment. Of course, G Ivan his belief th at philosophical of stractionhas no placee either in poly tics or in polyd ical philo so phy thisispRec isly as he intended. The PR oblum, nevertheless, is that the con ser vativ st at esm and can fin d in Burke few hard rule s to rely up on when having to mak dec igen s. To ref or m or not to reform ishis dilemma, and d with so litle to go on bsi de s and intuit iv sense of prudence, he is likely to tak the later cur se when the former is required. A fin aldi faculty inherent in con servatismiswhat we me ghtcall the his tor ical pr oblum. The con servativ der iveshis polid icalva lus from his tori, from tr added ionalva lus. The pr oblum is that once the seva lus mu stbma de explicit, once people mus be told to respect the irtradigtions, itisinmostcases al read y2 late. The power of prejudice, af ter ll, liesprec isly in itsinart colatin ss, itsunt inkingess. That po weris lo st when it become s necessary to intellectualize it, for ts is a suri indicati on that prejudiceis no longer viable. The moment con servativs feel it necessary to defend historicallyg iven lus, hi story has in mostcases al readi passed them by. Yet, it must be admit that there is at the same time an advantage inherent in the hi store ical pr oblum. In defend ingva lus thatareinast at e of de cline, con ser vat ismacts as a powerful indictment of existing one s. Even though con servativa lus may no longer conform to present reality, though seva lus lertus to what we have lo st and dwhat we w al lo se if we cont inuer present cur se. Ach, the conservativphilosoph hist and ds as a con stant and d necessary rem I ender that there x is ts much potent ial even in our mostidel po liticlsc hem s. Before we co-enclude our discution of Edmund Burke, assume mmary of what Beck aim of Burke's political theory is in order. It is important to realize th at burke2kwh at hadlways been an intellectual tendency and d2rnedit into a concrete set of polid icalideas. He founded dadistincsc hul of politicalth at we know wcall co-conservatism, and d as withnesc hul of thought it grew ind erect onsitsfou ender could hardlyhave and icipate d. Burke's philosophy, 4xmple, hadagreat im pactapo and the Raman ticmo vementi of the early 19th century. Lik Burke, the Ram and icssst re ssedthe feeling and emotio nalside of the perso nality as opposed to the of tennarrou mphasisapo nrationa lity we find in lig hunment philo so phies. Also lik Burke, the Ram and icsmpha sized the impo rt of commu. 90 and d of tr at ishan al values, but they went well beyond bulletin rke in this regard. Ma New York of them romanticized the medieval past and d counterposed it to the evils of modern society since the French Revolution. 3o in political theory, Burke's influence was more direct, but au fait and contrary to what he would have wished. His most famous disciple, for example, a French political thinker and Ahmet Joseph de Maistre, 1793–182, took Burke's political philosophy to reaction-ary conclusions. Unlike the conservative, the reaction-ary is one who wants to return to the past rather and use the past as a set of guidelines to enable the statesman to make decisions in the present. Burke, you will recall, was a proponent of reform and would have utterly rejected de Maistre's idea that the past could be recreated. Most unlike Burke, de Maistre was an extremist. He detested the French Revolution and the Enlightenment philosophy upon which it was based. He wanted a return to absolute monarchy, the preservation of the aristocracy, and the utter subordination of the individual to the state. The gre at respect for constitutionally limited powers marks Burke's thought, the elican or whig element, is utt early alien to de Maistre. A contemporary of de Maistre, Louis de Bonald, shr'd his peers extremism and ma New York of the same kinds of political arguments. Others followed suit, although reaction-ary political thought never gathered large numbers of converts. It remained, nevertheless, a distinct tendency throughout the 19th century despite its obvious flaws. While we thought I find it hard to imagine someone ac2 making these kinds of arguments, it must be remembered that the spectre of the French Revolution loomed large in the minds of those with conservative tendencies, much as the Russian Revolution did in the minds of conservatives during much of the century. Given this, it is not difficult to see how conservatism could be transformed into a reaction-ary doctrine and its proponents into fanatical utopians of the past. If we take these various developments of Burke's thought as a whole, a crucial and paradoxical fact emerges. Conservatism began to take on the characteristics of an ideology. For the Romantics, conservatism became a backward-looking utopianism. For de Maistre and other political thinkers of tradition, conservatism was transformed into a reaction-ary and au fait and fanatical worldview. Others took Burke's emphasis upon the traditions of a people to nationalistic conclusions. And some extremists even claimed to have discovered behind the idea of the nation and its traditions and institutions a more basic biological reality of race or blood. This group, which influenced later fascist thought, concluded that the existence of supposedly national cultural superiorities must be the result of some form of racial superiority. These modes of reasoning were, of course, utterly alien to Burke. He was neither romantic nor reactionary, and he would have found the concept of racial superiority repugnant. Even the idea of cultural superiority he would have rejected. His conservatism, on the contrary, was based precisely upon an appreciation of the value and uniqueness of all cultures. It was this appreciation that led him to indict British rule in India and to defend the legitimacy of the American colonists' complaints against the British Crown. The paradox in all of this is that Burkean conservatism aimed at eliminating ideological thinking in political affairs, not in creating new ideological systems. That Burke's ideas were twisted by some for ideological reasons is not his fault. He was simply the first victim of a very modem phenomenon. The founders of the modem systems of political thought have almost invariably been misinterpreted by their followers. Burke's conservative criticism of the liberal ideology did not, of course, bring an end to the libera el tradition of political thought. Qi the co-entra ry the 19th century was very much the age of liberalism. But the underlying philosophical assumptions of the doctrine were radically altered in the part of the century by the utilitarians or, as they were sometimes called, the philosophical radicals, and altered once again near the end of the century by an anti-utilitarian group of thinkers called the Oxford idealists. Both groups, it noted, were Brightus H. Liberalism from Locke's time on was almost entirely an Anglo tradition of political thought. The thinker most responsible for first ch engine g the philosophical underpin nings of liberalism, alt Hoff he himself was no liberal, was David 1711-1776, a theorist whose impact upon modem thought extends well beyond the boundaries of political philosophy. It was more al philosophy, in particular, that had such a profound influence on liberal political thought. This philosophy was based upon a new, illiancient, in sight into the psychology of human behavior. That which people claim is morally good or bad, according to Hume, is real ly nothing more than sent imant. Sen time nt, in2m, is simply a reflectio of what we find agreeable or disagreeable. That which is agreeable we caligo od, that wh is disagreeable, bad. In short, are mora lrulesare utilities. Hume, however, does not derive from his utilitarian psychology hobbes a selfish theory of Beha 6 or. Hume simply wished to emphasize that people's moral sense is based upon sentiment, that people naturally support values that they find agreeable to them. Hume's utilitarianism was directed against the whole natural law tradition of ethical discourse. In place of that tradition, Hume wanted to create a strictly naturalistic ethics that could be scientifically validated, for he demonstrates quite effectively that there is simply no way to prove scientifically the existence of natural law or of any other a priori ethical standard. A natural law, Hume insists, is simply a moral sentiment, a utility, that people have mistakenly taken to be an objective moral standard. This same argument applies to the corollary principle of natural right. Rights and liberties are moral sentiments no less than laws and obligations. They exist as utilities plain and simple, not as a priori moral truths. Nor do they exist because people have rationally consented to them. For Hume, the doctrine of contract or consent is neither historically accurate nor is it validated by the facts of human nature. This criticism of the natural law natural right tradition profoundly influenced the theoretical development of early 19th century liberalism. The founder of this new liberal doctrine, what we now call classical liberalism, was a man named Jeremy Bentham, 1748-1832. Bentham read Hume and proceeded to revolutionize the epistemological underpinnings of the liberal doctrine by substituting the principle of utility for that of natural right and the theory of contract. Actually, Bentham's utilitarianism is much closer to that of Hobbes and to the later Lowian school than to the softer and more subtle version we find in Hume. But it was Hume who provided the initial insights necessary to eliminate from liberal thought a language of politics that had its roots in the medieval past. Indeed, herein lies the real importance of the utilitarians. Following Hume, they finally introduced clarity into modern political discourse. No longer are we confused, as we were with Locke, about whether natural right is an a priori rule of moral reason or a naturalistic ethics in the guise of such a rule. With Bentham and the utilitarians, we know we are dealing strictly with a naturalistic ethics of utility. The language of natural right and of natural law as well is finally eliminated from political discourse. Point 2 Yet, for all of this, Bentham and his fellow utilitarians were not at heart political philosophers at all. They were practical men interested in initiating practical liberal reforms. Their philosophy, as far as they were concerned, was put forward primarily for the purpose of giving their political activities direction, and of justifying their proposed reforms. This was certainly the case for Bentham, who was neither a political philosopher in spirit, nor entirely even a liberal. He began his career as a legal reformer interested only in replacing what he believed to be an incoherent British legal system that stood in the way of social progress with a new legal order based upon the scientific principle of utility. 3. We, however, are interested in the large argument of Bentham's thought. We want to know what the principle of utility implies for his political theory in general, not just for his legal philosophy. In Fawcett, it was another utilitarian, James Mill, who most consistently drew out these implications. But Bentham did elaborate the basic framework for the development of utilitarian political thought. His most important work in his regard is an introduction to the principles of morals and legislation, published ed. in 1789. The opening page of that work states the basic principle of utilitarianism, a principle from which Bentham logically deduces the basic outline of a moral and political theory. Says Bentham, nature has placed mankind under the governance of two sovereign masters, pain and pleasure. It is for them alone to point out what we ought to do as well as to determine what we shall do. Point 4. Note that the principle embodies both a psychological and an ethical dimension, as it did, recall, for the hedonistic philosophy of Epicurus. It not only tells us what we shall do, but what we ought to do. What we shall do is behave so as to maximize pleasure and minimize pain. Ecologically we can act in no other way. His is what Hobbes meant when he said that the will is the last appetite in deliberating. It follows, then, that what we ought to do is to recognize our inherent psychological predispositions and act accordingly. We ought to act, in her words, as we must act, the basic statement of any naturalistic ethics. Any other ethical principle, says Bentham, is false by definition. Scientifically speaking, it is impossible to act in ways that are contrary to human nature. 5. Given this logic of utility, it is now possible to determine the essential function of government. Since human beings do, and therefore ought to, desire pleasure or happiness, the TWO terms are identical for Bentham as they had been for Hobbes. It follows that government ought to maximize pleasure and minimize pain for the greatest number possible. In Bentham's famous formulation, the principle of utility applied at the political level must be the greatest happiness of the greatest number. The greatest happiness principle constitutes the utilitarian conception of the public interest. But note the full implications of this conception. Contrary to Burke's view, the public interest is not defined in terms of some community that transcends the individual. It is defined strictly in terms of number of individuals. In Bentham's words, the public or community interest is nothing more than the sum of the interests of the several members who compose it. 6. Hence, the community itself can be nothing more than the sum of its individual parts. This is such a radical individualistic view of community for all practical purposes, it is a denial of it. As we shall soon see, this has some profound implications for other areas of liberal political theory. Note also the principle of majoritarian inherent in this conception of the public good. The greatest happiness of the greatest number is, or in most all circumstances will be, the happiness of the greatest possible majority. As with the emphasis upon the individual, this focus on the majority is a key element of liberal thought. It takes no great imagination to see how easily this becomes connected to the liberal ideal of democratic rule. Less obvious are the problems majoritarian would eventually present to the integrity of the liberal doctrine, a matter we shall examine in the next chapter. For now, it is sufficient to recognize that, given Bentham's greatest happiness principle, the task of government is to promote the public interest by legislating the happiness of the greatest possible majority. But what precisely is the greatest happiness? It is not enough simply to assert that it is the greatest possible maximization of pleasure, for that which constitutes pleasure must first be determined. Bentham claims in his principles to have developed a genuinely scientific comprehension of the nature of pleasure. Pleasure, he argues, may be said to be of lesser or greater value depending upon certain measurable variables such as intensity, duration, fecundity, and so on. Any pleasure, for example, may be more intense than another, but of shorter duration. Another pleasure may be of great duration, but lack fecundity, that is, the capacity to generate other subordinate pleasures. Moreover, as Epicurus had also noted, pleasures are often accompanied by pain. The pleasure of eating, for example, may be followed by the pain of stomachache, and some pleasures are more apt to be accompanied by pain than others. Knowing these variables, and Bentham analyzes them in great detail, we are able to determine whether any act is good simply by adding up the various variables of pleasure produced by the act and subtracting the accompanying pains. If the sum of pleasure is greater than the sum of pain, and greater than the sum of any pleasure produced by a different act, the act is good. If the sum is less, the act is bad. And just as we can apply this form of analysis to any individual act, so too can we apply it to political or legislative acts that affect the whole community. We need only add to our calculus of pleasure the extent, or number, of people affected by the act. Clearly, Bentham had reduced ethics to mathematics. Indeed, he called his method the philosophic calculus. But it is important to recognize that Bentham's calculus works only so long as two assumptions hold. We must assume first that the ethical is identical to the pleasurable, and second that the pleasurable can be defined in strict quantitative terms such that any pleasure can be mathematically compared to any other. As we shall see in the following chapter, modern liberalism evolves out of a rejection of these two assumptions. The idea that all pleasures are equally quantifiable is rejected first and, eventually, the principle of utility itself is jettisoned. But Bentham had no doubts at all about the principle of utility or about his mathematical ethics. He thought, we fin ally have a genuine science of ethics, a mathematical science to reveal those of physics and chemistry. And since this science can be applied to the community as a whole, we have for the first time a genuine science of politics as well, one that is capably of determining the public good or the greatest happiness of the greatest number. Needless to say, Bentham's new science of pleasure had radical implications for political thought. Law, for example, ceased to be Aristotle's rule of moral reason. It became nothing more than a set of conventional regulations to control behavior by creating pleasure or, in the case of criminal law, by inflicting pain. Indeed, Bentham defined law as artificial consequences. For his legal system law simply establishes his consequences of pleasure or pain are to produce desirable behavior. In effect, his theory of law responded to that of Hobbes, who defined law as command, or power. In Bentham's system, as in Hobbes's, law is simply the power to create pleasure or inflict pain, not, as in the natural law added ion, the reflection of some larger ethical order. Even more radical in its implies at ionsis the role the legislator must play given his theory of law. Bentham's leg is lotto ris nothing less than a socialscientist who employs the techniques of social engineering. 7. HIS object is the SCIENTIFIC restructuring of society for the GRETist hap INS of the GRETST number, and HISINST rumens FOR do ING so are pleasure and pain. He is, the re FO re, the prec ISE opposite of the Burkean leg is lotto R who employs PR udens, follows the sense of the commune ity, and respects the experience of the ages. Bentham's ideal leg is later does none of these things. It isscience, not PR udens, upon which he re lies. He certa in li has no respect for the ages since he vi use the past as nothing but a collect ion of roars. And since the commune tie to hismindissimple the sum of self inte rested indivi duals, there can be no sense of the commune ity to follow. But he re itw I'll be asked, in what possible way can Bentham's pole iticalvision be called lib ral? What is liberal about giving power to socialn na ars human ipiolate the publicforits own good? Where in this visionis to be found the liberal ideal of the freindivi dual, the limin at ion of state power, and democratic rule? As we have noted, Bentham was in at ially not aliberal at all. He chu ite frankly espoused the idea of ruling society rough benevolent despotism. And many contemporary students of Bentham admit that his idea of rule by social in ears describe bes the modern bulletin re-ocratic state more than the negative and decentralized state defended by the liberals. Yet, since Bentham, one persis tent strain of thought within the liberal tr addition has been a bell iefin the efficacy of social engineering despite the liberal implicit at ions. As we shall see, this bell iefis more prevalent in modern liberal ism than it was in the early utilitaran doctor ine. But for Bentham, there was no incompatibility between socialning and liberal democrat IC values. When he adopted, finally, the liberal position, he continued to think interms of engineer ing society to produce the irable con sequence s. It was James M. Ile, 1773-1836, Bentham's most devoted and important disciple, who convinced his mentee that his proposals for legal reform could succeed only with in a liberal democratic work. For Bentham had discovered, as had every reformer since Plato, that simply having a better idea is no guarantee it will be put into practice. What he is first he required is a political leadership that is willing to enact reform, and is means that most imper reform of all mus tbof political rook with in which decisions are made. For utilitarians, most important reform of is type involved theattemptt residential truct your represent tation in parliament by expanding thefranches. The purpose of ths was to diminish the power in parliament of will thy landholders. This group was in Aries TED in pro TECT ing ITS feudal in TERESTS RAT her TH in paving THE way FOR BRE TA in TO become a modem indus TREL STATE. They raises TED, FOR example, a policy OF promo TING in T erna TIONal free TRAD. A policy THAT was SNTELTOTHE development TOF Gria T Bri TA in as a modem indus T real CAPIT alice T power. DESPITETH is raises T ants, ho we ver, Gria T Bri T and Was con T Enuing To develop along THSA lines. This process included The emergence of a new mid-DLE class whose will Th depended no T upon land bulletin T upon capi TL accumula T ion. Clearl y The in Te res TSOF Th's class lay in The development TOF a modem capi TL is TSYSTEM, no T in The preserve a T ion of a moribund economic order. Needless to say, THEUTE li Ta Ryans considered Th's new class, to which THEYTH emselves belonged, TOB THE reposi TO REOF all THAT was progressive and enlightened end. In THEIR minds, therefore ITFOLO THAT engine OF THEFR encus TOI increasing numbers OF TH's class, and even TO ser TA in element TSOF THE working class, would break THE power OF THE and TE progressive landed in TE res TS in parliamenti. In short THE creation OF a mode M liberal democracy ICSTATE would assure THE possibility YOF reform, no T only OF THE economic order, bulletin TOF THE whole social and political SYSTM. It was J. A. Mess Mill who most T consist TENT li employed Ben T. Hams PR in CPLEOFUTE li TY to urge THE liberal democracy IC ideal. His major work in TH's regard is Essay on Government, a short TREATISETHATTEMPTSTO demons TRATETHAT represent TAT de MOCRA psi is THE only legi TI ma TEFORMOF government T since IT alone conforms TOTHE principle of UTE li TY. Mill's analysis revolves around a crucial assumption shared by all THEUTE li Ta Ryans and, indeed, by all liberals since Locke. THAT property is THEGF source OFP leisure. ITTHUS follows, says Mill, THATT he gria TEST possible hap pin SOF so CIETY is. Attained by ensuring TOE reman THE gria TEST possibly chuan TITYOF THE produce OF high S labor G. The IDEALFORMOF government T, therefore, is THAT which allows FORTHE gria TEST possibility YOF accumula T'ing proper TY. In THEUTILIT Arian SCHME, only TH's FORMOF govern ME and TISET hickly defensible. Of course THEIDEL wow LDBETOLI mina TE government T and TIRLY. In a condition OF and ARCHY individuals the ETICLLY could AC chu IRE as MUCH prop ERTY as THEYDE sired WITHOUTNELI me tations ATLL. Theprobal M, as ho BBES. And Locke both demonstrated, is that the unlimited desire for property is precisely what makes government necessary. Without it, people's ceaseless quest for property would put them in an unending state of war over each other's lives and possessions. Under these conditions, property would constitute a chronic source of pain rather than an object of pleasure. Framed in the language of utilitarianism, Mill explains the dilemma as follows. That one human being will desire to render the person and property of another subservient to his pleasures notwithstanding the pain or loss of pleasure which it may occasion to that other individual, is the foundation of government. 9. The problem for Mill, then, as it had been for Locke, is how to create a government that is effective politically yet at the same time is incapable of abusing its powers. Bear in mind that the very principle of utility that makes government necessary is the same one that makes it susceptible to the abuse of power. Simply because human beings become government officials does not change the fact that they are human beings who, given the opportunity, will use power to their own ends notwithstanding the pain or loss of pleasure it may occasion others. Mill's solution is to identify the interest of those in government with the interests of the community as a whole. If such an identity could be created, the interests of the government would be in promoting the good of the community rather than in the abuse of power. How is this to be accomplished? Clearly, Mill argues, it requires that government cease to be a minority standing opposed to the vast majority of the population, for given the psychology of utility, any minority, including that political minority we call government, will pursue its own interests at the expense of the majority unless it is in some manner checked. Given these considerations, it follows that monarchy and aristocracy are not legitimate forms of government. They constitute distinct minorities whose interests are not identical to those of the community as a whole. And Mill rejects as well the Aristotelian mixed form of government, since he thinks it inevitable that one element within government will come to dominate the others. Clearly, direct or classical democracy would be the ideal, since such a government would constitute the whole community. Here the interests of government and the people would be perfectly identical, although it is important to recall here Rousseau's criticism of this assumption. But just as clearly direct democracy is a practical impossibility. The nation-state is much too large an entity to allow for the direct political participation of each individual. We are thus left with representative democracy. A representative legislature is a minority of the community, to be sure, but it is a democratically elected minority. We may presume, therefore, that its interests are not remote from those of the community. 2. But Mill recognizes that the democrat gele meant in the representative system is not, in and of itself, sufficient. He therefore offers a proposal that now forms a part of the general stock of liberal constitutional wisdom: legislators must be limited in the duration of time they actually exercise power. In this way, they will have less time to promote their own sinister interests. Most important, and here Mill pursues an idea first suggested by Locke, limiting the legislators' tenure means that they must return periodically to the community as ordinary citizens. Thus, the short-term pleasure they derive from misgoverning in their own interest will soon turn to the long-term pain of being subject to their own legislation. But there is a more fundamental issue here, says Mill, namely who the persons are by whom the act of choosing ought to be performed. 1. To who, in other words, are to choose the representatives? This is the crucial question, for no matter what else we may do to constrain the legislators, they will represent only the interests of those who have the power to elect them, for the electors alone are capable of inflicting the pain of turning them out of office. Thus, we derive a principle of representation that corresponds precisely to our basic principle of government. Just as we must reject any form of minor ity government, we must for the same reason reject any form of minority representation. With this basic philosophy of representation in mind, Mill goes on to criticize various forms of representation that were then favored by many but that, from a utilitarian point of view, he believed to be scientifically indefensible. To begin with, Mill rejects the argument that a property qualification ought to accompany the right to vote. Clearly, Mill argues, those with property form a minority of the community and, as such, are incapable of electing representatives whose interests are identical to the whole community. Unfortunately, Mill is not entirely consistent on this matter, since he allows for exclusion from the franchise of the very poorest elements of the population. But, for his time, Mill was well in advance of most in his argument to delimit the scope of property qualifications. Mill also rejects what we now call functional representation, that is, representation based on class, profession, or some other such identifiable group. Those advocating such a system realized, of course, that it would be impossible, not to mention undesirable, for all groups to be directly represented. But they argued that those not directly represented would be represented virtually, and that, as a consequence, the interests of the community as a whole would be taken into account. Mill was not persuaded by these arguments. Functional groups, he insists, are minorities with interests distinct from, and often hostile to, those of the community. As such, they are incapable of electing representatives who reflect anything but their own particular group interests. They cannot, therefore, virtually represent anyone. As was evident in the chapter on Burke, Virtual representation can work only where there is a community of interest, a general will, that transcends the particular interest of any group, a condition that cannot exist given the basic principle of utility. It would seem to follow, then, that the only legitimate form of representation for Mill is direct representation of all adults, or, as we would say today, one man, woman, one vote. In a direct representative system, each individual in society would be represented, and the legislature would be compelled to take into account the interests of the entire society, not just a particular group or social class. But, amazingly, Mill equivocates, and not just in regard to property qualifications. While he quite naturally excludes from the franchise children whose interests, he argues, are involved in those of their parents, 13, he also considers women in this category, the interest of almost all of whom, he says, is involved either in that of their fathers or in that of their husbands. 14, and Mill adds to these excluded groups young men whose interests he also considers to be involved in that of their fathers and older males. Who then are the electors to be? All males 40 or older, says Mill, because they have an interest identical with that of the whole community. May be regarded as the natural representatives of the whole population. 15. Given his utilitarian assumptions, how could Mill seriously claim that males 40 years or older could represent everyone? Indeed, his position comes close to that Burkean notion of virtual representation that he rejects as incompatible with the principle of utility. 16. The answer may in part be that Mill believed that any realistic reform of the franchise, given the current conventions of his society, would require the exclusion of certain groups. 17. Surely were he alive today he would not advocate excluding women and those under 40, any more than Aristotle would advocate slavery. This is all the more the case given that his views on representation and the franchise were extremely progressive for his time. But there may be a deeper reason for Mill's inconsistency, one that raises a key theoretical issue about the classical liberal tradition. Almost invariably those who insist that human behavior is strictly self-interested will, at some point, assert the opposite. And this is because it is impossible to conceive of any society actually functioning that does not possess some sense of community interest that transcends the self-interest of the individual. Thus, while Bentham's and Hobbes's assertion that society is nothing but the sum of its individual parts is accepted by Mill in theory, in practice he too assumes the existence of community, if only of a very limited kind. In arguing that older males can represent their wives, daughters, and sons, he implicitly asserts a commonality of interests, at least within the family. Later liberalism, as we shall see, breaks from the classical liberal position precisely over this question of community. Unlike the classical doctrine, it emphasizes humankind's essential sociability and is therefore explicit in its recognition of community. Until then liberal thinkers followed the lead of Bentham and Mill. They gave no explicit recognition to the idea of community and therefore continued to justify extending the franchise strictly in terms of protecting the interest of the individual. It is no wonder, then, that historically the principle of one man one vote has been advocated by every disenfranchised group in Western liberal democracies. They have demanded direct representation precisely on the basis that they alone are capable of representing their own interests. In this country the suffragettes were adamant on this point, as have been young people in more recent years. The argument on the part of many young males that if we are old enough to fight we are old enough to vote is a case in point. Quite clearly they did not believe that on the issue of war and peace they shared a community of interests with older males who were too old to fight. We may conclude here our analysis of the political theory of classical liberalism. One point of a general historical and theoretical nature needs to be stressed, however. Viewed from the broadest perspective, it is apparent that Bentham and Mill united Hobbes's utilitarian psychology with Locke's liberal democratic theory. This unification, described in the chapter on Locke, had begun long before the emergence of classical liberalism. But just as they made the final and explicit break from the tradition of natural law and natural right, the utilitarians completed the process of uniting Hobbes with Locke. From Bentham until the beginning of modern liberalism, the liberal argument in its essentials held that Locke's political theory is validated by Hobbes's utilitarian psychology. The argument, in other words, was that the unlimited desire for property necessitates a liberal democratic political structure. The classical liberal tradition encompassed more than a theory of politics, however. It also contained an economic philosophy that closely paralleled its political theory. Not surprisingly, the common element that united the political and economic components of the liberal doctrine was the emphasis upon property. From the political point of view, property was understood as the source of individual rights. From the economic side, the right of property was considered the necessary precondition for a viable economy. The evolution of these economic ideas may be traced to a group of 18th-century thinkers called physiocrats, who argued that economic health is best assured when individuals are left free to pursue the acquisition of property without governmental constraint. What the physiocrats had begun was completed by the British thinker Adam Smith, 1723 to 1790. In 1776 Smith published his famous The Wealth of Nations, a book that laid the foundation of classical or liberal economics. The essence of Smith's argument in that work is that laissez-faire capitalism is the ideal economic system. It is one in which government does not interfere in the free and competitive struggle for wealth and property. Prices are set by the market mechanism rather than by governmental regulation, and the processes of production and consumption are left strictly to the individual. The great advantage of laissez-faire capitalism, Smith argues, is that it generates enormous productive forces and thus produces the maximum economic progress. This is so, he contends, because a free market unleashes the desire for property and thus encourages initiative, inventiveness, and the willingness to work and produce. There is another great advantage to laissez-faire capitalism, says Smith: it is self-regulating. In his now famous metaphor, Smith claims that the market is regulated as if by an unseen hand, for the law of supply and demand automatically produces rational prices and the rational distribution of goods and services. Moreover, Smith argues, a free market encourages both an increase of goods and a lowering of prices. For given market competition, the entrepreneur must lower prices in the hope of selling and must therefore increase production in order to make a profit. Smith's new economic ideas enjoy such wide currency today, particularly in this country, that it is difficult for the student to appreciate their revolutionary implications. But it must be borne in mind that, historically speaking, capitalism is a quite modern phenomenon. You will recall from the chapter on Machiavelli that the basic outline of modern capitalism did not even begin to appear until the Renaissance. Indeed, it was not really until the 19th century that capitalism emerged as anything like a distinct economic system. Hence, Smith's ideas, which are the theoretical reflections of these economic changes, are as radically novel in historical terms as are the changes themselves. Perhaps the best way to see the revolutionary import of Smith's economic theory is to contrast it with medieval economic values. In the medieval world there was no free market in the modern sense. Products and prices were regulated by productive units called guilds. A shoemaker's guild, for example, would determine the price of shoes and the remuneration a shoemaker could receive. This same determination would be made by all other guilds that constituted the productive structure of medieval society. And corresponding to this structure was a set of economic beliefs that was the very opposite of Smith's. To the medieval mind, property and wealth were of course to be regulated for a larger public good. The notion that one would sell property for individual profit seemed unnatural, and contrary to the interests of the community. Behind these medieval ideas lay the deeply held belief that unleashing one's self-interest is sinful, whether in economic or any other terms. To make profit, to compete for economic advantage, to center one's life on the acquisition of property and wealth, these were all sinful activities. The object was to constrain self-interest for the spiritual good of the individual as well as the secular good of the community, not to freely express it. Herein lies the genuinely revolutionary character of Smith's economic theory. he rejected the idea that self-interest is sinful and opposed to the larger public interest. Self-interest is not a sin for Smith, it is simply a fact of human nature. And it certainly is not contrary to the public good, for he had demonstrated that if individuals are allowed to maximize their economic interests, a larger economic good is produced as if by an unseen hand. Indeed, in Smith's economic system self-interest is virtuous rather than sinful, for it is the source of the community's economic well-being. For this reason, Smith speaks of economic self-interest as enlightened self-interest, a term that has become commonplace in our society but one that would have utterly perplexed the medieval mind. It is in contrast with medieval values that we can now see the connection between Smith's economic theory and classical liberal political thought. Smith and his 19th century followers, Ricardo and Malthus, to name the two most important, were, in effect, all utilitarians. They all asserted the basic principle of utilitarian psychology that human behavior is by nature self-interested. Moreover, they took for granted the utilitarian assumption that property is the chief source of pleasure and thus the dominant drive in human behavior. Finally, their economic theory led them to political conclusions quite in harmony with utilitarian political thought, namely, that the powers of government must be limited and that the functions of the state must be negative. Taken together, the classical economists and the early utilitarians provided a powerful defense of liberal ideals. And, as we have seen, for both groups this defense was ultimately based upon the right of property. For the liberal political thinkers, property was the foundation of civil rights and democratic government. The classical liberal economists saw property in narrower economic terms, of course, but their advocacy of laissez-faire capitalism carried with it a defense of these other key liberal values as well. By the middle of the 19th century, classical liberalism embodied a set of economic and political ideals that logically reinforced each other, and that taken together constituted an all-embracing worldview. Beginning in Locke as a basic outline of ideas, classical liberalism had become a full-blown ideology. This ideology did not, of course, end with James Mill and the classical economists. Numerous thinkers in the 19th century carried on this liberal tradition of thought, and it still enjoys some popularity today, particularly in this country. That many Americans still equate capitalism with democracy is a case in point. But perhaps the most important figure in the further evolution of classical liberalism was yet another British thinker named Herbert Spencer, 1820 to 1903. Spencer went one step further than Mill and the liberal economists by adding the forces of evolutionary biology to the justification of the laissez-faire state. Spencer took for granted that human beings are by nature self-interested property seekers, but he added the idea that the competitive struggle for property is governed by the biological processes of natural selection. Those who are not able to compete successfully, those who in Locke's words are not industrious and rational are, Spencer argues, genetically inferior, at least in regard to those survival traits crucial in a capitalist society. For this reason, Spencer concluded that any attempt on the part of government to aid the poor could only have the effect of maintaining an unfit element within the population and of ensuring that ineffective traits would be passed on to later generations. Thus, viewed from the perspective of the species as a whole, Spencer argued that government has no business becoming involved in social welfare. The more government helps people, the more it upsets the process of natural selection to the detriment of the species and the betterment of society. Spencer's argument, which came to be known as social Darwinism, became the rage among classical liberal thinkers. For with Spencer it was possible to demonstrate not only that a capitalist system fits the facts of human nature, but that it accords with the science of biological evolution as well. Apply Darwin's analysis to the social and political sphere, the classical liberals argued, and we have irrevocable proof of the validity of capitalism, individualism, limited government, and the negative state. Needless to say, Spencer and the social Darwinists were enormously popular with the new capitalist class and with the rising middle classes. Here was a doctrine that not only justified their desire for property and wealth, but also told them not to worry about the increasingly impoverished working class spawned by the Industrial Revolution. In an even more radical sense than Adam Smith, Spencer had asserted that self-interest is in reality socially beneficial, and that altruism is actually contrary to the public good. Such a doctrine was bound to be popular with the economically successful. No wonder that in his day Spencer was enormously influential, and that he could make the extreme arguments he did only confirms how powerful liberal capitalist ideas had become by the middle of the 19th century. Today, however, Spencer is not taken seriously as a political theorist. Among other reasons, few contemporary political thinkers would agree that society is equivalent to a natural environment in which different species struggle for survival, much less that there is a genetic basis to economic success or failure. These facts are readily explainable in sociological terms: a person's class position, educational opportunities, and so forth. Nevertheless, social Darwinist ideas, in this country particularly, have never entirely died out, even if Spencer's theory has, and there is presently a revival of these ideas on the part of various thinkers largely outside the discipline of political science. We need not at this point devote a great deal of time to a critical analysis of the classical liberal ideology. Most of the important criticisms were developed in the chapter on Locke, for the social and political problems inherent in Lockean liberalism are essentially identical to those found in the classical doctrine. This is the case despite the clear-cut philosophical differences between the two, for in conceiving property and its acquisition as the dominant motive force of the personality, it makes little difference in practical human tenets whether property is defined as a natural right or as a utility. The consequences are the same in either case. The most serious consequence of the liberal defense of property, the increasing impoverishment of the industrial working class, does deserve special note, however, because it compelled some important liberal theorists to rethink their premises. They were forced to recognize that laissez-faire capitalism and the Industrial Revolution were producing an exploited and brutalized working class. Not everyone was benefiting from Smith's unseen hand, and people of goodwill, as most of the liberals were unwilling to accept Spencer's neglect of the poor in the name of an abstraction called property rights. A related issue also encouraged liberals to rethink their premises. It was becoming increasingly evident that the new middle class was not using the franchise to reform and elevate society. Although it should have come as no surprise to the utilitarians, the newly enfranchised groups were pursuing their own economic interests with precious little regard for any larger public good. The middle class, and indeed every other group in the new industrial society, was behaving precisely like good Benthamites. They were all practicing utilitarians, maximizing their own class interest with little thought for the rest of society, and with almost none for the condition of the working class. 20 What made these facts so particularly troublesome to the liberal reformers was their expectation that the middle class would act as the leader and exemplar for those in the lower ranks of society. Bear in mind that the ideal of a universal franchise inherently followed from the utilitarian theory of representation, and this meant the eventual inclusion of the working class into the political process. Given that class's lack of political experience and its general cultural deprivation, liberal democracy could not survive unless it was led by those who did have the requisite experience and values. It was just this belief in the leadership capabilities of the middle class that led James Mill to assert at the end of his essay on government that there can be no doubt that the middle rank is that portion of the community of which, if the basis of representation were ever so far extended, the opinion would ultimately decide. Of the people beneath them a vast majority would be sure to be guided by their advice and example. 21 Their example, it was becoming apparent, was not at all what Mill and his fellow liberals had hoped for. Indeed, as the century progressed, liberal democratic societies seemed to move inexorably toward a kind of mindless self-centeredness extending to all ranks of society. Thus, the liberal ideal of majority rule increasingly meant rule by those whose concerns extended no further than their own economic advantage. Under these conditions, those who deeply appreciated the ideals of liberty and democracy, those, in other words, who were most capably of leading society, found themselves an ever-diminishing minority unable to resist the overpowering weight of a politically ignorant and socially unconcerned majority. This came to be known among liberal thinkers as the problem of major tyranny, a problem never anticipated by Locke and the early classical liberals. And it was a problem that raised a profoundly troubling paradox. Not only did it appear that democracy was perfectly compatible with tyranny, but that every extension of democracy, a key plank in the liberal platform, would simply extend the majority's tyranny over the minority of progressive and enlightened people. In major part, modern liberalism evolves out of a critique of those elements of the classical doctrine that justified the debasement of the working class and that contributed to the problem of majority tyranny. Broadly, the critique took the form of a re-examination of the principles of economic individualism and of majority rule. In the next chapter, we shall examine that critique in some detail, beginning with the issue of majority tyranny, which is, in fact, theoretically the prior issue. For even if the working class could be incorporated into the political process, and its economic conditions improved, all would be lost in terms of liberal ideals if its political contribution would be nothing more than perfecting the tyranny of an unenlightened majority. Modern liberalism. In 1831, Alexis de Tocqueville, 1805–1859, a French aristocrat, was sent by his government to study prison conditions in this country. De Tocqueville accomplished his task and published his findings in 1833. 2 years later he published the first volume of a work of substantially greater importance, Democracy in America. This work, the second volume of which was published in 1840, is now recognized as a classic study of the sociological and political structure of democracy. The major thesis of Democracy in America is that the spread of democracy is a providential fact. De Tocqueville stresses that every social, economic, and political development of the modern world confirms it to be so. He sees no contrary tendencies of sufficient power to impede its inexorable triumph. For this reason, de Tocqueville concludes that to attempt to check democracy would be to resist the will of God. It would be, at best, an exercise in futility. De Tocqueville's analysis was just what was required at the time. The excesses of the French Revolution still loomed large in the consciousness of many, and the reaction of the Holy Alliance was still very real. Many held the unrealistic hope that the movement toward liberal democracy could still be halted, and the ideals of the ancien regime somehow reinvigorated. De Tocqueville's analysis compelled a more realistic assessment of the situation, and directed attention to the real issue, how best to reform democracies, not how to prevent them. But de Tocqueville's analysis was needed as well by those on the other side of the political spectrum. If he showed the conservatives the historical inevitability of democracy, he showed liberal Democrats its potential evil, its inherent tendency to degenerate into a tyranny of the majority. So powerful is this tendency, de Tocqueville argues, and so great the evil, that unless means can be found to check it, liberal democracy will become a contradiction in tense. Clearly, given de Tocqueville's analysis, liberal theory would have to be revised, for its assumption that democracy is the surest guarantee of liberty no longer could be accepted uncritically. In and of itself, extending the franchise would simply compound the problem. But de Tocqueville was not himself interested in revising liberal thought. He was interested in showing the potential dangers inherent in democracy through an analysis of an actually existing democratic regime, not in attempting to modify a political philosophy. Nevertheless, de Tocqueville's analysis of democracy in America was an important landmark in the evolution of liberal theory, for it influenced others to rethink some of liberalism's most basic assumptions. This was most notably the case with John Stuart Mill, a thinker whose work we shall discuss shortly. The root cause of majority tyranny, de Tocqueville argues, is the overweening desire on the part of democratic peoples for equality, which, carried to its logical extreme, destroys liberty. This is so because equality and liberty are not entirely compatible. In the case of equality, the value of being like others is stressed, in the case of liberty, that of being different. Where all are exactly the same, liberty in any meaningful sense cannot exist. Hence, where equality is taken to an extreme, liberty will of necessity be destroyed. And it is precisely a capacity to go to this logical extreme that is inherent in democracy, says de Tocqueville. In the name of equality, the majority is willing to destroy the liberty of people to be different. The source of this emphasis on equality is not difficult to find. Democracy by definition implies a certain equality of political participation and, therefore, an egalitarian value structure. And, it must be remembered that liberal democracy arose in reaction against the aristocratic structure of the ancien regime. With the aristocracy eliminated or in retreat, the social and economic order was thrown open to people who would have heretofore been consigned to a particular class or status. Invariably, this process was accompanied by a new egalitarianism in the social and economic spheres. In this way the democratic revolution intensified egalitarian ideals and made equality the supreme and, if de Tocqueville's analysis is correct, extreme value of democracies. This is not to suggest that a democratic people have no desire for liberty. On the contrary, says de Tocqueville, they have a natural love of it. But, he hastens to add, liberty is not the chief and constant object of their desires, equality is their idol, and they would rather perish than lose it too. What makes this ideal so extraordinarily dangerous, de Tocqueville argues, is its pervasiveness. It is not simply political, for instance, one man one vote, but social, economic, and cultural as well. The natural inclination of democratic peoples is to level all distinctions, not just political ones. Most frighteningly, says de Tocqueville, they apply the principle of equality to the intellect itself. The majority expects others to think exactly like itself and will pressure minorities, and particularly intellectual minorities, to conform to its opinion. For in a democratic nation, those whose opinions are different from the majority will implicitly violate the principle of equality, which proclaims they ought to be the same. This the majority will not tolerate. It is this pervasive opinion of the majority, in short, public opinion, that constitutes the real essence of majority tyranny for de Tocqueville. Its danger resides in the fact that it possesses the power to tyrannize irrespective of constitutional protections guaranteeing liberty of thought and expression. Legal rights to freedom of opinion may continue to exist, but they will be of no avail to those who do not agree with public opinion, for such people will be pressured socially to conform and ostracized if they refuse. Legal or physical coercion will be unnecessary, the psychological pressures will be sufficient. Fetters and headsmen were the coarse instruments which tyranny formerly employed, says de Tocqueville, but in democratic republics, the body is left free, and the soul is enslaved. 3. This is a chilling view of majority tyranny. But there are even deeper and more disturbing implications to this picture. Unless checked, says de Tocqueville, majority tyranny may become a form of despotism that extends beyond the majority itself. Imagine, he says, that in the name of equality the majority has established complete control. It not only rules public opinion, but has established a government that perfectly reflects its wishes. In such a condition, and given the inordinate desire for equality, it is a perfectly possible condition, de Tocqueville emphasizes, the tyranny of the majority will lead to an entirely novel form of despotism. The majority will not merely tyrannize the minority, it will actually enslave itself. In perhaps the most famous, some would say prophetic lines in Democracy in America, de Tocqueville describes what he imagines this new species of oppression will look like. The first thing that strikes the observation is an innumerable multitude of men, all equal and alike, incessantly endeavoring to procure the petty and paltry pleasures with which they glut their lives. Each of them, living apart, is as a stranger to the fate of all the rest. His children and his private friends constitute to him the whole of mankind. As for the rest of his fellow citizens, he is close to them, but he sees them not, he touches them, but he feels them not, he exists but in himself and for himself alone, and if his kindred still remain to him, he may be said at any rate to have lost his country. Above this race of men stands an immense and tutelary power, which takes upon itself alone to secure their gratifications, and to watch over their fate. That power is absolute, minute, regular, provident, and mild. It would be like the authority of a parent, if, like that authority, its object was to prepare men for manhood, but it seeks, on the contrary, to keep them in perpetual childhood. It is well content that the people should rejoice, provided they think of nothing but rejoicing. For their happiness such a government willingly labors, but it chooses to be the sole agent and the only arbiter of that happiness. It provides for their security, foresees and supplies their necessities, facilitates their pleasures, manages their principal concerns, directs their industry, regulates the descent of property, and subdivides their inheritances. What remains, but to spare them all the care of thinking and all the trouble of living? 4. What is this novel form of despotism to which de Tocqueville refers? Clearly it is the despotism, or the potential despotism, of the modern bureaucratic welfare state. And such a despotism, unlike that of any past tyranny, is both absolute and mild. Indeed, it is absolute because it is mild. Democratic people are willing to grant to government an almost total power when that power is used to make them forever happy and content. And the principle of equality proclaims, does it not, that all have an equal right to happiness and contentment. It is important to note here that the immense and tutelary power of this bureaucratic state corresponds strikingly to Bentham's political vision. Bentham, you will recall, believed that the function of government is to manipulate pleasures and pains to produce the greatest happiness of the greatest number. This is why many thinkers argue that Bentham's political theory is actually more compatible with the modern bureaucratic state that de Tocqueville describes than with the negative state advocated by the classical liberals. But note also that the social conditions that de Tocqueville argues give rise to bureaucratic despotism closely corresponds to Bentham's and the early utilitarians' view of the nature of society. Had they not claimed that society is simply a collection of self-interested individuals ceaselessly striving to maximize their pleasure? And is this not precisely de Tocqueville's unattractive description of the democratic social order, as one in which there is an innumerable multitude of men, all equal and alike, incessantly endeavoring to procure the petty and paltry pleasures with which they glut their lives? De Tocqueville had discovered a crucial connection between liberal individualism and bureaucratic despotism. Within a democratic society, the more individuals are set free to pursue their own interests, the more intense the desire for equality becomes. This is so because the logic of individualism in a democratic society is such that individuals believe their right to satiate their desires ought to be equal to everyone else's. But such an equality of rights can be maintained only where there is a central bureaucratic authority to ensure an equality of happiness for all. This was de Tocqueville's great discovery. In democratic society, individualism leads not to an expansion of liberty, but, unless special precautions are taken, to the happy and willing enslavement of the majority itself, indeed of the whole population, to an immense and tutelary bureaucratic power. But de Tocqueville had discovered something else of equal importance. It is not just that the utilitarian and individualistic psychology of democratic people encourages them to willingly submit to bureaucratic despotism, that same psychology actually creates the social conditions in which the despotism can effectively function. Recall in the previous quotation de Tocqueville's statement that democratic man exists but in himself and for himself, and that as for the rest of his fellow citizens, he is close to them, but he sees them not, he touches them, but he feels them not. His point, simply, is that liberal individualism isolates people from each other. People are so interested in pursuing their own paltry pleasures that they are unable to establish any real community with their fellow citizens. The consequence of this, says de Tocqueville, is a tendency in democratic societies for groups and associations to disintegrate, leaving the central authority free to act without resistance. Paradoxically, the more democratic individualism is stressed, the more associational life declines and the greater the power of the central bureaucracy to suppress the liberty of the individual. 5. Carried to its logical extreme, de Tocqueville argues, Democratic society degenerates into a mass society in which individuals stand alone, isolated from their fellows, and therefore utterly dependent upon the central bureaucracy for their protection, their happiness, their very life. This analysis brings immediately to mind Edmund Burke's criticism of the French Revolution or IES. Recall that Burke was the first to comprehend this trend toward mass society. The revolutionaries were so intent upon granting to each individual certain abstract rights that they were willing to destroy those traditional institutions and associations that, in their minds, stood in the way of the exercise of those rights. But it was these very associations, Burke argued, that preserved rights by checking the power of the central authority, and that made despotism inevitable once they were eliminated. De Tocqueville perfectly agrees with Burke's analysis and for this reason insists that there are no countries in which associations are more needed than those which are democratically constituted. 6. What is needed, in other words, is a pluralistic society to act as a bulwark against the central power. Herein lies the great advantage of the American system according to de Tocqueville. It has a rich associational life and, as such, is less likely than other democratic nations to succumb to bureaucratic tyranny. There are in the first place, he notes, highly developed legal associations such as townships, municipalities, and counties that check the power of the national government. These associations not only draw people into local political affairs and thus prevent their political isolation, they also decentralize the process of administration. In the United States, de Tocqueville emphasizes, it is the local authority that collects taxes, implements the laws, and descends to the details of carrying out the decrees of the federal government. Thus, he argues, no matter how powerful the federal government becomes, or how much it reflects the will of the majority, the townships and municipalities prevent it from fully administering the tyranny of the majority. Even if an oppressive law were passed, says de Tocqueville, liberty would still be protected by the mode of executing that law. 7. But even more important than these legal associations, says de Tocqueville, are the voluntary associations, political and otherwise, that abound in American society. In the United States, he says, associations are established to promote the public safety, commerce, industry, morality, and religion. 8. More than this, he argues, Americans tend to form extemporaneous associations to handle even the most mundane matters. This habit of association, says de Tocqueville, may be traced even in the schools, where the children in their games are wont to submit to rules which they have themselves established. 9. Like the permanent legal associations of local government, these voluntary associations act as a check upon the central authority. They attempt to maintain their prerogatives and thus to resist governmental coercion. But apart from this explicit political role, voluntary associations also stand in the way of the tendency of the majority to compel submission to its opinions. 1. OF the key functions of voluntary associations, de Tocqueville argues, ISTO provide its members with a common opinion that will act as a check upon the otherwise overwhelming power of public opinion. A non-Christian religious association, for example, will provide its members with a common belief system contrary to that of the majority and will morally support its members in the exercise of those beliefs. Without the association, the average individual would lack the moral strength to exercise his or her beliefs publicly. In real life, the individual needs the support of others if the power of public opinion is to be resisted. The right and practice of association is by no means the only factor that de Tocqueville discusses in mitigating the tyranny of the majority in the United States. It is, however, the most important. But the existence of a rich associational life, important as it is ultimately dependent upon something even more basic. The fact is, says de Tocqueville, the United States has derived from its historical connection with England a whole complex of ideas and values that support not only the liberty of association but a variety of other liberties as well, such as liberty of the press, religion, and so on. In the final analysis, it is this underlying cultural factor that secures liberty against the potential tyranny inherent in any democratic system. Herein lies de Tocqueville's real contribution to liberal democratic theory. In his analysis of democracy in the United States, he had demonstrated that a liberal democratic government cannot exist apart from a liberal democratic society. \0 He had shown that it is not sufficient merely to create the legal structure of liberal democracy, it is equally necessary to create a corresponding social structure, and an underlying set of cultural attitudes that are supportive of libertarian values. Because the United States possessed these attitudes and because its social structure was pluralistic, de Tocqueville was ultimately optimistic about liberal democracy in the United States. Such was not the case in his analysis of democracy in France. That country did not possess a libertarian tradition, since it had been ruled by absolute monarchs up to the Revolution. Nor did it have a truly pluralistic society. The Revolution so thoroughly vitiated those associations that had traditionally checked the monarch's power, such as the church and the aristocracy, that once the old order was gone there was nothing left to check the centralizing tendencies of the new regime. Burke had foreseen all this and had warned of the inevitability of a Napoleonic leader. But once Napoleon had been defeated, the despotical tendencies continued. In the old regime and the French Revolution, de Tocqueville showed that France was moving inevitably toward that bureaucratic centralism that he had warned his readers about in Democracy in America. As we have said, de Tocqueville's analysis of liberal democracy had a great impact on subsequent liberal thought. Clearly, the strict utilitarianism of Bentham and James Mill would have to be revised. It would no longer be sufficient to speak of liberal reform simply in terms of expanding the franchise or creating the legal conditions for democratic rule. De Tocqueville's analysis had demonstrated that such reforms, in and of themselves, may actually contribute to majority tyranny and bureaucratic despotism. Yet, the thinker responsible for beginning this process of revising liberal theory, John Stuart Mill, 1806–1873, was himself a utilitarian. He was the son of James Mill and an important member of the circle of utilitarian reformers. Had John Stuart Mill not been the son of one of the leading utilitarians, he probably would have rejected utilitarianism outright. But so powerful was his father's influence upon him he could never bring himself to explicitly repudiate his upbringing, especially since that upbringing was aimed specifically at turning the younger Mill into a first-rank intellectual defender of utilitarian. It is interesting that John Stuart Mill's turn away from narrow utilitarianism began with his reading of the Romantic poets, Wordsworth and Coleridge, who espoused in literature what Edmund Burke had espoused philosophically. They emphasized feeling and intuition rather than mere logic and rational categories of thought. And it was this emphasis upon the emotional level of human experience that attracted the younger Mill who, as a young man, was overly exposed to the scientific and coldly rationalistic doctrine of utilitarianism, and whose upbringing in that doctrine had cut him off from so much of what is genuinely human. 1. But Mill also had read Delaware Tocqueville. And just as the Romantic poets taught Mill that the utilitarian psychology was lacking in human terms, de Tocqueville pointed out to him its sociological inadequacies. 1–2 both demonstrate the need for a certain conservative perspective on humanity and society. Taken together, they emphasized along with Burke the emotional aspects of human behavior and the need for human beings to be integrated into some sort of community. They made apparent to Mill the inadequacies of the strictly rational individualistic perspective of classical liberalism. What makes John Stuart Mill uniquely important in the development of liberal thought is his revision of the underlying assumptions of the classical doctrine. This de Tocqueville did not do. He was interested in critically analyzing a concrete example of liberal democracy, not in debating the validity of the liberal ideology as such. Mill, on the other hand, was precisely interested in the philosophical validity of liberalism. To his mind, the kinds of concrete reforms that de Tocqueville advocates in Democracy in America required a more fundamental reform of liberalism's basic philosophical assumptions. His most important work in this regard is his tract Utilitarianism, published in 1859. He begins, as we would expect from the son of James Mill, by defending the principle of utility as a valid psychology of human behavior and as the basis of moral rules. But no sooner does he assert the validity of the principle than he quite literally modifies it out of existence. This is what he says. According to the greatest happiness principle, the ultimate end, with reference to and for the sake of which all other things are desirable, whether we are considering our own good or that of other people, is an existence exempt as far as possible from pain, and as rich as possible in enjoyments, both in point of quantity and quality, the test of quality, and the rule for measuring it against quantity, being the preference felt by those who in their opportunities of experience, to which must be added their habits of self-consciousness and self-observation, are best furnished with the means of comparison. 1-3. The greatest happiness principle, of course, is Bentham's utilitarian ethics: what is pleasurable is good, what is painful, evil. But Mill's agreement with Bentham is actually a radical disagreement, for he qualifies the greatest happiness principle in a way that actually refutes it. Note that while Mill agrees that the good is identical to the pleasurable, he also insists that the pleasurable has a qualitative as well as a quantitative dimension. This means that some pleasures are qualitatively superior to others no matter how great a quantity of those others one experiences. It had been Bentham's whole point, however, that all pleasures are equivalent in that they can be quantitatively compared. The values Bentham employs in his philosophic calculus, such as duration, intensity, fecundity, and so forth, are all quantitative. Bentham assumes that given the choice between two or more pleasures, the best one can be determined by balancing these values against each other, the duration of one, for example, against the intensity of another. So long as pleasures are so conceived they can be quantified, and Bentham's legislator can create scientifically the greatest happiness of the greatest number. Once quality is introduced into the calculation, the philosophic calculus no longer works, and the whole structure of utilitarianism collapses. And this is not only because it is extraordinarily difficult if not impossible to measure quality, but because quality can never be compared to quantity. For Mill, some pleasures are qualitatively superior to others no matter how quantitatively intense those others may be. To employ the philosophic calculus to determine the best of such distinct pleasures would be equivalent to adding apples and oranges. We can best illustrate Mill's distinction by employing a concrete example. Let us suppose we face a choice between spending our lives in the acquisition of wealth and property, or devoting ourselves to philosophical pursuits. Now if, as Mill would maintain, the life of the mind is qualitatively more pleasurable than a life spent in economic activity alone, no mere quantitative increase in our economic well-being can alter the distinction. No matter how wealthy we become, the intellectual life remains, qualitatively speaking, superior. The philosopher will always be happier than the capitalist no matter how successful the capitalist may be. The question, of course, is how do we know that philosophy or any other pleasure we deem qualitatively superior is really so? Mill's answer is given in the previous quotation. The test of quality, and the rule for measuring it against quantity, he argues, is the experience of those who in their habits of self-consciousness and self-observation are best furnished with the means of comparison. Put simply, those who have had the intellectual and moral training necessary to discern quality are capable of determining which pleasures are indeed superior to others. Now the objection will be raised to this line of argument that Mill has no basis for claiming that some have a judgment superior to that of others in matters of this kind. What right does he have, it will be asked, to claim his opinion is superior to mine? If I am satisfied spending my life making money, why should I take seriously his assertion that I would be happier doing something else? Mill's response has become one of the classic statements in Western political thought. It is better to be a human being dissatisfied than a pig satisfied, better to be Socrates dissatisfied than a fool satisfied. And if the fool, or the pig, are of a different opinion, it is because they only know their own side of the question. The other party to the comparison knows both sides. 1-4. The philosopher, in short, has experienced the lower pleasures as well as the higher. Thus, he or she has a basis for comparison that the average person does not possess. The problem, of course, is that precisely because their experience is limited, most people presume that their judgment is as valid as anyone else's. They do not have the experience to recognize their own ignorance and thus uncritically accept the Benthamite proposition that one pleasure is equivalent to another. In de Tocqueville's words, they imagine that their petty and paltry pleasures are every bit as good as the higher pleasures experienced by a Socrates. They make absolutely no distinction between quantity and quality. And to make matters worse, the emphasis upon equality that de Tocqueville had shown is the essence of democratic regimes confirms democratic people in their ignorance. To their mind, if all are equal, then the opinion of a Socrates cannot be in any sense superior to their own. 2 points need to be made here. First, it should now be evident that Mill's distinction between quantitative and qualitative pleasures is no mere academic exercise in moral philosophy. On the contrary, the distinction goes to the very heart of what de Tocqueville had shown is wrong with democratic society. Democratic people's erroneous belief that their opinions are as valid as anyone else's is precisely what lies behind the specter of majority tyranny. People who think differently, and particularly those like Mill who claim to have superior knowledge of how one ought to live, will be suppressed by the vast majority of the ignorant. And like de Tocqueville, Mill recognizes that this tyranny of the majority need not necessarily be political. The overwhelming power of public opinion may be itself sufficient to destroy intellectual liberty regardless of constitutional provisions protecting it. Second, it is important to recognize that Mill's criticisms of democracy are much more radical than de Tocqueville's precisely because they are based upon a deeper critique of classical liberal philosophy. As we have noted, Mill's distinction between quantity and quality undermines the whole structure of utilitarian theory. Indeed, as many commentators on Mill's philosophy have pointed out, once it is admitted that pleasures are qualitatively distinct, there is little sense in employing the term pleasure at all. Clearly, the happiness of a Socrates is something that transcends what we normally mean by the word pleasure. The problem, however, is in the political implications that would seem to follow from Mill's critique. These would seem at first glance to be anti-liberal and anti-democratic. Indeed, Mill's argument in certain respects parallels Plato's. Plato had argued that philosophers ought to rule precisely because they have knowledge of what constitutes genuine happiness and well-being. And, like Mill, Plato had recognized that the key problem with democratic people is their inability to understand that their idea of happiness is an illusion, a shadow in the cave world of opinion. But Mill most assuredly is no anti-democratic and anti-liberal Platonist. Like de Tocqueville, he wants to eliminate the defects of liberal democracy, not abolish it altogether as Plato would do. Mill's underlying epistemology does not admit of Platonic solutions in any case. Plato believed philosophers should rule because they alone grasp the true form of justice. But Mill does not accept the theory of form any more than he accepts the medieval notion of natural law. Despite his revision of utilitarianism, Mill remains an ethical naturalist. No less than Bentham, he rejects the idea of basing moral principles upon any transcendent or a priori ethical order. Yet Mill agrees with Plato that justice is a crucially important political virtue. To know what justice is and to exercise it in one's life is precisely one of those qualitatively higher pleasures that Mill believes attracts the superior person. But if justice is not an a priori principle, how can it either be known or practiced? Unless this question can be answered, there clearly is no possibility of distinguishing between qualitative and quantitative pleasures, and the threat of majority tyranny remains. Mill's answer, stripped to its essentials, is that all moral values, including justice, are rooted in utility. Broadly speaking, our concepts of good and evil reflect our self-interest. But not all matters of self-interest are identical. Some of our desires are much more basic than others. The desire for security, for example, is obviously more important than the other desires. Security, or the right to be safe in our person and property, is the basis of every other right we enjoy. As a consequence, Mill argues, the demand for security becomes transformed over time into a qualitatively higher demand for justice by gathering feelings around it so much more intense than those concerned in any of the more common cases of utility, that the difference in degree becomes a real difference in kind. The claim assumes that character of absoluteness, which constitute the distinction between the feeling of right and wrong and that of ordinary expediency and inexpediency. 1.5. The desire for security, which begins as a simple utility or expediency rooted in a primitive self-interest in survival, becomes over time that moral value of a higher order we call justice. And what makes the desire for justice superior to other forms of ordinary expediency is the fact that our feelings and sentiments about it are so much deeper. What began merely as a quantitative difference in degree with other pleasures becomes a qualitative difference in kind. In this way the desire for security is transformed by the intensity of our sentiments into the higher moral value of justice. The error that so many thinkers have made, Mill argues, has been to assume that because our moral values have the character of absoluteness they are rooted in some principle other than utility. Plato, of course, is the classic representative of this erroneous school of thought. Because justice had the character of absoluteness, Plato assumed that it is a transcendent form, something beyond the world of becoming. But justice is neither a form nor a principle of natural law, Mill insists. Like all ethical values, justice is rooted in utility, but so intensely rooted that it becomes qualitatively superior to the petty and paltry pleasures associated with simple expediency. Now, assuming Mill's ethical theory to be valid, and whether or not the intensity of sentiments establishes the objective reality of moral rules may well be debated, justice is indeed a moral value that can be known and practiced in one's life. And it is precisely this act of knowing and practicing the virtue of justice that constitutes the higher qualitative pleasure experienced by superior persons. They do not behave justly simply because they wish to ensure their security, but because they understand that justice is a value far more important than mere security. As such, they wish to embody justice in their lives, not for narrow utilitarian reasons, but for its own sake. Like Socrates, they find a higher form of happiness in the disinterested exercise of virtue. Justice is not the only political virtue that Mill discusses in his revision of utilitarianism. He is, in fact, best known for his defense of liberty developed in his most famous work, On Liberty. Like de Tocqueville, Mill recognizes that liberty, particularly liberty of opinion, is crucial in a democratic society, for it is the one virtue that prevents the tyranny of the majority. And while he of course denies the theory of natural right since he rejects the idea of abstract right as a thing independent of utility, liberty is nevertheless much more than a simple utility for Mill. It is, like justice, a moral value of a higher order because of its enormous importance to human well-being. Thus, Mill argues, I regard utility as the ultimate appeal on all ethical questions, but it must be utility in the largest sense, grounded on the permanent interests of a man as a progressive being. Those interests, I contend, authorize the subjection of individual spontaneity to external control, only in respect to those actions of each, which concern the interest of other people. 16. Neither state nor society, in other words, has the right to interfere in a person's liberty unless the exercise of that liberty violates the legitimate interests of others. Mill recognizes that there are certain speech actions that may rightfully be restrained. Shouting fire in a crowded theater is the classic case in point. But most actions are not of this nature, and liberty of opinion is almost never of this character, says Mill. As a consequence, he argues, freedom of thought and opinion must be kept free from external constraint in all but the most exceptional cases. But bear in mind that this inviolability of liberty is based neither on abstract natural right nor on simple utility or self-interest. It is based upon utility in the largest sense, that is, utility that is grounded on the penient interests of a man as a progressive being. What are these penient interests? they are those that aid people in progressing morally. And moral progress, as we have just seen, is nothing other than the internalization of those complex social sentiments that surround our most cherished values. Liberty is itself one of those values, but it is in a sense the highest of all values according to Mill, for without it we would be unable to think critically about and debate those moral ideals by which we order our lives individually and collectively. This may be said to be the key point of On Liberty. Liberty of opinion is the necessary precondition for human development, for without it we would have no way to determine the values that do constitute the higher qualitative pleasures of human experience. It is precisely in debating our values and ideals that we arrive at the truth of the matter, Mill insists. Thus, any attempt by the majority to prevent dissent actually prevents the truth from being expressed. What inevitably follows is the progressive debasement of humankind rather than its progressive development. On Liberty has become the classic liberal statement in defense of freedom of expression. Every possible objection that might be raised against it is answered by Mill. Starting from the proposition that truth is the precondition for human development, Mill demonstrates that every opinion, if allowed to be freely expressed, brings us closer to the truth. If an opinion is false, says Mill, its free expression will elicit contrary opinions until the truth is found. If an opinion is a mixture of the true and the false, as is most often the case, freedom of expression and debate will aid in eliminating the false element of the opinion. And even if an opinion is true, says Mill, it should be subject to criticism lest it become meaningless to us, for truths that are not attacked and debated become hollow over time and thus lose their power to influence us for the good. Apart from the question of liberty of thought and opinion, Mill concludes On Liberty with a general argument against governmental interference in the lives of individuals. On the whole, Mill argues, individuals are best left to themselves, both socially and economically, largely for pragmatic reasons. Mill is an advocate of laissez-faire in On Liberty, although he would later come to modify this position. And while the argument for limiting the functions of government is not, as Mill admits, strictly identical to the argument for limiting its power over the expression of ideas, the arguments are, in fact, quite similar. For aside from the fact that in most cases individuals are better able than government to do things for themselves, says Mill, individual responsibility encourages that same progressive development that freedom of opinion does. Hence, he argues, even when government could do a better job, it is best whenever possible to leave individuals to their own devices, as a means to their own mental education. L7. And in any case, he concludes, the more functions government performs, the greater the danger that it will become that all-powerful and centralized bureaucracy that de Tocqueville so feared. It should now be clear why Mill is a defender of liberal democratic regimes despite his concern with their potential excesses. In theory, at least, they are most capable of creating the conditions for progressive moral development. In liberal democracies people are allowed to choose their leadership, express their opinions, and be responsible for their own lives. Non-democratic and non-liberal regimes prevent the mass of people from ever experiencing these qualitatively higher pleasures and thus deprive them of that moral and intellectual improvement that Mill believes to be humankind's true end. The problem, of course, is that liberal democracy contains within it contrary tendencies. In theory it encourages moral improvement, in practice it has the tendency to do the very opposite. Rather than encouraging freedom of opinion and individual responsibility, it creates the conditions for majority tyranny and bureaucratic despotism. What to do? Like de Tocqueville, Mill argues that certain safeguards must be built into democratic regimes to prevent these potential abuses. And to Mill's mind there are really only two possibilities: either an intellectually and morally superior elite must be given special roles within government, or the intellectual and moral level of the mass of people must be raised. Mill advocates both. The idea of guaranteeing intellectual elites a role within democratic government Mill develops most consistently in his considerations on representative government. Among a number of suggested reforms, he proposes plural voting, which gives intellectual elites more than one vote as a means by which to check the overwhelming numbers of the majority. In addition, he advocates proportional representation, PR. A PR system, of which there are many different types, guarantees a seat in the legislature for those candidates who get a sufficient proportion of votes less than a majority. Mill believed that this type of electoral system would ensure representation for intellectual minorities, something impossible to accomplish in single-member district, winner-take-all systems in which only that candidate who secures a majority of the vote wins a seat in the legislature. The winner-take-all system was, to Mill's mind, a major contributing factor to the tyranny of the majority. Plural voting never has been adopted by Western liberal democracies, and we now know that proportional representation does not really accomplish what Mill intended. But what is important for our purposes is the theory behind Mill's advocacy of these reforms, not their practical effect, which is that democratic decision-making will lead to majority tyranny unless decisions are informed by something other than public opinion. In theory, Mill's reforms would create just such informed decisions by ensuring a legislative role for moral and intellectual elites. Thus, if riding the crest of popular opinion the legislature were to attempt to pass laws suppressing unpopular minorities communists, for example, Mill's legislative elite would resist these illiberal tendencies. Understanding the importance of freedom of opinion, and grasping the qualitatively superior life that liberty brings, they would oppose any attempt on the part of the legislature to suppress unpopular ideas. The idea of creating a legislative elite may seem, at first glance, to violate the premises of democratic decision-making. But this is not necessarily the case. It was certainly not so for Mill. He was pursuing a line of reasoning that can be traced back to Aristotle and Cicero. These thinkers recognized, as Mill did later, that pure democracy inevitably becomes the unlawful mobocracy of the majority. They therefore proposed mixing aristocratic elements into democratic and republican constitutions to check the excesses of popular rule. Aristotle, recall, called this polity, Cicero the composite state. The purpose was to make democracy work as it ought to, not to eliminate it altogether. This is precisely Mill's objective, to ensure that liberal democracy functions in the manner of Aristotle's and Cicero's ideal rather than as an unlawful and illiberal tyranny of the majority. Most important in preventing the tyranny of the majority is Mill's argument for raising the intellectual and moral level of the mass of people to an appreciation of liberty and, indeed, of all the higher qualitative pleasures. This Mill believes can in part be accomplished by the states providing mass public education for all. And while the idea of state-supported education seems hardly novel today, in Mill's time it was a radical proposal. This was still the age of classical liberalism, and any suggestion that the state involve itself in any but negative function seemed heretical to many. This attitude was intensified by the fear that the state would destroy liberty of opinion by imposing its views upon students. But Mill makes a careful distinction between providing an education and determining what is to be taught. The state's function, Mill insists, is the former, not the latter. But is mass education really the answer? It was part of Mill's genius to have recognized that it may actually contribute to the very problem it is supposed to resolve. Basing his argument upon de Tocqueville's analysis of democracy, Mill shows how European society is daily advancing towards the ideal of making all people alike. 1-8 note, says Mill, that formerly, different ranks, different neighborhoods, different trades and professions, lived in what might be called different worlds, at present to a great degree in the same. Comparatively speaking, they now read the same things, listen to the same things, see the same things, go to the same places, have their hopes and fears directed to the same objects, have the same rights and liberties, and the same means of asserting them. Great as are the differences of position which remain, they are nothing to those which have ceased. And the assimilation is still proceeding. All the political changes of the age promote it, since they all tend to raise the low and to lower the high. Every extension of education promotes it, because education brings people under common influences, and gives them access to the general stock of facts and sentiments. 1-9. In short, every extension of education, along with almost every other change in contemporary society, has the effect of generating a mass society and thus laying the foundation of majority tyranny. Rather than encouraging a variety of opinions, the extension of education has the tendency to produce a mass public opinion. And this, in turn, promotes a breakdown of what Mill terms a variety of situations, by which he means a breakdown of associational life. Different groups espousing different ideals are destroyed by the very sameness of ideas that mass education promotes. It is important to note that the problem of mass public education for Mill is not that the state will impose its opinion upon the students. This he believes to be a problem easily rectified. The problem is that mass education, as with any other mass endeavor, inevitably produces a common public opinion. It is not a problem, therefore, that can be overcome merely by changes in curriculum or other such modifications of the educational environment. Mill suggests that the very structure of mass education, and indeed of mass industrial society generally, tends to produce majority tyranny no matter what is done to prevent it. More than this, even what is done tends as often as not to promote it. Despite these problems, modern liberals continued to make the expansion of mass education a central plank in their reform platform. There was really little else they could do. The egalitarian tendencies of democratic societies in fact precluded special roles for intellectual elites, at least in the legal sense Mill had in mind. Unless the intellectual and moral level of the masses could be raised, therefore, liberal democracy appeared doomed. This certainly was the position of Th. Green, 1836–1882, an obscure Oxford don little known outside academia. His obscurity does not detract from his intellectual importance, however, for he and his followers, the Oxford idealists, as they came to be known, laid the foundations of modern liberalism by making the final break from utilitarianism. This Mill never did do, at least not explicitly, and he is therefore best seen as a transitional figure standing midway between the early classical doctrine and the later theory developed by Green. As a consequence, Green and his students freed liberal thinkers from a psychological and ethical doctrine that was much too narrow for the kinds of reforms they were advocating. Green made the break from utilitarianism, as well as from the earlier doctrine of natural rights, both of which were rooted in the British tradition of materialism and empiricism, by drawing upon the German, and particularly the Hegelian, tradition of idealism. Idealism is the metaphysical opposite of materialism. It posits reality to be other than a material principle. We shall have more to say about Hegel in the next chapter. For now it is sufficient to note that Hegel demonstrated to Green the existence of a spiritual reality beyond the purely material and the possibility of thinking about social and political matters from the perspective of spiritual ideals. Following Hegel's lead, therefore, Green argues that a spiritual reality God constitutes the rational moral ordering of the universe. Human beings participate in this ordering through their progressive ability to structure their lives around moral principles that they themselves comprehend and will point 20 they participate, in other words, through their teleological development toward moral autonomy. As a consequence, Green argues that the whole structure of liberal thought from Locke to the utilitarians needs to be revised, for given this larger reality, and humankind's participation in it, it was clear to Green that liberal ideals could no longer be justified in the name of strictly materialist principles, whether in the guise of Lockean natural rights or Benthamite utilities. Yet, for all of this, Hegel's idealism simply pointed Green in a new direction and provided him with a non-utilitarian point of view. Beyond this, Hegel's influence is really not all that important. Indeed, it is perfectly possible to understand Green's revision of the liberal doctrine without referring to Hegel at all, for, in effect, Green founded the basic ideals of liberalism upon a classical basis. His psychology, sociology, and political theory are rooted in a tradition of thought that begins with Socrates and that in many ways is reminiscent of Edmund Burke. Thus, Green psychology or theory of human nature rejects the utilitarian view that the desire for pleasure and the wish to avoid pain is the defining characteristic of the human personality. This view, recall, followed Hobbes in presuming that the will is prior to reason, that we use our intellectual capacity only as a means to calculate how best to get that which our desires prompt us to want. For Green, it is quite the other way around. The utilitarians forget, he argues in his major political work Lectures on the Principles of Political Obligation, that in being determined by the strongest motive, the man is determined by himself, by an object of his own making. 2. They forget, in other words, that human beings cannot will anything unless they first employ their reason to determine that which they really desire. Now the determination of will by reason constitutes moral freedom or autonomy. 22 Green argues, for it follows that if people themselves determine that which they will, they in effect determine themselves. They become that which they wish to become. This is a crucially important point, for it means, among other things, that it is possible for people to freely determine what kind of social and political order they wish to live in. They are not limited to creating a society that conforms only to the supposed unlimited and uncontrollable desires for property and power. But what is it then that people ought to will? Green recognizes that human beings have evolved over time and that their ideas of what is morally valuable have changed. But in essence, he argues, this evolution has been increasingly toward recognition that it is reason itself that establishes the validity of moral rules. Whereas primitive people obeyed the law for reasons of social compulsion, at a later stage of development human beings obey because they themselves determine that they ought to obey. That is, the possibility of obedience to law as an act of moral freedom is open to them. The moral person, that is, the one who understands the moral role inherent in their rational capacity, will do just this, Green insists. They will recognize that their completeness as human beings, their realization of an idea of perfection, to use Green's words, lies in their ability to make their will conform to rational rules of ethical conduct. To do otherwise, to live the life of pig satisfied, for example, would be to sacrifice one's moral autonomy, hence one's freedom. The moral person recognizes that freedom lies in the subordination of the will to rational rules or laws we ourselves have created. It is clear that freedom, which Green identifies with rational moral conduct, is the highest human value attainable. In this he is at one with John Stuart Mill, and his idea that freedom involves the realization of an idea of perfection is essentially identical to Mill's claim that liberty cannot be conceived apart from the progressive development of mankind as well. Both ideas of freedom involve the notion of moral development, and Green would certainly agree with Mill that those who argue differently simply lack the experience and the rational training to know otherwise. But Green was more explicit and thorough than Mill in making this connection between liberty and moral purpose. Indeed, he was the first to employ the term positive freedom to describe the connection 23 and to counterpose it to the purely negative idea of liberty held by Hobbes and the utilitarians. 24 Like Rousseau and the ancient Greek thinkers, Green wanted to emphasize that unless there is a positive connection between our actions and some moral purpose, we cannot truly be said to be free. 25 Green's revision of the classical liberal view of human nature and its corresponding theory of liberty carried with it a revision of the liberal conception of society as well, for if by nature humans are moral beings, it follows for Green, as it did for the Greeks, that they are by definition social beings as well. As such, Green views society not simply as a collection of self-interested individualists, as in the contractual and utilitarian theories of society, but as a structure of traditions, laws, and institutions that unite individuals into a larger ethical whole. Now it is this larger structure of traditions, laws, and institutions, Green insists, that constitutes the moral progress of mankind. 26 For if we recognize that human beings are moral, and social, creatures, it follows that their social and political institutions are reflections of their deepest moral impulses. And inasmuch as human beings progress morally over time, since they learn increasingly to live by inner moral reason rather than by outer physical compulsion, it also follows that the institutions they create over time progress morally as well. Liberal democracy, given this analysis, must then be in some sense morally superior to earlier forms of political organization. But it also works the other way around. If human beings create institutions that embody moral ideas, they themselves internalize those ideas by acting within the institutional framework of their society. This means that in their social and political activities they move toward their goal of moral perfection, which Green has identified as the conformity of will to reason. In his lectures on the principles of political obligation, he puts his analysis in the following way. The value of the institutions of civil life lies in their operation as giving reality to these capacities of will and reason, and enabling them to be really exercised. In their general effect, apart from particular aberrations, they render it possible for a man to be freely determined by the idea of a possible satisfaction of himself, instead of being driven this way and that by external forces, and thus they give reality to the capacity called will, and they enable him to realize his reason, that is, his idea of self-perfection, by acting as a member of a social organization in which each contributes to the better being of all the rest. 27. Green's analysis can be clarified by an example. Citizens of liberal democracies have a number of political institutions available to them that embody various moral ideals. The essential equality of human beings, the dignity of the individual, and the right of political participation are clearly some of the ideals implicit in the institutional structure of liberal democracy. It follows, then, that to the extent that citizens actively exercise their duties as citizens, vote, discuss issues, perhaps even run for public office, to that same extent they take in the ideals of society. They learn, for example, the importance of liberty of opinion, for they are compelled to recognize that without it they cannot make rational choices in the voting booth. But such recognition constitutes precisely what Green means by the conformity of will to reason. One's actions as a citizen lead to the internalization of the ideal of liberty of opinion such that one comes to actively will it, not simply to accept it as a legal requirement. Green's political philosophy is simply the logical extension of these altered conceptions of humanity and society. Most importantly, he radically revises the earlier theory of rights. Since reason is not subordinate to the drives and desires, Green cannot accept the theory that rights are rooted in utility. Nor can he accept the even earlier doctrine of natural rights. Clearly, Green argues, if human beings are by nature social animals, it is only within society that there can be such a thing as a right. 28. In Burke's words, rights are prescriptive. This is not to mean that the rights of the individual are to be utterly subordinate to the dictates of society. Such a position could hardly be described as liberal. In fact, Green desires an expansion of individual liberty, particularly in regard to intellectual and political activities, for this is what makes moral reason rather than compulsion the basis of social order. Bear in mind that such a goal of self-perfection is the whole point behind Green's revision of the classical liberal doctrine. It is to mean, however, that any claim to a right is a social claim. As such, it is one that must not only involve the recognition of the rights of other individuals, but must also contribute in some way to a larger social good. This holds for all rights, including that most important of rights in the liberal tradition, the right to property. Property is a social right, granted by society, and justified only to the extent that it contributes to the better being of all, that is, to the moral progress of the whole citizenry. Indeed, like Aristotle, Green sees in the appropriation of property an essentially moral act through which individuals learn, in the act of appropriating, their responsibility toward others. Ideally, they learn to control their acquisitiveness for a larger social good, and to use their property in ways that are conducive to the moral improvement of others as well as to themselves. Herein, of course, lay a crucial problem, in fact the essential issue in the development of modern liberal thought. the conditions of late 19th century industrial capitalism were not at all conducive to the moral use of property. Indeed, Green argues, the actual result of the development of rights of property in Europe, as part of its general political development, has so far been a state of things in which all indeed may have property, but great numbers in fact cannot have it in that sense in which alone it is of value, viz. as a permanent apparatus for carrying out a plan of life, for expressing ideas of what is beautiful, or giving effect to benevolent wishes. In the eye of the law they have rights of appropriation, but in fact they have not the chance of providing means for a free moral life, of developing and giving reality or expression to a good will, an interest in social well-being. A man who possesses nothing but his powers of labor and who has to sell these to a capitalist for bare daily maintenance, might as well, in respect of the ethical purposes which the possession of property should serve, be denied rights of property altogether. 2.9. It cannot be stressed too wrongly how serious this debasement of the industrial working class was to the internal coherence of the liberal ideology. Property had always been viewed by liberal thinkers as the very basis of individual freedom. But by the end of the 19th century it had become clear that the legal protection of the individual's property rights was in social fact destroying those rights for vast numbers of people. While the capitalist and industrial middle classes were getting richer, the workers were getting poorer. The result, as Green noted, was that for practical purposes the worker had no property rights at all and could not, therefore, be expected to acquire those social and ethical skills that the ownership of property ought to bestow. Green's solution to this problem laid the foundation of the modem liberal theory of the state. According to Green, the state has a clear responsibility to ensure that the distribution of property is such that all citizens share in its benefits. It must take positive steps to see that the national wealth does not become concentrated in so few hands that others are deprived of its moral benefits. And Green applied this same logic to other areas of community concerns. He was a great advocate of state-supported public education, as he was of other public ventures that he believed would benefit the moral life of the community. It was with this reasoning in mind that Green became an advocate of the positive state rather than of the strictly negative state favored by the classical liberals. Note here the logical connection between Green's new conception of the state and his theory of positive liberty, a connection discussed extensively in the chapter on Rousseau, for to define liberty positively, that is, in light of moral purposes, leads to the conclusion that the state has a positive responsibility to structure society in ways that allow those purposes to be realized. Green, nevertheless, remains a liberal. His focal point is the individual, not the state. For this reason, he absolutely rejects the idea that the state should legislate morality, or that it should have the power, as Rousseau suggests, to force any of its members to be free. The state is to play a positive role, Green argues, only insofar as removing those obstacles that prevent individuals from realizing their moral freedom, such as inequitable property relations, ignorance, lack of healthy living conditions, and so forth. If the state goes beyond this, says Green, if it goes beyond removing obstacles to the realization of the capacity for beneficial exercise of rights, its own object by vitiating the spontaneous character of that capacity 30. Put simply, the state cannot take from individuals their capacity for free moral choice without destroying the possibility of individual self-perfection that it was created to protect and encourage in the first place. It is important to bear these points in mind, because they clearly establish Green and his followers as liberals and set them apart from those thinkers, such as Rousseau, who would carry the idea of the positive state to very illiberal conclusions. It is true that they reject the philosophy of utilitarianism and its emphasis upon negative liberty and the negative state, but they do not reject the ideal of the free individual, nor do they reject the corresponding idea that the powers of government must be limited. Liberal democracy remains the ideal political structure. And the sacredness of private property, a key element of the liberal philosophy from Locke on, is reaffirmed. Green wants to modify the principle of private property so as to secure real property rights for all, not to eliminate it altogether. SUCH, in broad outline, is the philosophy of modem liberalism, a philosophy first articulated by Green and the Oxford idealist S. Modem liberals since then have not really gone beyond the framework established by these thinkers, although there has been a great deal of evolution within this basic intellectual structure. In Britain, L.T. Hobhouse was perhaps most responsibly for carrying on the ideals of modem liberalism. In this country, the key figure was John Dewey who, while not sharing Green's idealist metaphysics, advocated essentially the same social and political ideals as his British counterpart. 31. In this century, modem liberalism has become a profoundly influential ideology in the industrialized countries of Western and Northern Europe. Generally speaking, it now constitutes the theoretical basis of the modem welfare state. It took longer in this country for its influence to be felt. Not until Franklin D. Roosevelt and the New Deal were the basic ideas of modem liberalism put into political practice or, for that matter, even recognized as legitimate by most Americans. Until then, the radically individualistic, laissez-faire, and anti-statist position of classical liberalism dominated American political consciousness. A further comment about the liberal tradition in this country is in order here because that tradition is, not without cause, a source of great perplexity to many American students. For historical reasons rather unique to this country, those Americans who espouse the classical doctrine, those who advocate a free market economy, individual responsibility, and the negative state typically call themselves conservatives. And while they may in fact hold to certain traditional values that are characteristic of Burkean conservatism, their basic perspective remains fundamentally liberal. Those, on the other hand, who call themselves liberal espouse the ideals of the modem doctrine as developed by Green and subsequent thinkers in that tradition. The real political debate in this country, therefore, is best understood as a debate between an early and later variant of the same liberal ideology, rather than as one between liberalism and philosophical conservatism. Broadly speaking, this is a debate between those who favor an expansion of the welfare state and those who wish to reduce the role of government in society. The Democratic and Republican parties may be said respectively to represent these two positions, but only in a very rough sense, for one can find liberals of both types in either of the parties. Taking now the modem liberal tradition as developed from John Stuart Mill through Th. Green, what judgments can be made of it from the historical perspective of the last quarter of this century? On the positive side, most would agree that it possesses several theoretical advantages over the classical doctrine. Most notably, its underlying psychology provides a more real and comprehensive account of that which constitutes humanness than does Bentham's calculus of pleasure and pain. Whatever else may be said of classical liberalism, its utilitarian view of the species is hopelessly narrow, and modern liberals must be credited with recognizing this fact. The same may be said of the modem liberal view of society, it gives us a much more realistic picture of social relationships. Surely the later liberals were correct in conceiving society as an organic structure of traditions, customs, and institutions that encompass and shape the individual. Every NCGHT in contemporary social science indicates the validity of this point of view. Few serious political analysts today would agree with Bentham that society is nothing more than the sum of its individual parts. Finally, in terms of political philosophy, modem liberalism's legitimatization of the positive state was the necessary precondition for serious thought about what role the state may appropriately play in social and economic affairs. We may or may not agree that the modem state should be involved in the economic and social life of the community to the extent that it is, or to the extent modem liberals say that it should be, but it is difficult any longer to avoid the issue altogether. Like it or not, the social problems generated by industrial society have impelled state intervention in a host of areas. At the very least, modem liberalism does make it possible to think seriously about the legitimate extent of state intervention. On the negative side, there are clearly some serious problems inherent in the modem doctrine. As a theory of politics, it is unfortunately subject to various political interpretations. Green's emphasis upon the moral essence of historical institutions, including the state, has led some of his followers to a conservative emphasis upon the rights of the state and a corresponding de-emphasis upon those of the individual. 32 Others have taken Green's theory of social rights to socialist conclusions, arguing for the extensive transformation of property relationships in the name of a higher social purpose, although few of them have been willing to jettison the principle of property altogether. In either case, working from the same philosophical perspective, Green's followers have derived contrary political conclusions. That Green's political theory can be taken to such various conclusions indicates a basic ambiguity at its core. It may be that liberal ideals simply do not fit very well with the Socratic or idealist point of view, and that any attempt to bring the two together inevitably leads to theoretical confusion. Here, clearly, is the advantage of the classical doctrine. Whatever the validity of its underlying psychology and sociology, there is no question about what the respective roles of the individual and state should be. Connected to these theoretical issues are various practical political problems that have continued to plague modern liberalism. Most seriously, it has not only been unable to avoid those conditions that give rise to majority tyranny, but in many instances has actually contributed to the problem. One cannot say today that public opinion is any less powerful than it was when de Tocqueville and the younger Mill first alerted us to its dangers. Nor can we say that the reforms advocated by modern liberals to aid people in their progressive development toward moral and intellectual autonomy always have had their desired effect. Indeed, as Mill in part anticipated, they often have had the very opposite effect. Many of the reforms initiated by the modern welfare state, mass education, social welfare, governmental regulation of the economy, and so forth, have actually contributed to the homogenization of our culture and to a commonality of opinion far beyond anything imagined by Mill. Of course, the liberal welfare state cannot be blamed entirely for this state of affairs. There have emerged powerful private agents of homogenization that have had a profound impact upon the creation of a common public opinion. Television comes immediately to mind here, as does Madison A.V. NU and the whole technology of consumerism that surrounds it. Mill had noted this dangerous potential of modem mass communications long before the invention of telecommunications or the development of modem advertising techniques. But even here the modem state and the liberal philosophy upon which it is based cannot be held completely without fault, for they have been notably ineffective in regulating these agents of homogenization and of checking their sway over public opinion. Another, related, problem plagues modern liberalism. Rather than removing the obstacles to self-development, many critics, liberals included, now argue that the welfare state itself poses a threat to individual autonomy. And the problem is not simply that people are becoming more dependent upon government and less upon their own initiative. The deeper problem is that as the state takes over more and more social and economic functions, that associational life that de Tocqueville had seen as the basis for individual autonomy and for a plurality of opinions is rapidly eroding. Private as well as local political associations inevitably decline as an increasingly centralized and bureaucratized state takes over functions these associations had traditionally performed. The ultimate consequences of this, the critics argue, may be what de Tocqueville most feared: the happy and willing enslavement of the multitude to a benevolent but all-powerful bureaucratic despotism that rules precisely in the name of equality and democracy. This problem is intensified by an often elitist social policy on the part of liberals. In theory, the welfare state is to remove obstacles to self-development, not to take over functions best left to individuals themselves. But there has long existed among many liberals a kind of Benthamite belief in the efficacy of social engineering on the part of intellectually trained elites. The line between removing obstacles to self-development and the elitist manipulation of society for people's own good is thus sometimes blurred. The popular complaint about the do-gooders in government is, in effect, a complaint about this elitist and undemocratic strain in the liberal tradition. At an even deeper level, some thinkers now suggest that liberal ideas themselves have become a central part of the problem. They claim that the arguments in On Liberty are no longer an alternative to mass public opinion, but have themselves become an integral part of it. And, they insist, it is not, as Mill might have hoped, that the majority employs its liberty to determine what really is socially and politically desirable, but, in the name of liberty of opinion, everyone has a right to his or her opinion. The majority treats all opinions as equally valid and thus makes no effort at all to distinguish the true from the false. 33 The inevitable result, it is argued, and as Plato originally had foreseen in his account of democracy, is moral anarchy rather than the progressive moral development of the species. All of these criticisms are ultimately rooted in the fact that the internal consistency of the modem liberal doctrine has begun to break down. The respective roles of the state and the individual have become blurred in modem liberal thought. This same blurring of what had once been clear and definite ideas can be noted in the other dimensions of liberal thought since Green, in the theory of rights for example. And, as we have seen, the doctrine as a whole can be taken to quite different political conclusions. It is no wonder, given this theoretical confusion, that modem liberalism has so often had in practice results contrary to its premises. It is at least in part clear why theoretical confusion has occurred. The emergence of industrial capitalism, which compelled liberal thinkers to reconsider the classical doctrine in the first place, has created conditions that no longer fit terribly well with modem liberal assumptions. The ideal of ensuring a balance between individual autonomy and state intervention, for example, is very difficult to maintain given the problems inherent in industrial society. The enormity and complexity of those problems, economic, social, environmental, and so forth, seem inevitably to lead to the expansion of state power at the expense of the individual. And a theory that asserts the duty of the state to resolve these problems on the one hand, yet maintains the ideal of individual autonomy on the other, is sure to have problems with the internal consistency of its ideas. Historically, when a tradition of political thought develops a lack of theoretical coherency, it is almost always a sign that it no longer conforms to social and political reality. It becomes incoherent because it is altered and stretched over time to accommodate changing conditions until, eventually, its initial premises neither correspond to existing reality nor logically fit with subsequent theoretical modifications. Assuming this to be the case with the liberal tradition, as many now do, there is a serious question whether liberalism can once again be revised to fit with the realities of the modem world better than it now does. Certainly the subject of the next chapter, Karl Marx, had no doubt that the liberal ideology had run its course. He not only rejected that tradition of political thought, but rejected it in a way that called into question the most fundamental assumptions about humanity and society that had characterized liberalism from Locke to Th. Green. But whatever criticisms we may make of liberalism, even the most radical, let us keep in mind how profoundly important that tradition of political thought has been to the Western world, and how much it expresses some of our deepest and noblest ideals. Beginning with Locke in the 17th century and culminating with Th. Green in the 19th, these ideals have remained influential despite the underlying changes in philosophical perspective. Note the persistent affirmation of the worth of the individual, the essential equality of all human beings, the right of political participation, and the right to think, speak, and express oneself freely. Recall the unrelenting demand for limited government, and the invention of new constitutional techniques to accomplish this end. And let us not forget that these ideas and ideals were the basis for major changes in Western political institutions. Liberalism never has been a mere theory of politics, it has always been a major impetus for political reform. Seen in this historical perspective, we can justifiably conclude that liberalism has in a crucial sense transcended its own theoretical limitations, for it is difficult to imagine any future political philosophy that does not incorporate in some manner those basic ideals that liberals have so long defended. In this sense, liberalism has become Aristotle's wisdom of the ages, for it has established certain principles of political life that most would now hold to be the sine qua non of any civilized state. Marxism. Communist ideas, in one form or another, have been around for a long time. Plato advocated a communist system for his philosophic rulers, and any number of thinkers since Plato have proposed reordering society along communal lines. But communism in its modern sense did not emerge until the 19th century. Like conservatism, it was an ideology created in opposition to liberal ideas. Unlike conservatism, it rejected any attempt to preserve the past. Communists and liberals were in agreement in this regard. The French Revolution had forever destroyed the Ancien regime. No less than their liberal opponents, the communists understood that people would have to come to terms with modern industrial society. In the 19th century, communism was simply one variant of a much broader ideological tendency called socialism, a vague term then used to classify a group of thinkers and activists of the most various intellectual and political persuasions. We are able to categorize them as a distinct group only because of their common opposition to the conditions of industrial society and to the liberal ideas upon which that society was based, not because their ideals necessarily had a great deal in common. The key issue for the socialists, of course, was the deteriorating conditions of the new industrial working class. It is difficult for us in the late 20th century to appreciate how extremely degrading these conditions were in the early stages of the Industrial Revolution. But the degradation was very real and, from the perspective of the mid-19th century, it called into question the whole basis of modern society. For the terrible and paradoxical truth of that society seemed to be that every increase in technological progress was matched by an increase in human suffering. Unfortunately, the early socialists, the most important of whom came to be called the utopian socialists, were neither equipped to explain the cause of this suffering, nor to offer realistic solutions to the problem. As we have noted, they were a group of thinkers of widely disparate tendencies. As such, they could neither agree on what would constitute a viable socialist society nor on how to arrive at it even when they could agree. It is true that the early socialists did as a general rule advocate some form of communal property and exchange, seeing Lockean private property not as the source of rights but, given the conditions of the working class, as quite the opposite. But beyond this there was little agreement. And there was just as much confusion over strategy as there was over theory. Some pre-Marxian socialists were mild-mannered reformers, others were militant revolutionaries. A thinker capable of grounding socialism upon a sound theoretical basis was needed. Only then could socialism be shown to be a real alternative to existing society, and only then could a viable political strategy be developed that would be capable of uniting socialists in a common cause. Enter Karl Marx, a thinker who not only put socialist ideas upon a sound basis, but who called into question the whole tradition of Western social and political thought. Born in 1818 in Prussia to a middle-class family, he entered the university at the age of 17 and went on to attain a doctorate in philosophy. Upon leaving the university, Marx moved in 1843 to Paris, which was then the center of the socialist movement. He became acquainted with a number of socialist thinkers and revolutionaries in Paris, and it was there that he met and began working with Friedrich Engels, who was visiting the city at that time. The intellectual collaboration of Marx and Engels lasted until Marx's death in 1883. In 1845 Marx was compelled to leave Paris because of his radical views. He moved to Brussels, where he continued to develop his socialist ideas. In 1848, in collaboration with Engels, Marx produced the famous Communist Manifesto, a classic of polemic literature. In the same fateful year that the manifesto was published, revolutionary upheavals shook Europe. Marx and Engels initially expected these upheavals to grow into a working-class revolt that would finally produce a socialist society. Their expectations, however, were quickly dashed. It was clear that the workers would have to await another opportunity to play their revolutionary role, a fact that became of crucial importance to the integrity of the whole Marxian theoretical system, as we shall see at the close of this chapter. In 1849, after several intermittent moves, Marx took his family to London, where he remained until his death. During these years he helped organize the first International Workingmen's Association, an organization comprising some of the early socialist and labor groups worldwide. But Marx's most important contribution during the London years was theoretical rather than political. It was during this time that he began his mature work in economics. The result was the publication in 1867 of Volume I of Capital, his most important and, justifiably, most famous work. Volumes 2 and 3 of Capital were brought out subsequently by Engels after Marx's death. With the publication in 1894 of the final volume of Capital, Engels died the following year. Marx's ideas had become the dominant intellectual system within the revolutionary socialist movement. This is still true. Indeed, in this century Marxism has become not only the language of revolution, as much as was liberalism in the period following the French Revolution, but it has remained the source of a profoundly important critique of Western social and political thought. It is this larger critique, as we shall see, that is important to political theorists, not the specifics of Marx's socialist doctrine, or his particular vision of communist society. Nonetheless, in order to comprehend this larger critique it is necessary to grasp the essential elements of his socialist theory. This is the case because the critique is contained within the theory, a theory that Marx claims to be scientific. Indeed, he termed his theory scientific socialism to distinguish it from the utopian variants. He was not content, as were the utopian thinkers, simply to paint pictures of ideal societies. He attempted to demonstrate the scientific validity of his doctrine. This required that he elaborate a much larger intellectual framework than had the early, and frankly primitive, socialists. Because of this larger framework, and because of the unquestioned brilliance with which it was articulated, it had and has continued to have a far larger intellectual impact than the socialist ideas of the pre-Marxian theorists. Marx's scientific socialism is based upon what he terms the materialist conception of history. To assert the possibility of communism is by definition to assert a historical possibility. This requires, Marx argues, a scientific understanding of history, an understanding that he claims the materialist conception provides. This materialist view conflicts with the concepts of Hegelian philosophy, which in Marx's time, and particularly in Germany, influenced historical studies heavily. You will recall that Hegelian philosophy is based upon an idealist rather than a materialist metaphysics. In Hegel's view, therefore, history involved the working out of a spiritual principle and, as such, it was to be understood in that light. Marx insisted that such a perspective was only leading historians and social theorists further and further from the truth. Rather than studying human beings in history as they really are, as a part of the material world, German thinkers in the Hegelian tradition were caught up in abstractions that, in Marx's mind, simply stood in the way of a scientific comprehension of history. For this reason, Marx developed his own immaterialist theory of history by way of a critique of idealism and the idealist interpretation of history. This critique, and the basic outline of his own materialist conception, was published in 1846 as the German ideology, with Engels as co-author. The basic materialist proposition of this work is that the first premise of all human existence, and therefore all of history, that men must be in a position to live in order to be able to make history. 2. Before people can make history, much less philosophize about it, they must first exist, not abstractly as philosophical categories, but concretely as actual existing material entities. It thus follows for Marx that any valid historical analysis must begin with the ways in which human beings materially produce themselves, both as individuals and as a species. This involves the study of those basic productive or historical acts, as Marx calls them, by which people provide for the necessities of survival, their modes of providing food and habitation, the technologies they employ in exercising these productive activities, and the social form of reproduction by which the species as a whole is perpetuated. It is an obvious and indisputable fact, but one that Marx nevertheless insists upon making, that these historical acts of production have existed simultaneously since the dawn of history and the first men, and still assert themselves in history today. 3. What does change, Marx argues, is not the fact that these acts must always be performed, but the ways in which they are performed. Over time human beings improve their technology and along with it their whole mode of production. Most important for Marx, they alter society as a whole. At the same time, for productive activity is inherently social. These historical acts of production conceived of in their social form Marx calls the relations of production, and it follows, given this analysis, that changes in technology must alter the production and along with it the entire society. For Marx, these relations of production are constituted by the division of labor. In every society, he argues, we find a particular mode of cooperation, corresponding to a particular level of technological development, in which different productive tasks are relegated to different people. The most basic form of the division of labor, he argues, is that manifested in the sexual act. It takes two people each performing a unique role to produce a third. Almost as basic is what Marx calls the spontaneous division of labor found in very technologically primitive societies. Here different tasks are assigned on the basis of natural or biological attributes. The stronger will become the hunters, the weaker food gatherers, and so forth. But there comes a point, the precise historical period is unimportant, at which the division of labor becomes for Marx not only a stable factor in social life, but the very basis of all subsequent social orders. This point, he argues, occurs when there first appears a division between material and mental labor. When a small intellectual class, a priesthood for example, separates out from the mass of manual workers and devotes itself solely to intellectual pursuits, the basic structure of society up to the present day is set. That structure, Marx argues, is a structure of class exploitation, for while the division of labor is at one level simply a division of activities, at another it is a division of property, that is, of social classes. Those who perform certain productive tasks are rewarded more than others, both in terms of the quantity and of the quality of the goods produced by society. For this reason, Marx asserts that division of labor and private property are identical expressions. In the one the same thing is affirmed with reference to activity as is affirmed in the other with reference to the product of the activity. For in the liberal tradition, of course, differential rewards of property do not, in themselves, constitute exploitation. For Marx, however, since property is, in his words, the power of disposing of the labor power of others, 5. It is inherently exploitive. For example, once the division between material and mental labor has emerged, and in Marx's analysis this is a division of property, the intellectual class is in a position to compel others to provide it with the leisure to engage in the higher activities of the mind. This division between mental and manual labor is, of course, a very primitive form of class structure, but it constitutes a model of all subsequent forms of class exploitation. What is crucial in Marx's analysis is the fact that class exploitation must inevitably lead to class conflict. The exploited class will naturally resist its exploitation, although Marx is careful to point out that this resistance takes many forms and is not always recognized as resistance by the exploited class. Thus, the basic insight of Marx's materialist interpretation of history, summed up in the famous words of the Communist Manifesto, is that the history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggles. 6. Capitalist society, in which the proletariat, or industrial working class, resists the exploitation of the capitalist, is simply the most recent example of this history. Such then is the basic outline of Marx's materialist analysis of history. Beginning with the obvious proposition that men must be in a position to live in order to make history, Marx logically and empirically derives a sociology of class conflict. This constitutes, as Marx intended, a radically different view of history than that propounded in the idealist philosophies of the Hegelian tradition. But in his rejection of this tradition Marx did more than offer an alternative to it. he attempted to demonstrate how idealist philosophies could themselves be explained in terms of his materialist analysis. In order to understand Marx's critique of idealism, we shall need to elaborate in some detail the psychological implications of his materialist theory of history, implications summed up in his now famous statement that life is not determined by consciousness, but consciousness by life. 7. What we think, believe, understand, the whole of our mental processes in short, is determined by our life, that is, by our real material life as it is expressed in the historical acts of production. This means that consciousness is determined by the structure of the division of labor, the resultant class system, and the corresponding modes of exploitation and conflict that are, as we have seen, the social consequences of human productivity. Marx does not mean to suggest here that consciousness, in being determined, is to be understood as something distinct from or independent of material life. Quite the contrary, Marx believes this to be the fundamental fallacy of idealism. Life determines consciousness, according to Marx, precisely because consciousness is a part of life. It is a particular manifestation of material life, an organization of the material mind that reflects a material reality. Nor, given this materialist view of consciousness, does Marx mean to argue that consciousness is mechanically determined. Clearly, if consciousness is an intimate aspect of material life, it must in some sense itself shape material reality, a matter we shall discuss in some detail subsequently. What Marx does mean to say, simply, is that consciousness must be understood within the context of a larger material, social, reality, and that this reality determines consciousness in the sense that it sets the basic parameters within which consciousness functions. Now, bearing these qualifications in mind, Marx goes on to argue that a given class system will determine, that is, set the parameters of, a corresponding phone of consciousness. He does not mean by this that everyone will have the same thoughts, or that every individual will think exactly the same way as every other individual. Indeed, different classes, precisely because of their different social positions and productive roles, will possess their own unique class consciousness, according to Marx. He means simply that, in a general sense, every society possesses a common stock of values, beliefs, and attitudes that justify existing society and existing class relations. It follows, therefore, that any change in the productive or class relations of society must lead to a corresponding change at the level of consciousness. For this reason, Marx asserts that men, developing their material production and their material intercourse, alter along with this their real existence, their thinking, and the products of their thinking. 8. In the act of producing, people change not only their real social existence, the division of labor and class structure, they change the very structure of their consciousness. In his preface to a contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, Marx elaborates upon this connection between social life and social consciousness. In every society, he argues, we find that the relations of production correspond to a definite stage of development of material productive forces. 9. Broadly stated, a given class system, which, of course, implies a particular phone of the division of labor, of property, and of economic life in general, always corresponds to a given level of technological development. And the sum total of these class relations or relations of production, Marx continues, constitutes the economic structure of society, the real foundation on which rises a legal and political superstructure and to which correspond definite phones of social consciousness. Lo. This distinction between the economic structure or substructure of a society and its corresponding superstructure constitutes an important element of Marxian social analysis. Note that the economic substructure of society determines the superstructure of consciousness. This is simply another way of saying that life determines consciousness. But also note that the superstructure of consciousness corresponds to legal and political institutions that are also superstructural, that is, determined by the economic base of society. Thus, stated in its most general form, the economic class Structure of society determines its political structure and determines as well corresponding social and political beliefs and values. What does this have to do with the critique of idealism? The answer is contained in a final but crucial element of Marx's analysis. According to Marx, this superstructure of political consciousness, and indeed the whole cultural apparatus of ideas, beliefs, and values, constitutes misperceptions of social reality. Thus, while it is true that life determines consciousness, it does not determine it in ways that necessarily illustrate the true character of social life. Indeed, consciousness not only mistakes the nature of social reality, says Marx, it plays the role of justifying the very reality that gives rise to these misperceptions to begin with. Marx calls these phones of social misperception false consciousness, his definition of ideology. Bear in mind here that ideology has this special connotation for Marx and is not to be confused with the broader meaning we have discussed in the chapter on Burke and that we will continue to employ in the final chapter. And this propensity to generate false consciousness or ideology Marx believes to be one of the chief characteristics of any social order divided by social classes. There are a variety of ways in which consciousness may be characterized as ideological. We shall see subsequently why Marx believes most political ideas, and particularly liberal ideas, may be so characterized. For now, we want to understand the connection between Marx's theory of ideology and his critique of idealism. Obviously, Marx considers idealism to be an ideology, that is, a false perception of reality. What is important here, however, is its particular character as an ideology. It is, says Marx, essentially a religious ideology in the guise of a philosophy. And the key characteristic of any religious ideology, he argues, is that it assumes that God makes man. It is quite the other way around, says Marx, man not only makes God, he makes the entire superstructure of consciousness in the process of his material development. Religious ideology thus promotes the greatest illusion of all, says Marx, for it posits consciousness, in the phone of God or spirit, as something independent of, higher and more real than, the material world. This is precisely what idealism does. It is no wonder, Marx argues, that idealists who draw upon Hegel inevitably make the mistake of viewing history not as a question of real, nor even of political interests, but of pure thoughts. Rather than analyzing people's actual material life as it is manifested in real class conflict, they move in the realm of the pure spirit and make religious illusion the driving force of history. 1. The problem with the ideology of idealism, however, is not just that it misperceives the real nature of social reality, although for the historian and social philosopher that is quite serious enough. The deeper problem is that, as with any ideology, idealism tends to perpetuate the very social conditions that give rise to it in the first place. At bottom, Marx argues, these are conditions created by the existence of social classes. Ideologies, idealism included, thus tend to perpetuate existing class relations. In the case of religious ideology, the problem for Marx is obvious. Religion acts as a mechanism of psychic escape for those the worker for example who, because of their class position, suffer real economic exploitation. By positing a God who will reward the worker with perfect justice in the next world for suffering gladly the injustices in this, religion, in Marx's analysis, prevents the worker who accepts its authority from ever changing those class relations that are the source of his or her misery. It is for this reason that Marx insists, in his now infamous statement, that religion is the opium of the people. 1-3 Like opium, religion is a form of mental escape from real problems and real distress. And as a mechanism of escape, it prevents the sufferer from changing existing conditions as surely as does opium. This same analysis, though less obvious, applies to idealism. As we have seen, in Marx's analysis idealism is simply a religious ideology in philosophical clothing. It could be described as the opium of the intellectual for, once accepted, it dulls the critical sense. In assuming the existence of some supposed spiritual reality that transcends such mundane matters as real human misery, the intellectual is prevented from ever grasping the class basis of that misery and thus from ever playing a truly critical role in social reform. It is clear, then, that, as with other ideologies, idealism arises out of existing class relations and aids in their perpetuation. But precisely what is the mechanism by which this connection is created and maintained? Marx's answer constitutes the final and brilliant element of his critique of idealist philosophy. Clearly, Marx argues, if life determines consciousness, it follows that the idealist inversion of life and consciousness can only be explained by an actual inversion in social life itself. And, says Marx, this turns out to be precisely the case, for idealism emerges at that precise historical juncture at which the division between mental and material labor first appears. Once society has evolved to the point where it is possible for the mass of manual, material, workers to support a separate intellectual class, at that precise point idealism emerges, for now, says Marx, consciousness can really flatter itself that it is something other than consciousness of existing practice, that it is really conceiving something without conceiving something real. From now on consciousness is in a position to emancipate itself from the world and to proceed to the formation of pure theory, theology, philosophy, ethics, etc. 14. The conclusion to be drawn is clear. Idealism cannot exist without a separate intellectual class. This means, as a general theoretical proposition, that class exploitation is the source of idealist philosophies and, indeed, of all forms of false consciousness. And it is clear why this is so, says Marx. The division of labor has been shown to be a division of property as well as a division of functions. The intellectual class, therefore, does not merely perform a different activity than others, it is disproportionately rewarded for its active ity. It becomes the first propertied class and, as such, is in real economic terms superior to or higher than others. This economic superiority constitutes the intellectual's actual social condition, and it is this that of necessity determines their consciousness. Since the intellectuals are in fact socially superior, they come to believe not only that their role within the division of labor is superior to that of others, but that the products of their activity, their ideas and philosophies, are superior as well. This superiority is affirmed by making ideas themselves higher than and superior to the real material world. This, says Marx, is why idealism conceives of reality as some purely intellectual category such as God or spirit that not only exists independently of the material world but that supposedly is the cause of its existence. An obvious example of this relationship between social class and the ideology of idealism can be seen in Plato's theory of form. Form, according to Plato, is a transcendental reality that this world only imperfectly participates in. In Plato's political theory, therefore, the object is to make justice in the state conform as nearly as possible to justice in its ideal transcendent real ity. This, you will recall, is to be accomplished by making philosophers rulers. T.S., of course, is precisely Marx's point. The idealist philosophy of form cannot be conceived apart from the notion of philosophic rulership. In Plato's time the division between mental and manual labor had reached that point where the philosophers were in a superior social position, believed their social superiority ought to be given political form, and legitimized their claim to power with an idealist theory of justice that they alone could understand. It is now possible to grasp the truly radical character of Marx's critique of idealism. He in effect reduces the whole of the idealist tradition since Plato to the status of ideology. As we shall see, Marx applies the same critique to earlier materialist philosophies as well, for he was convinced that, despite their materialist metaphysics, they failed really to go much beyond idealism. Moreover, the critique of idealism was such that it seemingly confirmed Marx's own materialist interpretation of history. In showing the connection between social class and idealist philosophy, how the latter arose out of the former, Marx believed he had substantiated his basic premise that life determines consciousness and not, as idealism presumed, the other way around. This rejection of idealism was the necessary first step in Marx's materialist analysis of history, but only the first step, for the task of history. Once the other world of truth has vanished, to establish the truth of this world, 15 says Marx. It is the task of history, in other words, to analyze Pi's real material conditions and the social possibilities inherent in them once the illusory world of idealism and of ideology in general has been exposed. What then is the truth of this world? The truth, Marx argues, is that the capitalist system is by its own inherent economic laws self-destructive. The disintegration of the capitalist mode of production, and thus of its whole political superstructure and accompanying forms of false consciousness, is historically inevitable. Most important, Marx insists, is the truth that communism must just as inevitably arise out of the ashes of the ruined capitalist order. We can only briefly summarize Marx's actual analysis of the capitalist mode of production. It is important to realize that what follows is the barest outline of a detailed economic analysis that took Marx an entire lifetime to complete. The basic premise of that analysis, of course, is that capitalism, like every earlier economic system, is based upon class exploitation. 1.6 In the case of capitalism, this exploitation is inherent in capital itself, which, as with any form of property, Marx considers to be nothing more than expropriated labor. But it is a particular form of expropriated labor. What the capitalist makes as profit, says Marx, is the surplus value realized by the expropriation of the economic value created by workers. Workers are paid subsistence wages, that is, paid enough to maintain them sufficiently to ensure their continued capacity to labor, but they are required to produce much more value than they realize in wages. This surplus value, taken by the capitalist as profit, is called capital. It is for this reason that Marx considers capital and wage labor to be equivalent terms. Inherent in this analysis is the labor theory of value, a theory often attributed to Marx but which in fact he took from the liberal economists themselves. The theory asserts that the market or exchange value of any commodity is the amount of labor embodied in it. A commodity for Marx is any product produced for the purpose of market exchange. It follows, therefore, that capitalist profit is the expropriation of the economic value created by workers, and the precise mechanism of this expropriation, according to Marx, is quite simple. The capitalist simply compels the workers to work longer than the time it requires to create sufficient value to pay them subsistence wages. He compels them, for example, to labor for 16 hours rather than the 8 or 10 hours it requires to generate enough economic value to maintain them. But why do workers accept such exploitive conditions? The answer, Marx argues, is that they have no other choice. The capitalist owns the means of production, factories, machines, the material instruments of production in general, and thus controls the only means of livelihood available to them. And, it must be added, the capitalist has no choice in this whole matter either. He must exploit the worker as surely as the worker must be exploited, for the capitalist operates within a competitive market system in which the failure to generate profit spells economic doom. In their own way, capitalists are as much victims of the capitalist relations of production as are the workers. Now it is clear, given this structure of economic relationships, that workers are transformed into little more than commodities, something to be purchased on the market at the lowest price possible. Their only value is the market value of their labor power, not their value as human beings. For these reasons, Marx insists that the exploitation, hence misery, of the proletariat is much more extreme than that endured by earlier productive classes. In his analysis of the feudal mode of production, for example, Marx notes that medieval workers were protected by institutions and long-standing traditions that ensured their livelihood and at least a modicum of economic equity. But capitalism, says Marx, has put an end to all feudal relations. and has left remaining no other nexus between man and man than naked self-interest, than callous cash payment. 17 Under these conditions, not only is the economic condition of the proletariat debased beyond human toleration, but the nexus between the worker and the capitalist ceases even to be a human relationship. Thus, unlike any previous productive class, the proletariat is not only made miserable in the narrow economic sense, it is quite literally dehumanized. Marx employed the term alienation to describe this dehumanization, and he devoted much theoretical effort in his younger years to analyzing the nature of alienation in a capitalist system. His chief work on this subject is the Economic and Philosophic Manuscripts OF 1844. In this work, Marx argues that alienation is the chief characteristic of the capitalist order, and by alienation Marx means the separation of our specific human qualities, our species being, as he termed it, into structures of domination. The class divisions generated by the existence of capitalist private property, of course, constitute the chief example, and indeed the basic source, of such alienation. Given these class divisions, workers are separated from the capitalists and, once separated, dominated. Indeed, it is precisely in their separation, that is, in the alienation of their innate human capacity for community with their fellow creatures, that the domination of the worker becomes possible. Given this basic form of separation-domination, the entire world of workers becomes an alienated reality, Marx argues. They are alienated from the fruit of their labor, which is expropriated by the capitalist as profit. What rightfully belongs to workers as a direct human expression of their productive life is separated from them and then, in the form of surplus value or capital, becomes the source of their domination and exploitation. More than this, the whole technological infrastructure of industry takes on an alienated character. Rather than the machine being an extension of their human powers, workers become an appendage of the machine, for inasmuch as they do not own the means of production, they are incapable of employing technology for their own direct human benefit but must use it as the capitalist dictates. All of these various forms of alienation achieve their highest and most tragic character in self-alienation, according to Marx. Having alienated the power to act upon the world in a directly human way, the workers finally alienate the power even to comprehend that world. Given Marx's proposition that life determines consciousness, it must follow that where life has become alienated, so too must consciousness. It is clear from this analysis that alienated consciousness is nothing other than false consciousness, or ideology. The natural human ability to comprehend reality is quite literally separated from the workers by the conditions of their lives and replaced by false perceptions of reality. These perceptions, by blinding the workers to their real conditions and therefore preventing them from changing those conditions, as in the case of religious ideology, constitute structures of mental domination. Given such extreme misery and alienation, particularly the alienation of consciousness itself, one may well wonder how Marx could assert the inevitable demise of capitalism. He has described a seemingly perfect and unalterable system of exploitation. Workers have no choice but to submit to the expropriation of their labor, and in the very process of submission develop phones of consciousness that prevent them from even grasping the true reality of their condition, much less from changing it. But there is a catch, a fatal flaw, an inherent contradiction that the capitalist system cannot resolve, Marx argues. No matter what the capitalist does, the inevitable tendency inherent in the capitalist system is for the rate of profit overall to decline until the system finally disintegrates in its entirety. Marx termed this tendency the law of the falling rate of profit, a law that he believed to be every bit as inevitable and unchangeable as any law of physics. Marx's reasoning may be briefly summarized as follows: capitalists are subject to the exigencies of the market no less than workers, albeit from the other side of the situation. Whereas workers are in competition with each other to sell their labor, capitalists are in competition with other capitalists to purchase it. Given this demand for labor, the inevitable result is the tendency for the cost of labor to rise and, conversely, for the amount of profit or surplus value to decline. In order to maintain profits, the capitalist is compelled therefore to find some means to depress wages. This, Marx argues, is accomplished by the introduction of labor-saving machinery. As machines are introduced, unemployment increases, indeed increases to such an extent that there is created what Marx calls an industrial reserve ani of unemployed work ers. Given the inherent laws of the market, labor once again becomes cheap as desperate workers compete with each other for an ever-declining number of jobs. Wages are thus depressed and profits increase. But do they? Only in the short run, Marx insists. Since labor is the source of value, the less that labor is employed, the less value overall will be created. The machine cannot produce more value than it took to create it, but only increase surplus value by depressing wages. I9, moreover, the more that unemployment increases, the fewer the people capable of purchasing the products created by the capitalist. Henke, the very tactics used to increase profits must, in the long run, have precisely the opposite effect. Let us emphasize that there is nothing the capitalist can do about these contradictions. The market, which is the essential precondition for commodity production and hence of capitalist accumulation, pits every capitalist against all others. Under such conditions of competition, each capitalist is compelled to introduce new technologies lest he lose his competitive edge and is gobbled up by the successful capitalists. Indeed, the stakes in this game are extremely high, for the failed capitalist, Marx points out, will be forced into the ranks of the proletariat. In his own way, the capitalist is as desperate as the worker and is forced to behave in ways that are in the long run self-destructive. Marx generalizes this analysis by noting that at a certain stage in every economic system, capitalism included, the material productive forces of society come in conflict with the existing relations of production. 20. Put simply, the property or class relations come into conflict with the rational development of technology, and with the rational use of that technology. In the case of capitalism, for example, technological improvement only serves to increase the misery of the working class on the one hand, mass unemployment and extreme alienation, and further destabilize the capitalist class on the other, declining rates of profit. At that point at which it is no longer possible for the economic system to overcome the conflict, at the point, says Marx, where all the productive forces for which there is room in it have developed, 21, capitalism will disintegrate. In the meantime, Marx paints a picture of capitalism driven to ever more desperate, and ultimately irrational and futile attempts to stave off the inevitable. The intensity of capitalist competition increases in precise proportion to the decline of the system as a whole. Technologies are introduced at a feverish pace with resulting overproduction of commodities on the one hand and increasing unemployment on the other. The consequences of this anarchy of production, as Marx terms it, are periodic depressions in which all of the productive forces that had evolved up to that point are destroyed. Society, says Marx, suddenly finds itself put back into a state of momentary barbarism. It appears as if a famine, a universal war of devastation, had cut off the supply of every means of subsistence. Industry and commerce seem to be destroyed, and why? Because there is too much civilization, too much means of subsistence, too much industry, too much commerce. 2. Any one economic collapse does not spell the end of capitalism, of course. Quite the contrary. The depression allows the whole process to begin anew, and the conquest of new markets temporarily forestalls the next crisis. Marxists view the age of colonialism in precisely this light. But this does not prevent the law of the falling rate of profit from working its inexorable logic. It simply extends the range of the capitalist mode of production until the whole world has been transformed into a gigantic capitalist system. This, says Marx, paves the way for more serious and extensive economic collapses and diminishes each time the sphere of expansion in which capitalism can overcome its inherent contradictions. Such, then, is the inevitable demise of capitalism according to Marx. but note that behind the falling rate of profit and the other economic abstractions Marx employs to describe this process is the actual fact of human misery and alienation. The more capitalism produces, exploits new markets, and advances technologically, the more miserable and alienated the proletariat becomes. And TS, as it turns out, is the crucial fact, for the inevitable demise of capitalism described in abstract economic terms is the inevitability of the overthrow of that system by a revolutionary class that the system itself produces. As Marx notes, what the capitalist class produces, above all, is its own grave diggers. 23 With the revolutionary rise of the proletariat, in the now famous words of Capital, the knell of capitalist private property sounds. The expropriators are expropriated. 24. How accurate is this analysis of the capitalist mode of production? We shall return to this issue shortly, for it played a crucial role in the later disintegration of the Marxist movement into various factions. But we must first add one more element to the analysis if it is to be complete. It is thoroughly dialectical. It is an analysis premised upon the dialectical model of social and historical change, which, paradoxically given his critique of idealism, Marx derived from Hegel. Hegel, in turn, had evolved the idea of the dialectic as a means of dealing with certain intellectual dilemmas arising out of modern philosophical thought. These dilemmas are not important for our purposes, nor were they for Marx. What was important to Marx was the form of social and historical analysis inherent in dialectical thinking, which he believed had certain advantages over other theoretical perspectives. In order to understand these apparent advantages, we must discuss briefly Hegel's dialectical philosophy and the modifications that Marx introduces into that intellectual system. For Hegel, the dialectic was a method of analysis based upon the idea that truth is something that evolves out of contradictions. In dialectical analysis one cannot therefore grasp truth by normal logical means. Logic, as opposed to dialectics, is static and non-contradictory, something is or is not and remains so eternally. In dialectical thinking, is and is not form a non-static and self-contradictory whole that transforms itself into higher truths. And while this form of reasoning might seem to roughly resemble the Socratic dialectic of philosophical disputation, there is this important difference. Hegel conceived the dialectic to be a cosmic principle inherent in nature, history, and thus the consciousness of humankind itself. This meant that the self-contradictory and self-transforming nature of dialectical logic, the transformation of the is and is not into higher truths, is also the logic of historical development. Hegel thus considers that each social stage in historical evolution must, over time, give rise to new and higher forms of society. Hegel, of course, put his dialectical philosophy within an idealist framework. He believed that the dialectic was the working out in history, and in nature and consciousness as well, of an ultimate spiritual reality he called the absolute idea. When human consciousness finally recognizes this ultimate reality, the dialectic of history is complete. In the meantime, each socio-historical epoch represented for Hegel the highest stage of development so far achieved toward that end or completion, toward the realization of spirit as he would put it. For this reason, Hegel's dialectic became a conservative justification of the existing order, specifically of the Prussian state. In his words, what is real is rational, that is, what exists is rationally or philosophically justified as the highest expression of the cosmic order of things then attainable. While adopting the dialectic as a model of historical transformation and, hence, as a method of social analysis, Marx utterly rejected these other elements of Hegel's philosophy. In the first place, as we have seen, Marx viewed the whole notion of an ultimate spiritual reality as idealist nonsense, a religious ideology elevated to the rank of a philosophy. For Marx, the dialectic was an expression of the material reality of class conflict. Transformation to new and higher forms of society were to be explained by the periodic transformation of class relationships. In the second place, he rejected the conservative interpretation of the dialectic. In dialectical logic, the is and the is not are organically united into a self-transforming whole. Hence, while it is dialectically true that the real is rational, its opposite the rational is real is, as Hegel himself recognized, also true. This means that it is perfectly consistent with dialectical analysis to actively strive for a more rational ideal of society than that which exists, so long as it can be shown to be the next dialectically necessary stage in social development. Hence, as Engels puts it, in accordance with all the rules of the Hegelian method of thought, the proposition of the rationality of everything which is real resolves itself into the other proposition, all that exists deserves to perish. 25. In short, the revolutionary transformation of capitalism, the real, into communism, the rational, is legitimized by dialectical analysis. It is by these inversions of the Hegelian system that Marx transforms the dialectic into a materialist and revolutionary doctrine. In Engels' now famous statement, the dialectic of Hegel was turned off its head, on which it was standing, and placed upon its feet. 26. What is ultimately important, however, is not so much the logic behind Marx's revision of Hegel, but the concrete ways in which he employs the dialectic as a method of social analysis once he has separated it from the idealist and conservative mold in which Hegel and his disciples had put it. 27. In Marx, the dialectic becomes the means by which to grasp the essential nature of the capitalist order, and to demonstrate its inevitable transformation into communism. Yet, as Marx would be the first to insist, nothing is proven either about the nature of capitalism or the possibility of communism by the mere assertion of dialectical principles. What is required is a concrete, empirical analysis of the actual economic structure and tendencies of the capitalist mode of production. The whole point of Marx's critique of Hegel's idealism, after all, was to get to the empirical truth of this world. But facts do not speak for themselves, the empirical world must be analyzed from some theoretical perspective. This is all the dialectic is for Marx, a perspective, a way of thinking that he believes best illuminates the nature of social reality. We can now see in Marx's empirical examination of the capitalist mode of production the profoundly dialectical nature of his analysis. Note that the relationship between capitalist and proletariat is conceived of as an organic unity of positive and negative, as an is and is not relationship. In the drive to accumulate surplus value, the capitalist creates the proletariat, but it is just as true that in generating surplus value the proletariat creates the capitalist. It thus follows dialectically that the structure of mutual self-creation must become a structure of mutual self-destruction given the inherent suppression of one class by the other. This, of course, is precisely the conclusion of Marx's analysis. In degrading and alienating the proletariat to an extent unknown to earlier productive classes, the capitalist creates its own grave-diggers. But by the same token, the proletariat cannot destroy the capitalist as a class without destroying itself, for given Marx's analysis wage labor cannot exist apart from capital. In the language of dialectic this is known as the negation of the negation. Finally, such a radical restructuring of class relationships, given Marx's economic analysis, must inevitably lead to the transformation of society as a whole, to a new synthesis or higher stage of social relationships. This is precisely the assumption upon which the dialectic, as a model of historical development, rests. And it is clear why this assumption holds in Marx's analysis, for he has already demonstrated that the radical alteration of class structure, in this case to the higher synthesis of classlessness, must lead to the wholesale transformation of the legal and political superstructure of society and, along with it, to the transformation of accompanying forms of consciousness. How valid is this dialectical analysis? We have, of course, every right to question the appropriateness of the dialectical model, just as we do with any other theoretical perspective. And indeed, a great deal of criticism has been directed at the dialectic, particularly in terms of its underlying philosophical assumptions. But it is important, at the same time, to appreciate the potential advantages in any given perspective. In the case of the dialectic, Marxists argue that these advantages are clear, for the dialectic, they insist, constitutes a much more realistic conception of social relationships than that which we find in the liberal point of view. The dialectical model points not only to the obviously organic nature of society, but to the underlying reality of conflict that must pertain where there exists class exploitation. Moreover, they argue, this conflict view of society compels the theorist to conceptualize society as non-static and self-transforming, and therefore to look for those social tendencies that impel change to new and higher forms of social organization. The classical liberal view with which Hegel and Marx were familiar, on the contrary, did not conceive of society as an organic whole. The early liberals were social atomists who, as we have seen, saw society as little more than a collection of individuals. They had therefore little appreciation of the existence of class conflict or, consequently, of the possibility of existing society ever being transformed into something radically different. It is for this reason that the facts of capitalist society did not mean for them at all what they meant for Marx. The question is, which model of society, if either, best explains TI1 facts? Here the reader must decide for him or herself. But here we confront two problems. First, even if we accept Marx's materialist and dialectical analysis of history, how does it follow that a proletarian revolution will of necessity produce a classless or communist society? We may, if only for the sake of argument, grant Marx his dialectical premise that the proletariat is the revolutionary negation of the capitalist system, but what is to prevent the proletariat from simply becoming a new exploiting class? This, after all, is what has happened in the case of every earlier revolutionary transformation, as Marx's own analysis bears out. The answer is already contained in Marx's economic analysis of capitalism. Inherent in that analysis is the basic materialist premise that life determines consciousness. What this means, in terms of the revolutionary role of the proletariat, is that the worker's consciousness is an ideological misperception of the true nature of his condition only so long as capitalism remains viable. But at the point where that economic system can no longer function, a point at which the worker's misery has reached such an intolerable level that he has no choice but to revolt, he will, in Marx's words, be compelled to face with sober senses his real conditions of life and his relations with his kind. 28. He will, in short, be compelled to recognize, by his unique social position within the productive apparatus of capitalism, that it is private property and the existence of social class that are the source of his dehumanization, and that only by their forcible overthrow can he realize his true humanity. It is because of this capacity to grasp the true nature of private property, to understand its inherent exploitive character as such, that Marx accords such a unique status to the industrial working class. Unlike the utopian socialists who saw the proletariat as simply the most suffering class, Marx saw it as a class with worldwide historical significance. Because of its real material life, its propertylessness and subsequent degradation, Marx believed the proletariat alone had the capacity to comprehend intellectually the source of alienation and dehumanization and, therefore, to eliminate it in its entirety. No earlier productive class could possess such a radical insight, nor therefore initiate such a radical revolution against existing conditions. It is consistent with Marx's materialist view of history, then, that communism must inevitably arise out of the ashes of the capitalist order. Whether it is true or not is another matter. Yet, here we confront a second, related problem. Marx bases his assertion about the inevitability of communism upon the unique revolutionary role of the proletariat. In Marx's analysis, communism is inevitable in the final analysis only because a proletarian revolution is inevitable. Why, then, given its inevitability, does Marx constantly call for revolution? Why is it necessary to actively work to bring about that which must occur of necessity? Indeed, to work for it would seem to imply doubts about its inevitability and, by extension, about the whole underlying materialist conception of history. The answer to these questions constitutes a final, and crucial, element in the Marxian philosophy. The issue, in its essence, is whether or not that philosophy is strictly deterministic. Are human beings utterly determined by historical material condition S, or are they in some sense determining? Marx insists that they are both. To assert that the workers will revolt is, at the same time, to assert that they ought to revolt. Marx combines the is and the ought, the objective analysis of historical reality with a subjective call for revolutionary action. This combining is known as the unity of theory and practice, or praxis, and may be said to be the defining characteristic of Marxism. Theory constitutes objective analysis of historical condition S, practice, revolutionary action aimed at transforming those conditions. For Marx, the overthrow of capitalism must involve both. Now the idea of praxis is most clearly developed in a short 11 paragraphs, or theses, that Marx had written to himself in 1845. These paragraphs, known as the Theses on Feuerbach, argue for the unity of theory and practice by way of a critique of another materialist social philosopher named Ludwig Feuerbach. What made Feuerbach important to Marx was that he was the first to transform Hegel's dialectic into a materialist doctrine, the purpose of which was to reground religious thought upon a more real basis. Marx immediately recognized the importance of Feuerbach's revision of Hegel. But he also recognized that Feuerbach stopped short of carrying his materialism to its logical conclusion, to a justification of praxis. In this, Marx insists, Feuerbach had perpetuated the problem inherent in all earlier forms of materialism. Thesis number 1 establishes the basic framework of the problem. According to Marx, the chief defect of all hitherto existing materialism, that of Feuerbach included, is that reality is conceived only in the form of contemplation, but not as human sensuous activity, practice, not subjectively. 29. The defect, in short, is that while earlier materialism recognizes that reality is material, it recognizes it only from a theoretical point of view, as something to be philosophized about, not as something that includes human action and can be altered by human action. Put another way, earlier materialists failed to recognize that while material reality shapes human behavior and human consciousness, it is precisely that behavior and that consciousness that alters material reality. It is for this reason that Marx notes in thesis number 3 that the materialist doctrine that men are products of circumstances and upbringing, and that, therefore, changed men are products of other circumstances and changed upbringing, forgets that it is men that change circumstances. 30. It forgets, in short, that human beings are both determined and determining. They are determined by material circumstances, but they determine the circumstances they are determined by. It works dialectically, both ways. Here it will be objected that such a dialectical relationship violates the Marxian premise that life determines consciousness. But the objection fails to grasp the radical nature of what Marx meant by that premise. Recall that Marx believed consciousness to be itself a part of material life, not something independent of it. It was Feuerbach and earlier materialists who, in adopting the purely theoretical attitude, had made the mistake of divorcing mind from material reality. For this reason, Marx argues, they in effect adopted the position of idealism despite their materialist metaphysics. To assert that human understanding or theory can be carried over to changing existing social conditions is not only not contrary to materialist assumptions, says Marx, it is the necessary conclusion to be derived from them. Any theory, of course, cannot be carried effectively into practice. The theory must accurately reflect actual social conditions or it will be incapable of changing anything. False consciousness will, of course, be ineffective. A correct understanding of actual social conditions, however, coupled with an attempt to change those conditions, must in the long run be successful, Marx argues. And herein lies precisely the crucial historical role of the proletariat. Their actual life conditions compel the workers to grasp the reality of their social order, those same conditions compel them to change it. Marxism is the theoretical comprehension of the capitalist order, the proletariat its practical revolutionary negation. The proletariat, in short, is the actual material embodiment of Marxian praxis. But how do we in fact know that Marxism is a correct comprehension of the capitalist order, and that its prediction of the inevitability of communism is valid? The answer, Marx argues, is contained within the idea of praxis itself, for it is clear that praxis is the only way in which social theory, any social theory, can be verified. If the theory works in practice, then it is correct; if not, it must either be modified or rejected. This means, in the final analysis, that the ultimate truth of Marxist theory resides in the revolutionary capacity of the proletariat to overthrow the capitalist order and produce communism. We shall return to this role of the proletariat as the material validation of Marxist theory shortly, for it has obvious implications in any serious critique of that theory. For now, it is sufficient to recognize that revolution is not simply a means to change the social order for Marx, it is a way of knowing. Revolution is an epistemology. This is an entirely novel idea in the Western tradition of political thought, and its implications extend well beyond the issue of communism or a working-class revolution. For the idea that praxis is the only means of attaining valid social and political knowledge is a radical rejection of the entire Western epistemological tradition, whether in materialist or idealist form. Prior to Marx, to be objective meant to stand back, to separate oneself from that which was being studied. To intervene subjectively would be to alter the object being investigated and, thus, to invalidate one's theoretical analysis. Marx insists the opposite is the case. Unless one subjectively intervenes, the validity of theory can neither be proven nor can it evolve into higher understandings of social reality. Indeed, without this, theory is nothing more than ideology, Marx argues, for in never testing existing reality by attempting to change it, it takes that reality as a given and thus helps to perpetuate it. This latter point is of particular importance because it illustrates Marx's ultimate critique of Western philosophy. We have already seen how, according to Marx, idealist philosophies obscure social reality. The same can now be seen to be the case with pre-Marxian materialist philosophies as well. In adopting the purely theoretical attitude, materialists such as Feuerbach simply perpetuated that division between intellectuals and others that constitutes in microcosm the division of society into social classes. They could not see, precisely because they remained aloof from society, that their theories were unwittingly a confirmation of a historically doomed social hierarchy. For this reason, Marx believed that materialist philosophies from the 17th century on were simply defenses of liberal capitalist society. In thesis number 9, Marx argues that the highest point attained by contemplative materialism, that is, materialism which does not understand practical activity, is the contemplation of single individuals in civil society. 31 He means, simply, that in merely contemplating society, rather than attempting to change it, early materialists took for granted the radical individualism of existing society. 32 In the work of Hobbes and Locke, and throughout the tradition of classical liberal thought, this took the form of assuming that self-interest is the defining characteristic of human nature, and that human beings are innately individualistic property seekers. The early liberals' theory of human nature thus confirmed existing social reality. It did not occur to them that this reality is what gave rise to their theory. In demonstrating the necessity of praxis, Marx believed he had overcome the ideological character of Western philosophy, earlier materialism included. Not only would revolutionary practice change social reality, it would expose in the process the misperception of that reality that had heretofore characterized Western social and political thought. Paradoxically, it would come to threaten the integrity of Marxist theory as well, as we shall soon see. But in order to understand this paradox of praxis, a paradox crucial to any serious critique of Marx's philosophy, we need first to discuss the general outline of Marx's vision of communist society. Most obviously, it will be a classless society since capitalist private property will no longer exist. personal property that cannot be used to acquire profit, one's clothing, house, and so on will remain the only legitimate form of property. But it follows that the elimination of private property in its concrete manifestation as capital cannot occur without its elimination as a division of productive activities as well. Recall that property and the division of labor are equivalent terms for Marx, social class being THIR highest expression. Hence, in a communist society, people will no longer perform the same functions day after day but will perform a variety of activities. In Marx's words, communism makes it possible for me to do one thing today and another tomorrow, to hunt in the morning, to fish in the afternoon, rear cattle in the evening, criticize after dinner, just as I have a mind, without ever becoming hunter, fisherman, shepherd, or critic. 33. Every human being will now be able to develop his or her own unique capacities and talents, and in a way that contributes to a larger social good rather than to increasing social exploitation. For this reason, Marx's own definition of a communist society is that it is one in which the free development of each is the condition for the free development of all. 34. Along with this transformation of the economic substructure of society must come a transformation of the whole legal and political superstructure. The state, and the entire legal and bureaucratic apparatus that surrounds it, must disappear. Since the state is nothing more than the political reflection of the economic structure of society, it is, according to Marx, the political arm of the ruling class. A classless society by definition must be a stateless society. In practical terms, this will mean that what had heretofore been political decisions made by the few will become social decisions made by the entire community. But the greatest transformation effected in communist society will be that of humankind itself, and of its whole conscious conception of itself and the world around it. An alienated social structure of necessity produces alienated consciousness. The elimination of social alienation must have the opposite consequences. Hence, in a communist society, people will not be driven by the desire for property and power, since neither will any longer exist as sociological realities. They will be in this regard the very opposite of the bourgeoisie, who are incapable of thinking about life except in terms of the struggle for wealth and power. Having created a just and humanly satisfying society, moreover, they no longer need a God of eternal justice to rectify the wrongs of this life. Nor do they any longer need the consolation of pure philosophy as conceived by Hegel and the Genin philosophers. No longer is consciousness divorced from the reality of the material world, for that world is no longer an alienated reality. Consciousness can now aim at a scientific comprehension of material social life for the purpose of bettering conditions for all. How valid is this vision of communist society? The answer, of course, is that we cannot know until the attempt is made to actually create it. Past communist regimes have not done much to encourage optimism in this regard, a matter we shall discuss shortly. What we can say is that, in theory at least, there is nothing that would preclude the possibility of Marx's vision working in reality. With this in mind, let us for the moment defend him from the most commonly made criticisms of his communist ideal. There are, to begin with, those who argue that the conditions of modern industrial society are much too complex to eliminate the division of labor. But Marx saw the other side of industrialization. He realized that the constant introduction of new machinery by the capitalist would ultimately create the possibility of freeing people from the necessity of performing the same drudging task day in and day out. And, long before most others, he noted the increasing automation of industrial capitalism and the simplification of productive tasks inherent in this process. 35 Under these kinds of technological conditions, the idea that one might, let us say, manage a factory in the morning and write poetry in the evening is not so far-fetched as it might first seem. And even when the division of labor as a division of productive tasks could not entirely be eliminated, it need not exist as a division of property. The specialist need not acquire more than others simply because he or she performs a highly skilled function. The usual objection to this argument is that people will refuse to perform socially necessary skilled tasks unless they are differentially rewarded. But this objection implicitly assumes a condition of scarcity in which well-being, even survival, depends upon the ceaseless struggle to acquire more. Such a condition will not exist in a communist society. The appropriation of the advanced technology of the capitalist order, coupled with the elimination of social class, will make scarcity a thing of the past. Under these conditions, fulfilling one's material requirements no longer need be based upon what one does for a living. More than enough is available for everyone regardless of what one does. Moreover, since the whole superstructure of capitalist consciousness will have been eliminated in the process of constructing communism, the desire for material incentives will no longer exist in any case. Marx's claim that the state will be an unnecessary institution in a communist society has also drawn a number of criticisms. At bottom, these criticisms are based on the assumption that political power is essential in the maintenance of social order. But the assumption is by no means a demonstrate fact. Marx may well be correct in arguing that power is necessary only under certain kinds of social conditions, such as those in which exploitive class divisions pertain. Nor is it a demonstrated fact that making decisions, setting priorities, and regulating the social order require a bureaucratic structure separate from the larger society. Recall that a communist system is premised upon the simplification of economic life and the elimination of the division of labor. Under these conditions, most decisions would not require vast amounts of expertise, and people would have available the leisure to participate meaningfully in public life. It is important to understand here that Marx is not disputing the necessity of organization or leadership in a communist society. He is simply asserting that these tasks need not be performed by the state, and that power is not essential in their implementation. Clearly, someone will have to see that the streets are maintained, trains arrive on schedule, and other such public matters are attended to, as much in a communist society as in any other. 36 But it does not follow from this that leaders must employ power. Remember that whoever leads does so at the behest of the whole community, not of a particular class, and we can therefore assume the leader's relations with others will be cooperative rather than conflictual. Moreover, the role of leadership will be rotated, just like other social roles. Hence, there will be no opportunity for leaders to solidify their position into a new division of labor and a new structure of power. And bear in mind that, given the transformation of social consciousness, they will have no desire to do so in any case. They will lead without becoming leaders, just as they will fish without becoming fishermen, rear cattle without becoming shepherds, and perform their other social activities without becoming defined by them. All of these criticisms are really technical or practical in nature. They assert that communism will not work because of the complexity of industrial society, the need for specialization, the necessity of bureaucratic regulation, and so on. But in fact they rest upon a much more fundamental critique of the Marxian vision, namely, that it is contrary to the facts of human nature. Almost invariably Marx's critics will conclude their criticism on this point, arguing that no matter how much society produces for the general economic well-being, the individual will always want more and will, as a consequence, always be in a competitive relationship with his or her fellows. It thus follows that the division of labor and social class cannot be eliminated, the state abolished, nor capitalist consciousness transcended. Marx's response to this final criticism is, in effect, that it reverses the real relationship between sociology and psychology, that is, between material life and consciousness. It wrongly assumes that people's supposed innate desire for property and power determines the structure of society. It assumes, in short, the existence of an unalterable human nature to which society must conform. But, as we have seen, forms of consciousness and behavior are not psychologically innate for Marx. They vary depending upon the class structure of society, a fact that he believes obvious to anyone who studies history seriously. There is thus no such thing as a human nature, only a social nature. Human beings, as Marx states in Theses on Feuerbach, are the ensemble of the social relations. 37. In capitalist society, they are the ensemble of capitalist relations and think and behave as such. In communist society, they will think and behave as differently as the social relations that characterize that society. In the final analysis, Marx's critics had simply espoused the liberal view of humanity and society, and herein, of course, lies Marx's ultimate criticism of their position. Liberalism is alienated theory. It is a social and political doctrine premised not upon people's species being, that is, upon people as they really are, but upon people as they exist under the alienated conditions of capitalist society. As we have seen in Theses on Feuerbach, Marx believes liberalism to be a form of false consciousness generated by the capitalist order. As such, it is by definition an ideology, that is, a false perception of reality that will disappear once the material conditions that give rise to it disappear. Thus, the ultimate rejoinder to his liberal critics, no less than to his religious and idealist critics, is the actual creation of a communist society. Marx's critique of liberal theory may easily be expanded to a larger critique of the Western tradition of political thought as a whole, for, like liberalism, that tradition is essentially a manifestation of alienated theory for Marx. Let us briefly discuss that critique, for it constitutes a genuinely important contribution, albeit a negative or critical one, to the development of Western political thought. We may then conclude with a critical analysis of Marxism itself. Let us begin by noting that Marx is not primarily a political theorist. Indeed, we may term him an anti-political theorist, for he rejects the ultimate reality of those very categories: justice, the state, law, and so on, by which political thinkers had heretofore organized their thinking. These categories, and indeed the whole mode of reasoning characteristic of Western political thought, are for Marx nothing more than forms of alienated or ideological consciousness. It is for this reason that he does not give us anything like a coherent political theory. There is in Marx no consideration of the philosophical meaning of justice, no theory of the ideal state, and no analysis of the various forms of government. To his mind, these categories of political analysis are at best irrelevant, at worst ideological. This same attitude applies to the recurrent issues of Western political thought. For Marx, most of these issues are themselves ideological. They constitute false perceptions of reality created by an alienated social structure. To take the most obvious example, what is the just state? Is an important issue only assuming that the state is a necessary political structure. This Marx does not assume, or rather assumes to be the case only when society is divided by social class. And given his theory that the state is nothing more than the political arm of the ruling class, it is clearly impossible to create a just state in any case. To take a more contemporary example, the issue of majority tyranny. That so concerned later liberal thinkers cannot, in Marxian analysis, exist apart from the phenomenon of alienated consciousness and the whole liberal democratic and capitalist order that undergirds it. The majority cannot tyrannize the minority when it has no desire for economic or political advantage, and, indeed, the distinction between majority and minority no longer exists, conditions that would supposedly pertain in a communist society. And any of the many other issues we have discussed in this book, from Socrates to the present day, can be subjected to this same kind of analysis. In the history of Western political thought, then, the influence of Marx has been almost wholly negative. He is, as we have said, an anti-political theorist rather than a political thinker in the traditional sense. But this is precisely what makes Marx so important. In adopting a radically negative stance toward Western political thought, he calls into question the very categories and issues of that tradition and thus compels us to rethink them in the most radical way. Indeed, he compels us to rethink that tradition of thought itself. Could it be that the whole of it is no more than an ideological misperception of social and political reality? Have we been on the wrong track since Socrates first raised the issue of justice in the streets of Athens? These are the questions that Marx raises, and they are raised so brilliantly and uncompromisingly that we cannot ignore them. Yet, he raises them in a manner that calls into question the basic premise of his own theoretical system. Let us recall what that premise is. The truth of any theoretical system can only be confirmed in practice. The truth of Marxism, and hence its critique of all earlier political thought, rests then upon the ability of that theory to be put into practice. This, as we have seen, is dependent upon the ability of the world proletariat to produce communism through revolutionary praxis against the capitalist order. And herein lies the problem: the proletariat has either failed to perform its historic task, or the social and political consequences of successful communist revolutions have been largely contrary to Marxian theory. The most fundamental problem for Marxist theory, clearly, has been the general failure of the industrial proletariat to act as a revolutionary force. This failure may be attributed largely to improved economic conditions that have eliminated the extreme economic exploitation that existed in Marx's time, if not the more subtle forms of alienation. The working class has by now been thoroughly absorbed into society and, as such, generally supports the existing social and political order. Nationalism has largely replaced class identity and revolutionary ardor as the dominant form of working class consciousness in the industrial West. In Marxian analysis, there can only be one answer as to why this has happened. Clearly, capitalism has been able to overcome those economic crises that Marx had argued are endemic to it. Recall that the conscious realization of the real nature of capitalism on the part of the proletariat cannot occur apart from the continued disintegration of that system. This is the only way in which consciousness and life, theory and practice, can come together to produce a revolutionary upheaval. The failure of the proletariat, then, may be interpreted as a failure of Marx's theoretical analysis of capitalism and, by extension, of the whole philosophy of historical materialism upon which it rests. This interpretation was in fact made by a number of Marxists early on in this century, for it had become evident even then that the capitalist system was more stable than Marx had initially assumed. The founder of this new school of thought was Eduard Bernstein, an important leader of the pre-World War I German Social Democratic Party, at that time the largest mass-based Marxist party in Europe. Bernstein concluded that the growing stability of capitalism required a major revision of Marxist theory. For this reason, Bernstein's brand of Marxism came to be known as revisionism. This revision involved recognizing that the presumed dialectical necessity of capitalism's demise could no longer be accepted, and that socialism must therefore be viewed as a moral ideal to be striven for rather than an historical inevitability to be carried into revolutionary praxis. 38. Needless to say, Bernstein's revision of Marx generated enormous opposition from orthodox Marxists who saw, quite correctly, that what was at stake was the scientific validity of the doctrine. 3. 9. If socialism was to be a moral ideal rather than a scientifically demonstrated necessity, Marxism could hardly be said to have evolved much beyond utopian ideals. They argued, therefore, that Bernstein's interpretation of the situation was not the only one possible. One of the most important of these arguments was made by V.I. Lenin. He attempted to demonstrate that capitalism was able to stabilize itself temporarily through the imperialist penetration of underdeveloped countries. 40 Such penetration, Lenin argued, allows for the expropriation of cheap labor and resources from these countries and, hence, for the realization of super profits. These profits, in turn, are used to raise the wages of key elements of the industrial working class and thus to dampen their revolutionary ardor. But this simply confirms the essential correctness of Marx's analysis, Lenin insisted. Economic imperialism meant that capitalism was becoming a worldwide phenomenon as Marx had predicted. In the long run, as the Third World itself became an industrialized and competitive component of the larger capitalist system, the disintegration of worldwide capitalism and the revolutionary triumph of the world proletariat inevitably must occur. But even if we accept Lenin's analysis and its prediction of the final demise of capitalism, and they have not yet been borne out, there is another problem Marxists must now confront. In those countries where Marxian socialist revolutions had succeeded, the results were quite contrary to the Marxist vision of communism. In past ruling communist regimes the state did not disappear, indeed it typically grew to enormous proportions. And standing behind the state apparatus, both supporting and dominating it, was the Communist Party, an elite and non-democratic structure that prevented any possibility of communal decision-making on the part of the population as a whole. This structure of political domination reached totalitarian proportions in the Soviet Union during the Stalinist period, and while in that country and most other Marxist states the extreme conditions of totalitarianism were subsequently eliminated, one can hardly claim that the Marxist ideal of communism had in any sense been attained. How this came to happen is a long and complex story, far too long and complex to discuss in any detail here. We can note, however, that the growth of the state was probably inevitable. This is what has occurred in every other industrialized country, although this is not what in Marxist theory was supposed to happen in a socialist society. 41. But the domination of the state, and indeed of society as a whole, by an elite and non-democratic party is another matter. It deserves, therefore, some special comment. The founder of the modern Communist Party was the Russian Marxist V.I. Lenin and not, as popular opinion tends to assume, Karl Marx. Indeed, there is good evidence that Marx rejected the kind of political structure that characterized the Leninist Party. 42. Lenin was the leader of the Bolshevik Party, the forerunner of what became the Communist Party of the former Soviet Union, which came to power in October 1, 1917 at the culmination of the Russian Revolution. The Bolsheviks were initially only one faction of the Russian Social Democratic Party. Over time, they split entirely from the parent body. The split was based upon a dispute over how a Marxist revolutionary party ought to be structured. The majority of mainline Social Democrats argued that the party must be an open and democratic organization. Lenin and the Bolsheviks argued for a clandestine, tightly knit group of professional revolutionaries hierarchically organized into a command structure that would function almost as a military machine. 43. There were a number of reasons behind Lenin's advocacy of this kind of party structure, but they can all be reduced to the fact that he believed a social democratic structure to be incompatible with the social and political conditions of pre-revolutionary Russia. To begin with, the Tsarist autocracy prevented the existence of any kind of open anti-regime activity. But the deeper problem was the fact that Russia was essentially an agrarian, peasant-based country. Modern industrial capitalism had yet to emerge in anything but outline form, and the Russian working class was, as a consequence, extremely small. Under these underdeveloped conditions, Lenin believed that only a small and tightly organized group of professional revolutionaries possessing a genuine socialist consciousness would be capable of leading the workers. In turn, Lenin argued, the workers would have to pull along large elements of the peasantry in any revolutionary transformation of Russian society. Numerous objections to Lenin's reasoning were raised by his fellow Marxists, but they essentially revolved around the complaint that Lenin's idea of party structure contained an implicit admission that the necessary substructural conditions did not exist for a genuine socialist revolution. If they did, if, for example, society were composed of a major ity of exploited class-conscious workers, the party would not be necessary. The workers, given their extreme exploitation and immiseration, would spontaneously revolt without the aid of professional revolutionaries. The effect of these criticisms was to show that Lenin's party violated Marxist theory by attempting to push history, to generate a socialist revolution before the conditions for it existed. In the language of the debate that ensued among Marxists at the time, it was argued that Lenin had replaced the classical Marxian notion of spontaneity with that of consciousness. His creation of the party was an implicit admission that spontaneity, that is, the spontaneous revolt of the proletariat, would not work, and that consciousness, that is, the conscious will of a vanguard party, was necessary for revolutionary success. For Lenin's critics, this meant that his party involved a fundamental violation, a reversal of the true relationship between material life and consciousness. Lenin, needless to say, rejected these arguments. In the first place, he considered Russia to be an imperialist extension of the capitalist powers and thus believed that a revolution could legitimately begin on the periphery of capitalism's domain as well as in its center. Moreover, he assumed, as did all his fellow Bolsheviks, that a revolution in Russia would spark a worldwide revolution against capitalism. 44. Under these assumed conditions, Russia would not find itself surrounded by hostile capitalist powers and would be able to build socialism quickly and peacefully with the technological aid of brother socialist states. Hence, the attempt to carry out a genuine socialist revolution in Russia by means of an elite party did not seem to Lenin to be a violation of Marxist theory. But, again, in the Marxian system the test of any revolutionary theory is its outcome in practice. And just as the industrialized proletariat has so far failed to play out that revolutionary role predicted by theory, the Marxist movement in Russia, and in those other countries where it came to power organized along Leninist lines, produced consequences quite at variance with theory. Along with the growth of the state bureaucracy came a consolidation of the power of the Leninist party at the expense of the democratic and communitarian ideals of Marxism. Indeed, Marxist theory was employed in these regimes to justify party dominance of state and society. The ultimate paradox of this was that the justification typically was made within the context of national ideals. This was the case as well with Marxist-Leninist revolutionary movements in the Third World, where Marxism was often a cover for nationalism. We shall discuss the enormous importance of these facts in the next chapter. For now it is sufficient to recognize the obvious contradiction inherent in the transformation of an internationalist doctrine into a nationalistic justification of rule by a party elite. If we now take the whole of this analysis, we may well conclude that the unity of Marxist theory and practice has disintegrated. The story of the proletariat, as well as that of the revolutionary Marxist movement, has failed to confirm theory. Given Marx's own epistemological assumptions, we might then conclude that Marxism is wanting, for it is a theory that has failed in practice. Orthodox Marxists argue, of course, as they did when Bernstein first attempted to revise the theory, that the historical drama is not yet over. They claim that the apparent stability of capitalism is an illusion, that Stalinism was a temporary irrationality in a more general revolutionary movement, and that the ideal of communism will yet be realized. 45. Non-Marxists would argue, of course, that it is difficult, and becomes increasingly so over time, to accept these predictions at face value. This would seem even more the case now that the Soviet communist regime and its East European empire has finally collapsed. For many, this appears to be positive confirmation of the failure of Marxism and, conversely, of the triumph of capitalism and classical liberal economics. To be sure, some communist states still exist, most notably the People's Republic of China, but they are few, marginal, or like China, developing increasingly free market economies. But there is another side to this end of communism assumption. As we have noted, not all Marxists thought the Russian Revolution a good thing, certainly not in its Leninist form, and many have continued to assert the classical view that capitalism must become a worldwide phenomenon before a genuine communist revolution can occur. Seen in this light, it could be argued that the spread of capitalism may actually be confirming Marx's analysis and, ultimately, creating the conditions for a genuine communist society as opposed to the perverted forms of the past. Moreover, the collapse of communism may an end to the Cold War, and this may allow for a much less biased and ideological understanding of Marx than has heretofore been the case, particularly in this country. The end of communism may be what is required for a rebirth of Marxism, this at least is the view of more than a few Marxists. But let us assume for the sake of argument that the theory of Marxism no longer conforms to historical reality. If so, a paradoxical fact emerges. Given Marx's own definition of the term, Marxism itself must be defined as an ideology, a false perception of reality. And in the case of those ruling regimes that had employed Marxism as a justification for party domination and as a cloak for nationalist ideals, it became an ideology in the fullest sense of that term. 46. For under those conditions it not only misrepresented reality, it acted much like a religious doctrine, sanctifying existing conditions and thus preventing people from changing them. Nonetheless, from the broadest perspective, the value of Marxism is not diminished even if this analysis is accurate, at least not for the political theorist, for the Marxist critique of Western social and political thought may well be valid even if Marxism itself must now be included in that critique. While there is certainly no consensus among political thinkers that this is the case, it is cause for concern for those who do believe it to be so. For if Marx's indictment of Western political theory is valid, if the whole of that tradition is nothing more than ideology, then political thinkers no longer have an intellectual tradition that they can in good conscience draw upon, Marxism included. It is not without reason, then, that few political thinkers in the contemporary world have theorized about social and political matters without keeping this intellectual nemesis of Western thought always in mind. The age of ideology. There can be no doubt that the age of ideology, that period of time that stretches from the French Revolution to the present day, has radically altered the intellectual map by which Eastern people orient themselves. Increasingly, however, thinkers have begun to question the appropriateness of ideologies, either as intellectual systems or as platforms for revolutionary change. Much of Edmund Burke's original critique of ideological thinking and practice is as relevant today as it was in his own time. Indeed, the rise of modern totalitarian movements, all of which have been based on ideological systems of thought, indicate that ideologies harbor potentialities dangerous beyond anything imagined by Burke. In this century there have been a great variety of criticisms of ideological systems. Some have simply elaborated Burke's original critique, others have gone considerably beyond Burke to question the whole basis of modern thought in light of the rise of ideological thinking, still others to a re-examination of the entire tradition of Western political philosophy. In this chapter, we will take this broad perspective and attempt to understand the logic behind ideologies from the point of view of the historical development of Western thought in general. We have chosen in this book to think about that history in a particular way. We have argued that the defining characteristic of political thinking from Socrates to St. Thomas was the presumed unity of ethics and politics. And that the general thrust of modern political thought from Machiavelli to the age of ideology was to call into question that presumption. This was accomplished by denying humanity's essential ethical capacity, the natural character of society and polity, and the idea that the state exists as a moral essence whose purpose it is to direct human beings to some moral end. Indeed, the whole language of political theory is altered in early modern thought. In place of the classical language of moral reason we find the language of pleasure and pain, self-interest, and power, a language that many thinkers continue to employ. Now let us apply this general view of modern thought to an analysis of modern ideologies. It immediately strikes the attention that ideologies seem to be characterized by their attempt to reaffirm the unity of ethics and politics, but in a radically new way. In the classical tradition, the unity of ethics and politics presumed the existence of the morally autonomous individual. This is why classical thinkers assumed that human beings possess by nature a social and ethical capacity. Ideologies, on the other hand, tend to replace the idea of personal moral autonomy with a higher principle of moral progress beyond the individual, a principle to which the individual is to subordinate him or herself. Unlike the higher principles of the classical tradition, such as natural law, which include the individual as a moral agent, the higher principles characteristic of ideologies tend to subordinate the individual's moral agency rather than to actualize it. Marxism is one of the clearest examples of this tendency. The Marxist revolutionary does not choose communism as a moral ideal, but as the dictate of the higher principle of historical necessity. To be sure, that necessity involves praxis, that is, the revolutionary action of the individual. Action, nevertheless, flows not from the impetus of ethical ideals but from a realization of a necessity transcending such ideals. This is crucial to the whole Marxian system and largely explains why Bernstein met with such hostility from fellow Marxists when he attempted to transform Marxism from a doctrine of historical necessity to one of ethical ideals. Fascism is an even clearer and more extreme example of this tendency. In its less extreme form fascism posited the unique characteristics of a people, its Spirit or Geist, as a higher principle to which the individual was to be subordinate. In its more extreme racist forms, as in the case of German National Socialism, the individual's moral judgment was subordinated to a supposed biological law that dictated the decline of certain races and the triumph of others. What is true in these extreme examples is true also, albeit in a more subtle way, of the other ideologies we have discussed in this book. Tradition, which for Burke served simply to furnish guidelines for political thought and action, became for subsequent reactionary thinkers an almost sacred category, something above and beyond the individual. This was particularly the case when the conservative philosophy became connected to nationalist ideals. Paradoxically, this tendency to subordinate the individual as moral agent to higher principles was true as well of liberalism, at least in part. Granted, the early liberal tradition, from Hobbes to the utilitarians, largely rejected the idea of any structure of purposes beyond the individual. Yet, in elements of its later development, liberalism was also characterized by the erection of moral structures transcending the individual. The market mechanism of Adam Smith, for example, constitutes an economic structure that is supposed to automatically produce a public good quite independent of individuals and their moral judgments. Indeed, it works precisely because they set aside moral judgments and rationally pursue their self-interest. To argue in Benthamite fashion that self-interest is equivalent to the moral is only to say that the moral is identical to one's subordination to the higher principle of the market. Spencer employs these ideas to posit an even higher structure of biological purposes to which individuals are to subordinate their moral sensibilities. Most important, this erection of higher principles beyond that of the individual is characteristic as well of the most powerful and influential ideology of the modern world, nationalism. Nationalism posits the nation-state as the supreme value, and asserts that individuals ought to subordinate their moral judgment to the dictates of the nation. This is not to be confused with patriotism. Patriotism is the simple and uncomplicated love of one's country. Nationalism, as an ideology, justifies the subordination of the individual's moral agency to moral purposes supposedly embodied in the nation itself. We have discussed the emergence of the modern nation-state extensively in this book and have noted the rise of nationalist sentiment that accompanied it. Beginning in inchoate form as far back as Machiavelli, nationalism had become the dominant form of political identification in Europe by the middle of the 19th century. It remains so to this day and is now sweeping the Third World as new nations are being created and consolidated. But more than an emotional source of political identification, nationalism became a philosophically explicit ideology in the 19th century through the efforts of an Italian thinker named Giuseppe Mazzina. The results were not very impressive, but Mazzina did make explicit the logic of nationalism, particularly the idea that the individual was to be subordinate to the dictates of the nation. 1. Nationalism is a uniquely important ideology, not only because of its political impact, but because it has profoundly subverted the theoretical integrity of the other major ideological systems of thought. This fact requires some elaboration, for, as we shall see, it plays a crucial role in the actual political subordination of individuals already inherent in their moral subordination to the higher principles of the ideological worldviews. In this century, THIS nationalist perversion has been most dramatically evident in the case of Marxism. What had been an internationalist doctrine of revolutionary class conflict became a cover for nationalist ideals. Many of the revolutionary Marxist movements in the Third World were in fact nationalist movements justified in the name of Marxist theory. This nationalization of Marxism is precisely what occurred in Russia once Stalin came to power. The same phenomenon occurred in China after 1949, as well as in other Third World Marxist regimes. Particularly troublesome in the case of Marxist nationalism has been its propensity, most evident in the Soviet Union under Stalin, to justify totalitarian forms of political controls at variance with the humanistic ideals of the classical doctrine. In a different way, this same fate befell liberalism. It too was originally an internationalist doctrine. Bear in mind that the early revolutionary liberals, certainly those in France during the Revolution, considered themselves the advocates of the rights of man, not just of the rights of a particular national grouping. But this internationalist and universalistic orientation was subverted once liberalism became the official ideology of the Western European nation-states. Initially, no problem was perceived in this link between liberalism and nationalism because liberals believed that the nation-state constituted that political structure in which the ideal of self-government could best be realized. 2. Their internationalist goals, in short, seemed most attainable within a national framework. But they could defend the idea of the nation-state only by recognizing, as they were logically compelled to do, the right of self-determination of all national groupings. In political fact, this often meant defending national entities that systematically violated liberal ideals, and not just the ideal of self-government. This in turn suggested, if only implicitly, that the nation-state constituted an ideal higher than those universal values traditionally espoused by liberalism. Moreover, even in those West European countries that were constitutionally structured along liberal lines, the conflict between liberal and national ideals remained. For the fact is that the nation-state, whether constitutionally liberal or not, constitutes a political structure not terribly compatible with the maintenance of liberal values. Most seriously, the emotional power of nationalism, coupled with the increasingly bureaucratic centralism of the modem state, inevitably diminishes the liberal ideal of individualism. Once again, this was not immediately recognized, for in the early tradition of liberal thought the nation-state was seen as the political form most conducive to the realization of that idea. But the situation was quite different following the French Revolution. By then, the power of the state, including the liberal democratic state, had taken on quite extraordinary dimensions. It was not simply power in the abstract that came to characterize the modem nation-state, but an ability to generate an almost universal acquiescence in the continued centralization and bureaucratization of that power at the expense of subordinate communities and associations. We have analyzed this fact extensively in our discussion of de Tocqueville, who clearly saw in this the tendency of liberal democracy to subordinate the individual to the bureaucratic state despite its defense of individualism and limited government. 3 And the attempt on the part of modem liberals to rectify the situation has, as we have seen, as much intensified the problem as resolved it. 4 Conservatism was also subverted by its association with nationalism, an association forged in the struggle against the philosophy of the French Revolution. We have already discussed the fact that the Aristotelian and Ciceronian ideals of philosophical conservatism do not fit well within the political structure of the nation-state. But the problem is more serious than this. The creation of the nation-state required the destruction of those feudal entities that had been the bearers of the traditional values and traditional ways that constitute the core of the conservative philosophy. And this process of destruction has continued, for while the feudal world has long ago passed away, contemporary institutions and associations that might act as repositories of conservative ideals have been hard-pressed to maintain their autonomy and viability within the bureaucratic confines of the modem state. Contemporary conservatism thus finds itself in the same paradoxical situation as liberalism. Its support of nationalist ideals renders it a doctrine at war with its own most basic principles. We may, therefore, make the following general assertions: in becoming adjuncts to nationalism, the theoretical integrity of the major ideologies of the modem world has been subverted. In actual political fact, this subversion has had the effect of supporting the trend toward state centralization on the one hand and, correspondingly, of subverting the individual's moral autonomy on the other. This, of course, is most obvious and most frightening in the case of the totalitarian ideologies. but they are extreme examples of a more general process associated with the rise of ideologies. Why did ideologies develop this way? The underlying sociological reasons are generally agreed upon. Most scholars concede that the Industrial Revolution and all that is associated with it, the emergence of modern science, the decline of religion, and the general secular thrust of the modern world, constitute the social basis of ideological thinking as well as its nationalistic perversions. That revolution destroyed the old agrarian feudal communities that had formerly encompassed the individual and provided him or her with a sense of ethical values and moral purposes. The individual was increasingly isolated from any meaningful communal structure that could provide a stable set of values. Ideologies, so to speak, entered this moral breach by providing a systematic value system that fit the conditions of industrial and secular society, just as the nation-state provided a new kind of community and nationalism a new form of communal identification. Inevitably, there arose a close connection between these various elements of industrial society. The new ideological value systems were thus almost inevitably incorporated into nationalistic justifications of state power. It is for this reason, not at all surprising, paradoxical though it is in theoretical terms, that even the internationalist ideologies should be employed for nationalist purposes to the detriment of the individual's moral autonomy. It is the philosophical or theoretical reason behind this development that is more difficult to determine. There is little in the way of scholarly agreement on this issue. We shall, nevertheless, make an attempt, basing our analysis upon the basic theme of this book. Let us begin by noting that the problem began long before the nationalistic subversion of the key ideologies. That in becoming nationalized all ideologies have contributed to the subordination of the individual to the state is true. But this is merely the political manifestation of a more fundamental subordination of the individual to the higher principles of history, race, the economic marketplace, the forces of biological evolution, the spirit of a nation, or what have you. It was indeed this initial subordination that made ideologies so useful to the nation-state that could now legitimize itself by claiming to embody these higher principles. This tendency of modern ideologies was recognized and opposed by those thinkers who attempted to reform these traditions of thought. The reason behind their opposition provides a crucial insight into the issue before us. For revisionists such as Green, and anti-ideologues such as Burke, no structure of authority can exist apart from individuals who demonstrate their moral capacity by self-willed obedience to law, and by free participation in the life of their political community. For these thinkers, authority means, by definition, a reciprocal arrangement between the individual as an autonomous moral being and the polity as a moral structure. 5. It means, in short, the unity of ethics and politics without which, as Burke in particular emphasized, there will exist little more than a political order incapable of integrating its citizens into a meaningful structure of authority, and a society of atomized individuals lost in an ethically meaningless world. Under these conditions, again as Burke noted, political force, and we would now add totalitarianism, becomes the only mechanism of control. 1. 6. Needless to say, the ideological subordination of the individual's moral autonomy to higher principles was not done with the intention of producing these consequences. Quite the contrary. As we have noted, ideologies arose precisely to establish a new basis of authority and meaning in a world in which the traditional value structures had been destroyed by industrialization and the triumph of the nation-state. But their methods had the contrary result. They stripped the individual of the very moral capacity that is the source of meaning and the basis of authority. Why? This is, in fact, the real question before us, and while no definitive answer can be given at this historical juncture, it appears, at least in part, that the whole metaphysical and epistemological thrust of modern philosophy strongly encouraged thinkers to found the ethics of the state, or of whatever form of polity they envisioned, on some principle other than that of the morally autonomous individual. The classical idea of the morally free individual had been largely discredited in modern thought, in Machiavelli, in Hobbes, later in Bentham and the utilitarians. In an age of ethical naturalism, the concept of the individual as moral agent, at least in the teleological sense, was exceedingly difficult to maintain. But if the classical view of the individual could not be maintained, the same results could be had, or so it seemed, by subordinating the individual to higher principles that could be justified within the framework of ethical naturalism, in short, within the framework of modern science. Smith's market mechanism, Spencer's social Darwinism, Marx's historical inevitability, and fascism's theory of race all were asserted to be not moral ideals, but scientific facts. This was a crucial claim, for a scientific doctrine is clearly above reproach in the framework of modern philosophy. In our discussion of Hobbes, we stated that the defining issue in political thought since Machiavelli has been to find some way of deriving a theory of authority from the metaphysical and epistemological assumptions of modern science. This statement now takes on particular relevance, for so many modern ideological systems of thought are characterized by precisely this attempt. Their proponents try to found a theory of authority upon what they presume to be scientific premises. That these premises may in fact not be scientific is irrelevant. In the case of National Socialism they were patently absurd. What matters is that they are believed by their adherents to be scientific, and that they are stated in the form of scientific certainties. The paradox in all of this is clear. By claiming the authority of science, ideologies satisfied the requirements of modern naturalism and at the same time seemingly derived new theories of authority from within the very framework of assumptions that had to that point made such theories so difficult to articulate. The consequence, as we have seen, was quite the opposite of that intended. The whole basis of authority, namely the unity of ethics and politics, was in fact destroyed because the concept of the morally autonomous individual had been destroyed. And the ultimate paradox in all of this is that these new sciences became the rational legitimization of nationalism, the most irrational political force of the modern world and the factor most responsible for the political subordination of the individual to the growing power of the modern bureaucratic state. It is all too clear what these paradoxes mean in real political terms. Worldwide, the nation-state system, the intensity of nationalism, and the division of the earth into competing worldviews, confront modern people with the very real possibility of a final Holocaust. In this century the reality of this possibility has been made abundantly clear to all. And within the nation-state itself, the whole basis of authority rests upon very shaky foundations. Thus, the display of awesome power abroad by the major states may well be matched by an unforeseen weakness within. Beneath the apparent stability of the nation-state, and despite the emotional power of nationalism, the reality may be a Hobbesian society of atomized individuals, alienated and disconnected from any real source of authority and lacking any genuine sense of ethical meaning and purpose. Under these conditions the possibility of social and cultural disintegration may be greater than we care to admit. Contemporary political theory. The future of a tradition. Where do we go from here? From the perspective of this book, the answer is clear. We need to devise political philosophies that unify ethics and politics in a way that fits modern conditions. But how? We can only suggest here the basic elements of an answer, for there is little in contemporary political thought that indicates that a solution is at hand. Let us begin by discussing those solutions that probably will not work. It seems, to begin with, increasingly unlikely that the major ideological systems of thought can be made compatible with this unification. They are a prime source of the problem, not a solution. And we are now painfully aware that past attempts at revision have largely failed in this objective. There is little reason in the present day to believe that further revision will change anything. We may well ask whether these systems of thought adequately comprehend the social and political conditions of the modern world in any case. We have suggested, in our analysis of each of the key ideologies, that there are clearly problems in this regard. Moreover, the nationalization of these ideologies has so much subverted their theoretical integrity that there now seems little hope of reconstituting them to their original vitality. Further development of these intellectual systems has continued, nevertheless. Marxism has continued to evolve as a social science. So too has liberalism as a political doctrine, particularly in recent years. 7. These developments are by no means without value. Whatever criticisms we may make of modern ideologies, their further elaboration has produced new insights into the nature of political reality and raised new and important questions about political life. But these developments, as often as not, have only served to further the disintegration of the theoretical integrity of the original doctrines. They have not, in any case, really resolved the contemporary disjunction between ethics and politics. At least there is no consensus that this has occurred. Reviving the classical tradition of political thought in its entirety does not seem a terribly fruitful way to resolve the problem either. Granted, this tradition does unite ethics and politics, indeed this is its defining characteristic. But, for better or worse, modern philosophy since the Renaissance, including political philosophy, has long since altered our intellectual map of the world. It would not be easy to discard that map for one that, taken in its entirety, presents what is to most an alien terrain. Simply returning to the past is no solution, although there have been some notable attempts to do so. Yet, the classical tradition does suggest at least an approach to the problem, for while we cannot draw upon the whole of classical thought, we can at least isolate those elements in it that characterize the ideal of the unity of ethics and politics and determine what in modern and contemporary political thought is compatible with the ideal. This is possible because, in the broadest sense, that ideal has never really disappeared. It has been attacked, but constantly returned to. It has been perverted by the rise of ideologies, but, paradoxically, for the purpose of recreating it. And it is an ideal shared by a large number of contemporary thinkers, including a number of those five fickle naturalists who reject the metaphysical and epistemological assumptions of classical thought. What, then, does constitute that ideal? The reader should now be well acquainted with its key elements. They are those, first of all, that affirm the idea of the individual as an autonomous, self-developing, and self-fulfilling entity. So powerful and pervasive has this conception of the individual been in Western thought that it is characteristic of thinkers of the most various philosophical persuasions. Aristotle, St. Thomas, Rousseau, Burke, Green, and many others not discussed in this book, all view the individual in this light. Granted that the specific character of that view varies, and certainly there is little agreement among these thinkers in terms of underlying philosophical assumptions, but all share in common this basic perspective on the individual. It is, moreover, an ideal that conceives of the individual within the context of community. In the broadest sense, it is an ideal premised upon the Aristotelian notion that human beings are political animals, that is, creatures who by nature need and desire to fulfill themselves through common endeavors with their fellows. So influential has this idea been that even for many of those thinkers whose theoretical contributions are most hostile to classical theory, such as Marx for example, the emphasis upon community and, correspondingly, upon the self-directing and self-fulfilling individual has remained. These facts, of course, do not a theory make. Political theory, certainly great political theory, is the product of a unique mind confronting a social and political order that no longer makes sense. We await the conjoining of these conditions. In the meantime, it is sufficient to recognize the recurrent ideal that runs like a thread through the Western tradition of political thought. For in the present age the problem is not simply how to conceptualize that ideal within the framework of modern philosophy, but how to keep before us its importance as a humanizing and civilizing factor. This is the ultimate danger before us, the present subordination of the individual to the forces of nationalism and to the bureaucratic centralism of the nation-state threatens even the memory of the ideal. With these thoughts in mind, it is only appropriate that we end this treatise where we begin, for if there is, as we maintain, an underlying continuity to Western thought in terms of its ideals, if not in its philosophical methods, then the end of our speculations should in some sense be contained in its beginnings. When Socrates first confronted the sophists of his time, he faced the very issues that stand before us today, albeit in less serious and less terrifying dimensions. Is there or is there not an order and purpose to things, and if there is, how do individuals and their polities fit into it? Socrates' answer, contained in his admonition to Callicles, that this universe is called cosmos or order, not disorder or misrule, was unambiguous. The cosmos is an order of justice, and it comprehends the state as well as the individual. This was the theoretical principle upon which Western political thought was first founded and which we have identified as the unity of ethics and politics. Whether or not we can reconstitute that principle on a modem basis only the future will tell. It remains, nevertheless, a recurrent ideal in Western political thought. It should be the task of those of us who have studied that tradition to think through the ideal once again.